3 lives, 3 deaths, 3 betrayals by fate itself. Each time he tried to live with kindness, the world answered with cruelty. Now reborn as a Dhampir, a child of shadow and mana, he carries the curse of death itself. No gods, no trust, no mercy. He'll build a world where he can finally live in peace or drag every god into the grave trying, because one thing's certain, he'll die before he reincarnates again. Can a cursed soul find peace in a world that keeps resurrecting him? Let's find out. The story begins on a sinking ship, where many students were trying to hold on to the railing. One of the students noticed a classmate falling, screaming in fear, and tried to catch her. The students appeared in an unknown space and began noisily discussing what happened. They loudly said that he didn't want to die so early. Why did it have to be him? Amamiya Hiroto walked away from them, sat on the ground, and asked, "So, that means he died, right?" The ship they were traveling on sank during an extremist attack. So the Osaka High students who were going on the trip all ended up dying? This must have been incredibly shocking news. Machida Aran said that means they're basically dead. Now it seems he should have played more. He approached Shimada Izumi and asked what her plans were now. She, with a calm expression, said that she didn't have time for that. She called out loudly to the others and said that she knew they were in shock over what had happened to them, but they all needed to pull together. Minami Asagi said loudly that, at a time like this, they should keep a calm mind. It was useless to cry over something that had already happened. From now on, even though they didn't know what to expect in the future, it was best to remain calm. Murakami Junbei sat to the side and said that he had to say that they were very energetic, considering that they were all dead. He turned to him and loudly called out to the teacher and said that everyone was starting to panic, and he had to help them. He asked with a calm expression, "It's no use. They've already said everything he could say, haven't they?" The protagonist looked to the side and noticed Naruse Narumi, whom he had tried to save on the ship. He asked with a slightly sad expression, "In the end, she wasn't saved, right?" Then he was able to help her up, but he fell himself, and she, with a very worried look, loudly called out his name. At this point, he thought they weren't close enough to be frank. It was his sudden decision. He just couldn't let her die. They all heard an unknown voice, which said that among the souls that once lived, they were the chosen ones. Rokudoi Hijiri turned around and asked what was going on and where exactly were they. They saw a silhouette hovering in the sky, illuminated by a bright light. Tsuchiya Kaneko looked at it with a shocked expression and asked, "Is that really an angel? Will they finally be told what's going on here?" Konoe Miyagi screamed loudly in surprise, and Izumi said loudly that they should all be silent. First, they need to listen to what he has to say. The man said his name was Rodcourt. At that very moment, he will grant each of them a special power, a new life, and new luck. Then they will be reborn in a place that is significantly different from the land they lived on. MC looked at him and wondered, by rebirth, he means reincarnation? Another world? This is the first time he's heard of such circumstances. He said that they don't have to do this. However, if they want, they can be reborn somewhere on Earth as usual. In this case, however, they won't receive any special power or luck from him, and all their memories of this place will be completely destroyed. Now, those who wish to be reborn on Earth must say their name. He thought with a serious expression that if he were reincarnated in a completely different world, he would receive special luck and talent. In other words, he would live a second life with memories of his past life, which isn't bad at all, more like a dream. It seems to him that very few people would refuse such conditions. One of the students raised his hand and approached Rodcourt. He looked at him and said that he would be transferred to the normal reincarnation cycle. The student disappeared, and he looked at it and thought, so he simply refused God's offer? After that, he asked, "Is there no one else?" Then, those whose names will be called must step forward. He called a student named Endo Koya, and this student stepped forward. He created 2 balls of energy in his hands, which he directed towards him and said that this was now his power. He felt this power, after which his body began to disappear for revival. He continued to call out the names of the students to whom he gave abilities and sent for revival. Hiroto watched this from the sidelines and thought that it might take some time. It seems to him that there is no choice but to wait. If you think about it, his life has not been easy. His parents died when he was young. He has no siblings, no friends, no lover. The worst thing is living with his father's relatives who took him in. No one will shed a tear even if he dies. These relatives will most likely receive a large insurance policy after his death. So it seems to him that they have more happiness than sadness now. It's not that he disagrees with his life up to this point. Perhaps he has a chance to live a second life, literally, to receive a special ability from a god in a completely different world and be born into a normal, happy family. He means, what else can you expect? Rodcourt called his name, but changed his mind and called Amamiya, and another student approached the god. The main character was a little confused when he heard this name and thought that he had not heard this name before. Was there anyone in his class with the same name as him? He should have noticed him. Besides, his appearance, it's not just the name, it looks exactly like him. Rodcourt created many balls of energy, which he sent to him, and said that this was his power. He was surprised by what he saw, and wondered, what kind of quantity was that? All this time, he saw that each person was given only 1 to 3 balls of light, although the god said that he would give only 2 to each of them. However, this guy had already been given 8 of them? This is what they call God's favor. After that, he continued reviving the students and finished it. He turned around, noticed MC sitting next to him and asked who he was. He said his name, which surprised him, and he asked his last name as in firmament and first name as an intellectual. He confirmed it, which surprised Rodcourt even more, and said that this is bad. He made a terrible mistake. He thought that he and this Amamiya guy were the same person, so he gave him all their power. He even received all the luck in life that should have been his. It's troublesome. It would be impossible to take his power away from him, and he can't create another power to give it to him. He looked at him with a confused look and asked, does this mean he won't get anything and he will have to start from scratch? He looked at him, refused, and said that this is even worse. He was supposed to save his life, but fate is cruel and ironic, so he will have nothing to look forward to because his life will never be blessed. He thought with a calm expression that then there was probably no point in reincarnating. He said that then he should let him be reborn on Earth like that guy. Rodcourt said that was impossible because the time for choosing had long passed. His body began to disappear, and he said that the time for reincarnation was almost over. Hiroto was indignant about this and asked loudly, how could this be? He was the only one who had nothing, and his life was doomed to be miserable. He looked at him and said that his soul would be different as compensation. Apart from his classmates, his soul remains an empty core. This core, instead of ability, will store a huge amount of magic. However, compatibility with magic is extremely low. In other words, in the world he is going to be reborn in, he will not be able to use any magical element. He was still unhappy about this and asked loudly, is that all? Enormous magical power, but the inability to use magic, what is that anyway? Rodcourt said that he felt very sorry for him now. Without any abilities or luck, extremely difficult journeys await him. With this inability to use magic, his luck will likely be limited. He will face much greater isolation than in his previous life. He will have nothing but complete despair. However, he must not give up and place blame on anyone or anything. He must continue to look forward and live his life to the fullest. The protagonist became very angry about this and loudly asked, what kind of optimism is this? He completely disappeared from this space, was reborn, and was immediately electrocuted. Screaming loudly in pain, he fell to the ground, and the man with the stun gun said, this is what you get for trying to pretend. Now does he regret it? The next experiment is in 30 minutes. He must prepare. He lay on the floor and thought that he finally remembered. That day, he died in a shipwreck. And because of that damned god's stupid mistake, he was reincarnated in this world. Because of him, he now lies here and suffers from these tortures. The world to which God sent them was called Origin. It's a bit like Earth, but it combines science and magic. He was born to a girl with low social responsibility. Soon after his birth, to have money for his alcoholic father, they sold him as a test subject. That's why, of course, he doesn't remember what his parents look like. After that, he was bought by a research organization where they conducted numerous illegal experiments. The scientists said that the results were negative. One of them was unusual. This is test subject D01. His magical compatibility level is extremely low. To be precise, he has no talent for magic. According to their information, any normal person possesses one of the 7 elements. Everyone owns one of these elements: earth, water, fire, wind, or light, life, and space. This child's body doesn't match any of them. He doesn't even have any talent for it. The second scientist asked, so he's saying he's even worse than an ordinary person? They can't experiment with such a mediocrity. It's a waste of money. The scientist said it was okay to get rid of a bad item, but there was one thing that needed to be carefully considered. According to their reasoning, this subject had an advantage that surpassed all others. A huge magical source was stored within his body. He looked at him and asked what he meant. The scientist said that these were just his personal assumptions. It's not that this subject is not compatible with any element. There's a possibility that they haven't discovered this element yet. After some time, MC was brought to a dead rat. He extended his hand, directed his energy, and the rat was able to rise after that. The scientist was surprised by this, and he looked at it with a confused look and asked, is it alive? He walked to the table, picked up the rat, and said that it wasn't. This rat's body had already stopped functioning, so this magic is not a life type. However, this magic is capable of controlling corpses. The second scientist said loudly that they had finally discovered it. The legend is true. This element exists. He asked with a wide smile, the element that controls the dead? Will they call it death? The second scientist laughed and said with a sly smile, the element of death? That's not bad. D01 should cheer up. He's the #1 death mage in the whole world. Sometime later, he was sitting in a dark, empty room. A scientist came to him and said that he should come here. They needed to talk. He came to the office and asked with a surprised expression, is this true? The scientist sitting in front of him said that it was true, even if he wasn't completely free. It all depended on his determination. If he agreed to be used as a test machine, he could experience freedom to a certain extent. Hiroto looked at him and asked, so will he be able to go outside? He said that there were still a few things to note. They had very high hopes for his death magic. If he wanted freedom, he had to show them the result they wanted to see. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought that if he could develop a new kind of magic, he would gain his freedom. A few days later, he used magic to create a large creature from books. and the scientist said they were on schedule. After listening to his conditions, he believed everything without a doubt. Now he is putting more effort into creating a new spell. He sees it, but the more this child interacts with magic, the scarier he becomes. What could be scary about a little boy? Both his heart and his brain are equipped with bombs in case of any rebellious actions. He understands this perfectly well. They also installed a small tracking device to prevent him from escaping. His right eye was replaced with an artificial one, with a special camera. There are also secret recording devices installed inside his ears and mouth. No matter how perfect the sound, they can still hear him. The amount of food consumed is kept to a minimum to prevent the emergence of any abnormal physical abilities. Besides, he's forbidden to leave his room except during experiments. The scientist said loudly that he already knows this. However, he says that he can still control magic at will. Isn't that too risky for them? The bespectacled scientist said with a smile that maybe he's overthinking it. Okay, does he have any suggestions? The protagonist came to the experiment room, started looking around, and asked where he was. Won't they continue developing his new spell? The bespectacled scientist agreed and said that, however, before that, they'll just examine his body a little. He shouldn't worry, it will be over soon. They just want to make sure that his body doesn't have an unnatural reaction to the element of death. After all, it's a completely new element for him, right? So they can't be sure whether this magic can harm the user's body or not. He lay down on the couch, and the shackles that bound his body immediately activated. He was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What is this? Why is he tying him up?" Doctors entered the room, and the scientist said that he doesn't need to worry about it. They will take care of everything else. Many doctors approached him. He started crying and screaming loudly in fear. After the operation, his head was bandaged and he wondered what happened to him. The scientist looked at him and asked, "So he understood it, right? It's time for him to have a snack." MC felt that something was wrong and thought that he couldn't speak and move his own body. Is this some kind of anesthesia? However, he still clearly feels his body. Another scientist entered the office and asked how everything went. The scientist said with a smile that he can see the operation was a success. The ability to control his body and magic is completely impaired. From this moment on, he can't even move a finger, let alone use magic. Now control is completely in their hands and the development of magic will continue without any obstacles. The scientist said he had done a good job. A death mage who can control the undead. Despite being alive, he now exists only to be other people's puppet. How ironic. He sat in a wheelchair and wondered, is this some kind of joke? His body doesn't move at all, so now he can only live to be their test machine until his life is ended? His consciousness, he can still clearly feel his body. He doesn't want to be like this. He can't stand it anymore. He really hopes that someone will help him. The scientist handed him a spoon with food with a smile. And thus 10 years passed. The scientist led the young man to the door and said with a smile that this is his room. He opened the door and said that this is D01, the first death mage who ever existed in this world. Then he will leave the rest to him. The guy looked at him and thought that this is it. He can finally uncover the secret of this type of magic he's never seen before. With this achievement, he might even surpass his predecessors. Hiroto sat in the same wheelchair, his body very thin, and he saw several spirits in the room, standing next to him. The girl called his name with a smile, and he mentally said, "So they've come again?" She asked, "How are you?" He mentally said that everything is fine, considering they're all spirits. There's no need to answer that question. He saw a man enter the room and mentally communicated with the ghosts, and they said that it seemed like this young man was new. They would hope that his methods would be better. How should he put this? He doesn't think they understand how rotten these people are. They conduct countless experiments on his body repeatedly. It's not just painful, it's unbearable. The spirit girl said that she apologized for not being able to help anymore, but they were mostly souls now. However, maybe they could figure out a way for him to escape. He said that they didn't have to worry about it. Being able to communicate with someone in this place was enough for him. Without them, he wouldn't have had anyone to talk to for the past 10 years. His mind could have gone crazy because of this loneliness. The girl said with a smile that in any case, she was glad to be of service to him. However, he also helped them calm down. The ghost boy agreed and said that for some reason they still couldn't reincarnate and that they all ended up here that day. A ghost dog approached the main character and he said that maybe it was because of his death magic. Ever since he learned how to use it, he started seeing spirits. Maybe that's what brought them here. The boy said that there are still many souls here besides them. Everyone loves him and wants him to get out of here. However, in their current state, it seems they can't do anything useful, and they are very sorry. He looked at him, called his name, and asked what's the matter. Does it hurt? He mentally refused and said that he just remembered something from his old memories. I wonder what his classmates are doing now. If they were people who received power from this god, they might well be able to get him out of here, but no one came. After some time, the guy who came to him slammed his hands on the table and said in a dissatisfied voice that a whole month had already passed, but he couldn't come up with a clear outcome. If everything goes on like this, he will eventually be thrown out of this position. He looked at the MC sitting next to him with a very dissatisfied expression, hit him, and loudly said that he was a useless freak. He walked away from him, and the ghost girl with a worried look loudly called out to him and asked if he was okay. He was lying on the ground and mentally said that this freak hit him so hard that his face hurt, as if it was in hell right now. The boy started hitting the guy and loudly asked this idiot, how dare he do this to him. The guy started typing something on the keyboard and said loudly that maybe if he did this, it would release his limits and his magic would reach full power. He activated something, which made Hiroto feel very strong pain and started screaming in pain. The dog started barking at the scientist, and the boy loudly asked what he was doing. He must stop this immediately. He tried to hit him, but he couldn't do it. The girl sitting next to him apologized and said that they can't do anything to stop this madman. The guy looked at the monitor with a surprised expression on his face and said loudly that this is the amount of magic. It's still increasing. This is incredible. It's 10,000 times more than the current strongest mage in the world. This guy is a real monster. Because of this, Hiroto felt even more intense pain, stopped suffering from pain, and stopped showing signs of life. The guy became worried when he noticed this and asked, is he joking now? Is he really dead? He has to stop joking. Who let him die? His research, what will happen to his research now? He grabbed his head, but noticed the functioning of the equipment, and loudly asked, what kind of reaction is this? His body had already stopped all functions, but the magical power was still growing. He had never seen anything like this before. He finally found it. He was about to say something else, but suddenly the protagonist's eyes changed. He abruptly stood up and grabbed the freak who was torturing him by the throat. He squeezed his throat tightly with an evil expression on his face, and despite the fact that he asked him to stop, he killed him and threw him to the ground. The ghost girl was very surprised by this, called his name, and he began to laugh loudly and said that he was finally able to get his whole body back. He left that room, killed another person, and the surprised scientists loudly asked, what does this mean? Didn't they cut all connections with his body? This can't be. This situation shouldn't have happened. He walked towards them, remembered all the ways they mocked him, and with a serious expression on his face said that he would kill them all. The scientist started shooting at him with a gun and loudly said that he can't come closer. The second scientist calmly stood still and said that he can't be killed. It's impossible because his body is already dead. Maybe that's why, since his body stopped functioning, the soul was finally freed from its prison and was able to gain full control over the enormous magical power. He turned himself into an undead and took control of his body. He began to laugh loudly with a crazy smile and said that this is amazing. His power is even far beyond their imagination. He was about to say something else, but MC mercilessly killed him with one blow. A smirk appeared on his face, and he went to the doctors who performed surgery on him and used magic to lift many metal objects into the air. He went further and attacked them with these objects. He went further, killing everyone in his path, and thought that so this is using magic at will. This is what it feels like when you unleash your power to the fullest. He went to the door and said that it looks like there are survivors left here. He destroyed the door and saw a room in which many children were lying on beds. He looked around the room and wondered, are they trying to create another death mage besides him? He approached the girl, looked into her eyes and asked, they can't move either, can they? He was able to heal her with magic and said that if they want to escape, they should follow him. He helped the rest of the children. They walked down the corridor together, and he said that there might still be enemies left. He would go forward, and they should follow him, but they mustn't forget to keep their distance. He ran further down the corridor, reached the exit, and opened the door outside with a joyful expression. On the street, he met a crowd of his classmates in the same uniform. He began to cry with a joyful expression and thought that they were all here and had come to save him, even though it took quite a long time, to be honest. However, he always believed that they would eventually meet again. His dream had come true. He called out to them, but suddenly Amamiya loudly said that they all should prepare. Immediately after that, they all focused their energy into their hands and attacked him at the same time. Hiroto was badly hurt by this attack and wondered why they were attacking him. He was their classmate. They remembered that he was one of them, right? His classmates looked at him and said that everything happened unexpectedly quickly. They told them that an incredibly powerful undead creature had appeared there. They killed it without even using their full power. That's reasonable, since there are 30 out of 100 heroes here. He asked to stop calling him like that. The reason they were able to defeat him without any difficulty is because the undead creature had lowered its defenses. He single-handedly destroyed all the lab staff. Death magic is such a disgusting power. Maybe he wants everything to end this way. After all, he is one of the experiments in this lab. Naruse called out to Hiroto and said that maybe he was right. This got the protagonist's attention, and she said that at least from now on he wouldn't feel any pain. They should destroy him together. He agreed and said that it was the least they could do for him. They aimed their energy at him and were going to do it together. He looked at them with a displeased expression and wondered, is this some kind of joke? Why does everything depend only on him? Moreover, why is he even here? He took everything that should have been his. Now he's standing here with his heroic face. He'll kill all those freaks. Even if he can reincarnate, he'll never forgive him. They killed him. He found himself in another dimension again, where Rodcourt called his name and said that, as he expected, he didn't last long. MC was very angry about meeting him, tried to punch him, but his fist missed him. He turned to him and asked loudly, why did he even send him there? Now can he still call himself a god? His second life? It was horror. It was his mistake. He threw him into an even worse nightmare than in his previous life. He stood in front of him and said that it was true that he treated him so horribly. However, at least he could live happily in the next life. This caught his attention, and he asked loudly, "Does he mean there is a third chance?" God agreed and said that this world is called Lambda. He asked with a smile, so he will be the first one to reincarnate there, right? Then he will get the most out of it and will finally be able to kill them all. He should give him some of his special abilities. There is no one else here for him to make a mistake, right? Rodcourt said that unfortunately, he cannot give him any power. Hiroto's body began to disappear. He became angry because of this and asked loudly, "What does he mean? Why is he the only one who will not get anything?" He said that it is because he cannot let him kill his classmates. Compared to the other world he is in charge of, Lambda is lagging behind in development. The reason he gives him this chance is so that he can build the world with his own hands. He should consider his second life in Origin as an experience. Maybe he can see it as a training period. He said loudly, with a very dissatisfied expression, that it was real hell. He calmly said that he would like to express his deepest gratitude to him for his contribution to the development of a new element in magic that enhanced the growth of Origin. He hoped that he could forgive him for not giving him proper compensation for his unfortunate second life. He said loudly with a displeased look that he should stop joking. He would never forgive him. He fell silent because Rodcourt directed dark energy into his mouth and said that this was a curse that he would give him, and that was impossible to break. He really hoped that he could give up this vengeful thought and choose a better way to end his next life. He could take his word for it. He would spare him the pain he experienced when he reached his fourth life, and then he could return to his normal reincarnation cycle. He was reborn again, heard a female voice, and opened his eyes. An elf looked at him and said that Vanduliu was always so calm. It seemed less troublesome for her, but he must cry from time to time, right? The protagonist was lying on the bed and looked up with a puzzled expression. He tried to say something, and his mother lifted him up, called his name, and said that it was time to get up. He was probably hungry. After some time, she was cooking in the kitchen, tried the dish, and liked it. He was lying in bed and thought that he should explain what this place was. God called it Lambda. First, you have to look at him, absolutely helpless and can't even speak. It seems that this woman is his mother. So that's his name in this world? Compared to the fact that in his past life he had an experiment code instead of a name, the new one doesn't sound so bad. He raised his hand, and she asked if he was embarrassed that they have different skin colors. He is very smart if he can distinguish such things at his age. His skin color is inherited from his own father. However, he need not worry, because he is still Darcia's child. He thought with a calm expression that, returning to the remnants of memory in his head, preserved from the time before Lambda, there is a race in this world that is very similar to humans. They are called elves. Returning to this woman, who introduced herself as Darcia, there is a chance that she is a dark elf. So what race could his father be? She patted him on the back, calmed him down, and he started to fall asleep and wondered if she could stop it already. However, in fact, this is quite an effective method. After some time, MC sat down, and she said that he was amazing. He could even sit up on his own. She stroked his head, and he thought that it seemed like his mother realized that he was much smarter than ordinary children. However, she did not despise a strange child like him. Then she said that it was as expected from his father's child. He thought that he had never seen his father, and he was interested in him. However, he didn't have a father in his past life, nor in the life before that. Being encouraged by someone else is a feeling he has never experienced before. No matter what, his mother praised him, making him even happier. He wants to be praised even more. Maybe he should start crawling? He stood up, and Darcia, with a surprised expression on her face, asked loudly, "Is he really trying to crawl already?" He fell, and she, with a slightly confused look, said that it seems like it's still too early for him to walk. Now she wonders what his status looks like. He looked at her and wondered what she was talking about. This is real life, by the way, and not some kind of game. A system window appeared in front of him, which surprised him a lot, and he thought that it just appeared in front of his face. It turns out that in this world there really are such signs. What kind of world is this? He needs to calm down and just look at it. The race is a Dampier. Is he a half-breed vampire? Does this mean that his father is a vampire? Thinking about it, he realized that the house looked rather strange. At first glance, it was a cave. It seems that the fact that he is a child with vampire blood flowing through his veins served as a reason for becoming a target. In other words, his mother hid him here to protect him from the outside world. Assessing the situation, he would say that most likely his father is already dead. As for the rest of the information, he needs to look at his magic points. 1 million is such a long number that it even goes beyond the line of the screen. He remembered what God told him and wondered, so this is what that old man was talking about. It was true. After all, these numbers are incredible for an ordinary child. However, He said that there would be magic in him, which means he needs to see if his guess is correct or not. He put his hands in front of himself and wondered why he can't use his death magic. Maybe it's because he's still young, or maybe it's because he's on Lambda and he needs to find a different type of magic. The system window said that curses. It is impossible to restore experience points from past lives. It is impossible to learn any skill. It is impossible to earn experience points. Vanduliu thought that this is the problem. So that's why he can't use magic anymore. Even if he understands what it is, he shouldn't have more than one. Did this old idiot want him to kill himself or something? However, he still had other ways to study magic. He wouldn't sit around waiting for death like he wanted. His stomach growled, and Darcia turned around and asked, "He's hungry again, right?" It seemed like it was time to eat again. He wondered with a slightly worried look, is it starting again? If he were that young teenager like before, that sigh would have made him tense and nervous. However, he still had a child's body after all, so it wouldn't react when he saw a woman's body. Feeding like this without strange thoughts was truly a test. She picked him up and asked, "He's quite capricious, isn't he?" He hated her milk that much. He started shaking his head in denial and thought that, to be honest, it was delicious. He started drinking the milk and thought that it seemed he had no choice but to give in. She opened his mouth slightly and said that this is how his fangs start to grow. Even if she thinks it's wrong, he should wait a second. She walked away, started looking for something and said that she shot a rabbit on the hunt yesterday. She took out the rabbit she caught, cut off the head with a knife, and dripped the animal's blood into a plate. After that, she handed him the plate and said that he should drink it. The protagonist was embarrassed by this and thought, is she serious? He turned away and thought that it smelled like iron, forcing children to drink animal blood. So this is how they raise children in this world? He saw her sad face and thought that she shouldn't look at him with such eyes. He understood everything and would drink it. He started drinking it and with a surprised expression thought that it was delicious. Even if the disgusting smell is inevitable, he still drinks it with pleasure. He had never drunk anything except his mother's milk, so everything was fine. Darcia patted him on the head and said that since he was exactly like his father, he could consume blood. However, drinking it every day was not at all necessary, so he had to promise her that he would only drink it when she was around, even if he was hungry. He sat still and thought that he could see that he really was a half-vampire. She understood that dampiers were not welcome in human society, so she was worried about him. Instead of living with a problem like him, she could get rid of this burden. However, she didn't do it, and apparently had never thought about it. At least that's what he thought. After some time, Darcia tried to kill a midge, but she couldn't hit it and, with a dissatisfied expression, said that she couldn't concentrate while midges were flying around. She was very surprised that MC used the microorganism elimination skill and killed that fly. She walked up to him with a happy look and asked, "Did he do this? It's amazing. He can use magic at such a young age. He's a real prodigy." She patted his head, and he thought that it looks like he can still use death magic even in this world. Even if it's a familiar spell, it feels completely new after what he learned in his past life. Receiving praise from his mother, this achievement makes him extremely proud of himself. However, being happy is not enough to achieve retribution. He needs more power. Because his classmates are just enjoying themselves, they are all those cheaters who received powers from a god. He lay in bed with his sleeping mother and thought that this old man sent him here on purpose, making this world even more advanced. It seems fair that he doesn't let him do whatever he wants, after he said he wants to kill the other reincarnated ones. Even when he finds a way to break the curse and survive on his own, he'll drag everyone else back here and kill him. So fighting will be futile. Darcia woke up, noticed he wasn't sleeping, and started touching his face, which he tried to ignore. She started tickling him and asked how he felt about that. They should see how long he could laugh. Vandalia was confused by this and wondered what she was doing and what she was even thinking. She called his name and said that he never shows emotions, doesn't cry or laugh. He thought that if he thinks about it, since arriving on Earth, he never showed his feelings on his face. Is this part of the curse? How could they come up with such a boring curse? She hugged him and said that she really loved him. However, it seems that he hasn't felt it yet. Is she right? After some time, she picked him up, went to the exit, and opened the door. She looked at him with a worried look, called his name and said that she was very sorry if it hurt. She held him out to the sun's rays, was glad that he was not hurt, and said that she was very glad that he did not have a vampire weakness. He looked at his hand and thought, his father is a vampire. This means that he is not affected by the sun, because he has more than just vampire blood. In any case, a Dhampir is still a target for everyone and everything in this world. If that's the case, then when bad things start happening, he's not sure anyone will be on her side. She started walking outside and asked why they don't go outside and get some fresh air. He remembered his past life when he was always sitting in a dark room, but saw a bright flash. In the present, she took him outside and he saw the forest where they lived. They continued walking through the forest, where birds were singing, and Darcia said that the weather was really nice today. The protagonist looked at everything around him in surprise and began to cry. She noticed this, hugged him, and said with a smile that everything would be fine. One day, he would be able to return to the Dark Elf settlement, her homeland. Then he would be finally free free and would do whatever he wanted. He continued to cry and thought that he loved her. Never before had he even dreamed of saying these words to a woman like now. The curse does not allow him to show emotions. It's even more painful than he expected. After that, they were lying in bed, and he thought that if she stayed with him, she would get into trouble. The day he could talk, he would tell her everything. Even if it meant she had to stay away from him, there was no choice. However, if he could continue living like this, live a happy life with his mother, he didn't need a fourth life. He remembered what God had said and thought that he refused to die. He took her finger and thought that he didn't need a fourth life. He just wanted to live with his mother for the rest of this life. After some time, Darcia kissed him on the forehead and said that she needed to step away for a while. He had to be a good boy and wait for her here, okay? She walked out of the house with a bow and a quiver of arrows, and he stood on the floor and looked at her. She left. He began to use magic and thought that sometimes she secretly went to the nearby villages, like today, to prepare for the long trip that awaited them in the future. She bought everything necessary for everyday life. It seemed that at this time he needed to practice his magic skills. He looked at the rabbit lying in the basket and thought that he was very hungry. With the ability to eliminate microorganisms, perhaps he can drink blood without causing harm. However, one day, no matter how long he waited, his mother did not return. After some time, he woke up in bed and went down to the floor. He looked around and wondered if his mother had still not returned. Maybe he should find her? It was a little dangerous. However, if she did not return soon, then, at this rate, he would die of hunger. Besides, why did he have such a bad feeling? If he really wanted to go out, then he needed to prepare first. He directed his energy at the rabbit and ordered it to get up. He resurrected the rabbit and thought that the undead created by the death spell are captured by the soul of the nearby creature and placed into its corpse, from which they become undead. However, with his current level, forcing them to move is the best he can do. However, one rabbit is not enough. They all need to stand up. He began to use his magic on many objects in the room and manipulate them. He breathed heavily after doing this and thought that he spent 1,000,000 mana points on this. He must say that it was quite tedious work. He grabbed the rabbit and bit it to drink its blood. When he finished drinking the blood, he immediately turned the rabbit into an undead. After that, he resurrected several more skeletons, who carried him on the bed. He took a deep breath and thought that this might be a little more difficult than he thought. If it was just one undead, it would be too weak and would be broken into pieces even by a farmer's hoe. However, with such a creepy army of undead like this, he no longer needs to worry about attacks from wild animals. A midge flew to him and landed on his hand, and he asked with his mind if he came back because he had something to report. The midge said something, and he asked if he knew how to get to the city. He thought that judging by the distance, it was far from here, and he needed to speed up the pace. He ordered the undead to speed up, and they reached the castle walls quite quickly. MC looked at this from behind the bushes and thought that they finally got there. But if he brought these monsters to the gate, it would definitely cause unwanted problems. He said that they would stay here and wait for his signal. The skeletal monkey will carry him. Since he is now just a pile of bones, he will call him that. They quietly approached the wall, and he thought that his death magic is used to control the undead and corpses. Even if bricks aren't living beings, if he puts a living soul into it, it will also turn into undead. He made a hole in the wall, and mentally told the skeletal monkey that they should go forward. They need to choose deserted passages. They continued running forward. He saw a silhouette and wondered if it was a human soul. They usually disappear soon after their death, but he thought this one still had some memories. He stopped nearby and asked if he had seen his mother. She was a long-haired, blonde, dark elf. The soul guy looked at him with a sad look and said that she was in the town square. He was glad about this and told the skeletal monkey that they should quickly go to the town square. He galloped to the right place, noticed her standing by the fountain, joyfully called out to his mother and said that he was so glad to have met her. Darcia turned to him and looked at him with a smile, although her whole body was covered in wounds and she had become a spirit. He was shocked by what he saw, and she said with a smile that she was very sorry, but she was afraid that she had failed. He looked at her with a worried look and asked how this could happen. She asked if this voice belonged to him. Maybe it was because she was a spirit now and she could finally hear his voice. He asked his mother with a serious look what happened here. She said that she was sorry for not telling him about it. She tried to hide him in the elven village, but it seemed the church found out about her arrival in the city. They surrounded her as soon as she entered. He asked, "Then they killed her right here?" Her body was covered in burns and wounds. She called his name and said that he needed to run away right now. His eyes, he inherited ruby eyes from his father and purple from her. Once they saw him, they would immediately know about his identity as a Dhampir. Banduli refused and said that he would not run away. He called her and asked who killed her, what their names were, and what they did to her. She doubted, lowered her gaze, and he said with a serious expression that she must answer him. He used death magic, enchantment, and thought that by using this, Her soul could not disobey his command. Darcia remembered what happened to her and said that when she reached the city, she was ambushed by Baronet Bestero's men, along with the priests of the church. There were adventurers hired to hunt her. The knights went on the attack, and she began shooting at them with a bow. One of them loudly said that this vile witch gave birth to the descendant of a vampire. Several heroes stepped forward, and one of them said that they should retreat. The rainbow sword, these are the ones who will be her opponents. One of them raised his sword and said that it was nothing personal, but she must fight him. She said that she fought them with everything she had, but her arrows and magic were no match for these adventurers. After that, she was captured by the church. They beat her with a whip and loudly asked her, "Where is this Dampier child?" She must answer their questions. She said nothing, and the church minister asked with a smile, "She's stubborn, isn't she? Hasn't she been tortured enough yet?" He took a poker lying in the fire and pressed it against her, and she screamed loudly in pain. With a sad expression, she told the shocked protagonist that, however, she remained silent and did not give in to their torture. Then the church realized there was no point in interrogating her anymore. She was burned in the square and died in terrible agony. He listened to this with a very worried look, and the system announced that a new skill, mental corruption, had been learned. He thought that it was because of him that she ended up in this situation. If he had gone looking for her earlier, if he had tried to learn magic, if only he had been stronger, then she would not have died like this. The system announced that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 2. Bugs flew to him and he thought that they had returned from searching for information. He heard a voice that asked, "The public execution today looked quite exciting, didn't it?" He heard what his bug, located in the office, heard. The people there said that even if it was not the vampire himself, even this woman would be enough to receive the reward he needed. In the end, he managed to attract the attention of His Majesty and the church. It seemed the day he would officially become a baron would not be long in coming. The system notified that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 3. He heard people in the church ask, "Dampier hunting?" He said, "Isn't he just a child? Can't they just ignore him?" He'd been separated from his mother for over 3 days. He was probably starving to death right now. High Priest Golden approached them and loudly said that they must not let their guard down. Even though he was a child, he still carried vampire blood. Who knows what kind of vile abilities this child might have inherited from his father. It would be fine if his father was just a lackey. But what if he was one of the purebred vampires? What would they do then? They couldn't rely on the power of the rainbow sword forever. He didn't think this guy had any intention of working with them any longer. That's why these adventurers are different from them, because they are followers of judgment and fate. They must find the hunters in this city and tell them to lead them. They must tell Baronet to send his men. The system notified that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 4. At the same time, the adventurers were sitting in the tavern and asked, "Today's work was quite simple, right? It's quite troublesome when dark elf women use bow and magic at the same time. Can he have another plate?" However, no D-class level can resist them. The girl looked at Heinz and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked strange. He looked down and said that everything was fine. He just didn't feel well. His comrades looked at him and asked, "Does he feel sorry for that woman?" He is the leader of the B-class adventurers, the Rainbow Sword. The girl said that he shouldn't say such naive words. She doesn't know whether she was seduced by a vampire or she simply wished for immortality. However, it's none of his business. That woman got what she deserved. Besides, it was he who decided to accept this request. Shouldn't I remind him of that? Heinz, with a serious expression, said that he received a letter from Baronet himself, so nothing can be done here. His comrade hugged him with a mug of alcohol and said that he should use his hard-earned money for a little fun. Isn't this the same time when they feasted on monster meat during their hunts? He also knows that this is a way to mourn her soul. His mental corruption skill rose to level 5, and he overheard several people drinking in another tavern and saying that they should drink to Baronet and the High Priest. They should also drink to the victory of the vile Orbi. He became indignant about this and loudly asked whom he called vile. They said that of course it was him. They are so proud to have him as their partner. As soon as he confessed to that dark elf, she rejected him immediately. Then he went on a brutal hunt to pursue her. He should shut up. It's because he needed to find out if she was a witch. However, honestly, it's such a waste to burn such a beautiful girl. Is he right? They won't get any profit from hunting a Dampier tomorrow with all those knights running around them. However, at least they will get a few coins for the escort, right? What is he talking about? They will definitely get a huge fortune from this. It's because they will be the ones who catch that child. Didn't he tell them where the child is? That's a very smart move. If they get their hands on that child, they can sell it to the church, mages, or slave traders. They will sell it to the highest bidder. His skill increased to level 6, and he heard someone say that if he caused any trouble, they would burn him just like that witch. They couldn't find him. He knows they won't be able to sleep peacefully at night if that child finds out what they did to his mother. Will that vampire come for revenge? That witch has brought them nothing but trouble. There will be a lot of trouble if that vampire comes. He hopes that someone can resolve this issue soon. His skill increased again and MC thought that this world is very cruel. Is this the world he wants him to help? Has he ever felt happy in any of his 3 lives? Why is he taking everything from him? Darcia called him and said that she was sorry, but she was already at her limit. He turned to her with tears on his face and said loudly that she should be patient a little longer. He begs her not to leave him. She also started crying and said that she was sorry. She would really like to stay with him for a little while longer. She touched his face and said that she wanted to see her son grow up and become a man. Then he would marry the woman he loves, have a child, and she wanted to witness all of this. She wanted to see him happy. His skill level very quickly increased to level 10. And the system notified that the development limit had been reached. He began to concentrate strong energy with a serious look and said that he realized something. He directed his energy into her and thought that he would give her all the mana, every last drop that he had. He must find something in which he could preserve her soul. If it was a random object, then it would be difficult to restore her consciousness after that. He needed to find something else. The skeletal monkey ran very quickly to the place where his mother was burned. He brought a small bone, which he took and wondered, was this a piece of her bone? He thought it might work, channeled his energy into it, and asked his mother to come in. He placed her soul into this bone, and thought with a sad expression that he had managed to save her soul from disappearing. Someday he would find a completely new body for her. He ordered the monkey to go back, and thought that he was asking his mother for forgiveness. He had no mana left to avenge her right now, and he was already at his limit. He got out of the castle without any problems, went into the forest, and thought that, however, he swears that those who made her suffer will pay in full for it. They should just wait. He won't let anyone escape. After some time, Vanduliu was sitting on the bed. Darcia called him and asked if he was awake yet. She flew up to him in spirit form. He wished her good morning, and she said that he had slept well, since it was already noon. Yesterday had been a very hard day, but she was glad that he was okay. He agreed and said that he thought he would die. Thanks to the wet raccoon he caught with the hanging trap he created, he didn't have to starve to death in such rain. She said with a smile that unfortunately, she was already dead. He remembered what happened earlier and thought that at that moment his mother decided not to stay in this world. He was able to stop her thanks to the effect of the skill Charm Death. Maybe because she had already died, or perhaps she was afraid of the shock of losing her own son. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he promised that someday he would bring her back to life. However, until then, she should not think about disappearing. She said with a smile that she would always be with him. He looked at her and thought that he would definitely return her true smile. He looked from the bed, called the bone monkey, and said that it looked like they hadn't found him yet. They all had to get started. They needed to get ready. A multitude of skeletons gathered in the room, and he said they should begin their meeting. He thought that although he was the only one who could speak, it would be boring to talk alone. He said that today at sunrise, the Baron and his knights, High Priest Golden, and his subordinates would begin searching the forest to find their hideout. The hunters would not report the hideout's location, so there would be no responsibility. The Baron would be searching in the wrong places for a while. The immediate enemy would be the hunters, those who knew about this place, so they would have to fight about 30 bodies. If there are only 3 opponents, then it seems that will be enough. He looked at the undead with a slightly worried look and thought, but in reality, how strong are these monsters? He said that he wanted to wrestle with its bone arms. He and the bone monkey got into an arm wrestling pose. He finished the countdown and was able to defeat this monster. He was shocked by what happened and asked, "Is this some kind of joke?" At the same time, Orbi quickly walked through the forest, loudly called out to his comrades, and said loudly that they needed to get ahead of the knights. They calmly followed him and said that he should calm down, because even if the temple knights are the best, finding this woman's refuge in such a large forest is not as easy as it seems. He walked ahead and asked, "They will be careful, right? He doesn't want them to be eaten by a bear or a monkey until they get rich." One of them called him, which made him angry, turned around and asked loudly, "What is it this time?" His comrade pointed to the tracks on the ground and asked, "These are the tracks of a large monkey, right? And this is a bear track, right?" He started examining it and said that something is wrong here. If it were monkeys and a bear, then these would be deeper tracks. He feels that this track is too small. Besides, a bear has fewer toes. His ally asked, "What is it then? Has he ever seen something like this in this forest?" He refused and said that there is nothing like that in this forest. They have been hunting in this forest for a long time. They know better. He started to leave and said that he still sees tracks of only a few animals. Orbi quickly ran ahead and said loudly that they must go faster. If the child dies, then their money will be lost. He reached the house in the forest and said loudly that they must go here. There can be no mistake. The hunter looked at the things scattered on the ground and said that these things had been scattered some time ago. He became worried about this and said loudly that there was no way the knights could get ahead of him. He started to run away. The hunter loudly called his name and asked what he was doing. He stopped because he heard a loud roar and the ground began to split under his feet. He started to slide down, hit his back against a tree, and the hunter loudly said that he should get up quickly. He saw a large creature that crawled out of the ground and asked loudly, "Is this an earth golem?" The hunter pointed to the side and said loudly that this was not all. He had to look at it. They were very surprised when they saw many skeletons rising from the ground. Orbi was very scared because of this and loudly ordered to retreat. He tripped over a taut rope and fell to the ground. The hunter turned to him and loudly asked what he was doing. At a time like this, there are people who trip over garbage. He looked back and said loudly that he thought it was trash, but that's not it. He thought it was a snake, but it was ivy, moving on its own. The hunter began to attack the ivy with a knife and loudly asked, "What the hell is that?" A frying pan flew at him from behind and hit him on the back of the head. He fell unconscious, and his allies were wrapped in vines, and they looked in horror at the golem moving towards them. After that, they were tied to trees with vines, and Orbi tried to say something. The main character came to them, sitting on the back of a skeletal monkey, and with a serious expression said that everything was successful. He looked at it with a shocked expression and thought, "Such a child can already command the undead? He can't believe it." He looked at them and thought that, as he thought, although this undead is weak, from the outside, it looks quite terrifying. It's good that they turned out to be such simple-minded idiots, and not the vigilant golden. He tried to say something but noticed that they didn't understand, and thought that they needed to establish a dialogue first. He used magic to create a golem from the earth, and it approached the tied-up Orbi. He closed his eyes in fear, but when he noticed that nothing had been done to him, he looked down. On the ground, he saw an inscription. They must remain still and answer questions. After that, he removed the vines from their mouths, and they loudly asked what he wanted to know. They would tell everything if only he would spare them. They would not tell anyone about this place, if only he would let them go. He looked at them and thought that, as his mother said, people in this world also understand Japanese. Earlier, Darcia said that in order to resist the armies of the Dark Lord Guderanis, the god of heaven and creation, Zervan, summoned 7 heroes from another world. These heroes taught their people martial arts, the skills to create powerful weapons, and they themselves fought bravely at the head of their troops. Finally, after a difficult battle, they defeated and sealed the evil. MC was reading a book and asked if they were the ones who passed on the language and writing to them. She agreed and said that after the victory, they stayed to live here and taught them the language of their homeland. He was currently using magic and thought that those heroes were obviously from Japan. He himself was a reincarnated Japanese, so there was nothing surprising about this. Although Japanese is spoken here, it seems that hiragana and katakana are the most common. After all, in order to read hieroglyphs, you need to be well educated, so this remains the privilege of the aristocracy and merchants. He wrote on the ground that he should tell him about Baronet Bostero. Orbi read it and said that he came to power 10 years ago. He is very ambitious, but otherwise it seems he has not distinguished himself in any way. He looks like an ordinary aristocrat. He wrote on the ground that they should tell about his knights. The hunter said that there were only 5 knights. The rest of the soldiers were simply recruited from the locals. They were quite trained, but did not look very strong. Maybe he wanted them to deal with them? With him, it would be an easy victory. Vandalieu wrote with a calm expression that they should simply answer questions. They should tell him about Golden and the clergy. They said that the high priest and his waves were not always in the city. They returned here about half a month ago. They hung up posters about a witch and her vampire child. He noticed that these words angered him, and he said loudly that he meant his esteemed mother and him. Indeed, this high priest is known as a vampire hunter. The warriors he brought are the elite of the church. The hunter said that he is very different from ordinary clergymen with his strength and passion. He has already executed many, both vampires and their servants. He heard that among them there were also vampires several centuries old. Their strength is not inferior to the power of B-class mercenaries. The second hunter said loudly that this is why he should team up with them. Together, they will be able to fool them. They can be useful if he spares their lives. He looked at the skeleton monkey, and this monster freed him from the vines. He stood up, loudly thanked it, and said that they will be good allies. He can rely on them. Of all the archers in the city, he is the most. He did not have time to finish because the skeleton grabbed his head. Orbi looked at this with a worried look and loudly called for Johann. The protagonist climbed on him while the skeletons were holding him, and he loudly said that he would do anything for him, if only he would spare him. He bit him on the neck, and the hunter began to scream loudly in pain. After that, he called the skeleton monkey and said that he should pat his back. He let him go after biting him and writing on the ground that he told them to just answer his questions. The remaining hunters, with very worried faces, began to nod frantically. He thought that Rainbow Sword, their leader Heinz, was still a teenager but had already reached B-class. He was a careerist who had already earned 2 titles. The other members of the group, although C-class, were also strong and talented. If we take Golden into account, there was no way he could handle them now. The hunters asked loudly, "Isn't there anything else he wanted to ask? Maybe he should let them go then?" He turned to them and walked up with his undead with a serious expression. Orbi, with a worried look, asked for mercy and to let them go. He was about to say something else, but the vines immediately grabbed his head and pulled him back. He looked at them with a serious expression and asked, "Do they have fiancés wives, or small children. After they destroyed a mother who had just given birth to a child, what did they want to tell him? Their fate is already sealed. They will become food. In 2 months, Golden hit the monster on the head with a mace and loudly asked why they only encountered goblins. A priest approached him and asked if this Dampier had been taken by his father a long time ago, or if he had died under the rubble in that cave. Why were they still here? He stood with his back to him and said that the hunter who had handed over the Dampier to them and his team. He had said earlier that they had gone hunting and still hadn't returned. 3 local seasoned hunters had disappeared without a trace and their bodies had never been found. Doesn't he find this strange? The priest looked at him and asked if he thought this was the Dampier's revenge. However, he was only a newborn, right? He loudly said that it was by no means impossible. There is a known case of a 3-year-old Dampier destroying a team of D-class mercenaries. If we let him go now, it could lead to big problems in the future. The priest said that they can't search this entire forest alone. Even Baronet has already recalled his men. They haven't let anyone into this forest for 2 months, and the residents of Efwesia, deprived of resources, are starting to express dissatisfaction. Golden was about to object, but he called out loudly and said that there are many places where he is more needed. Vampires are still lurking in the darkness and continue to attack people. How much more time can we waste in this forest without finding a single clue? He lowered his weapon and said that they will leave this place the day after tomorrow. He looked at the sun and asked where that Dampier went. After some time, MC stood outside and said that he loved the sun. He thought that it had been a long time. He never thought that this old man would last here for 2 months. 2 months ago, Darcia asked if it wouldn't be better to get out of this forest as soon as possible. He refused, saying it might be difficult. After all, she had warned him that people would recognize him as a Dampier at first glance, so they shouldn't approach their settlements. He thought she had explained that they were in the central part of the Bangaya continent, in Milga, which is the border territory of the Amido Empire. The Alda Church has a strong influence in this region, so vampires and their ilk are considered unnatural and dangerous creatures. Mercenary guilds are constantly opening contracts for them. He said that once they leave this house, they will lose their safe haven, won't even be able to sleep peacefully, and will quickly become exhausted. She agreed with this, and asked, however, whether they would be able to hide until the hunters give up. He said that he couldn't guarantee it, but he had an idea how to hide without being found. First, he needed to deepen the cave by creating earth golems, then fence off the entrance with them. He would scatter broken furniture and utensils in front of the house and disguise the cave as if it had collapsed. The ghosts of the hunters he had killed came to him, called him Lord, and offered to be friends. He looked at them and wondered, are these the ghosts of the hunters he had killed? Because of his ability to control death, the ghosts liked him, even if he didn't want it. They walked around him with happy faces and said that he could command them anything. They were his loyal servants. Bandulio became angry at their behavior, shouted, and said that it was disgusting. He used magic to direct their souls into the golems and said that he would find work for them. To prevent the deepened cave from collapsing, columns were needed to support the ceiling. He directed them to different parts of the cave and ordered them to stand there forever. He went further and said that great, now they can deepen the cave even more and create an inconspicuous air pocket, and then he will return to camouflaging the entrance. A few days later, he looked at the walking golems and said that he had already deepened the cave by 50 meters. That's it, they can wrap up this public works. Now they will definitely not be found. Since he can see in the dark, lighting is not needed. There are enough supplies of water and food, so there should be no problems. Half a month later, he looked at the worm in his hand and thought that the supplies were almost depleted. He swallowed it, but immediately vomited. He noticed water flowing from the cave wall. Suddenly, the water began to flood the cave and thought that he needed to turn off the water. Several times he thought he would die, but somehow he survived it all and got out again. He began to cry and said that he would never again live a life in which the happiest event was catching a mole. Although the pursuers were gone, he was still too small to leave here and set off on a journey. He still needed a lot of sleep and could barely walk, so he wasn't fit for long journeys. Until he completed his preparations, it was best to continue hiding here. He began to look around and wondered how High Priest Golden and the Rainbow Sword mercenaries were faring. They couldn't even think about dying until he killed them personally. Vanduliu sat down on a stump, looked at the skeletons he had created, and said that they should begin their special training. He thought that whatever he decided to do, he needed to prepare for battle. He was cursed and couldn't get stronger himself, so it was worth trying to strengthen his servants. He was about to say something while the skeletons stood before him, awaiting his order. He felt a little confused and wondered how he could train his bones at all. Running, but they had no heart or lungs, and there was no point in even pumping up their endurance. Strength training was pointless, because they had no muscles either. Martial arts were also questionable. He decided to try teaching them how to use weapons. A skeleton took a bow and started hitting another skeleton on the head. The protagonist approached it, hit its head on the leg, and it fell to the ground. He thought it was hopeless. How could he even strengthen these things? He remembered about experience points and said that waves during battles and training, farmers at work, blacksmiths creating new weapons, they all earn experience points. However, how do the undead do it? He noticed a monster coming to them and said that it was a goblin, the weakest monster in fantasy. This is what it looks like in reality, so it's not impressive. He ordered to seize it, and all the skeletons immediately ran towards him. He watched their battle from the side and said that since the undead are also monsters, they can certainly earn experience points by killing people. However, if they start doing this, they will come to the attention of mercenary guilds and they will have to flee. He doesn't want to return to this miserable underground life again. The skeletons knocked the goblin to the ground and he ordered them to kill him. They did so, and the system notified him that his skeletons had reached level 2. He was pleased with what he saw and said that this meant the undead could gain experience by killing the living. His attention was drawn to the fact that the system notified him that he had reached level 3. He was surprised by what he saw and thought, but the curse remained, right? Maybe he got some of the experience points from his undead? After all, when he killed animals for food, and when he killed those hunters, he didn't gain any experience. According to the curse, he can't earn experience for himself, but his servants can? Is there such a simple loophole in a divine curse? It's so simple that it's even suspicious. Maybe there's some kind of trap? True, the god who placed the curse on him was stupid and irresponsible. It seems there's no point in thinking about it. Maybe the curse on skill learning can be dealt with somehow. The monkey poked his finger in the shoulder. He turned around and asked, "They want to know what to do with the goblin?" Of course, it would be possible to make him undead and replenish his army, but he thinks it's better to focus on quality, not quantity, so it's better to just bury him. He called the skeletons, whom he summoned, and said that all their bones were intact and in place, so he would train 5 of them especially. He's counting on them. After some time, the skeletons, along with Spirit Darcia, were sitting by the fire, and MC came to them. She called him by name, and said that she congratulated him on his first birthday. They began to hum a festive melody, and the bird skeleton hung a necklace with a tooth around his neck. He thanked them all with a small smile, sat down in front of the fire, and began to eat. She looked at him with a slightly upset expression, apologized and said that if she were alive, she would cook something delicious. He turned to her and said that she had nothing to apologize for. He was already happy. He remembered how in his first life a man called him Hiroto and asked, "By the way, today is his birthday, right?" He agreed with this, and he asked with a serious expression, "What is this greedy look? In the future, he will have to live alone. If he gets used to all the holidays as a child, he will turn out to be a weak and spoiled adult. He understands that, right?" He agreed with him, and now he said that he is used to the fact that he should not count on cakes and gifts and even congratulations. So this is the first birthday that he really celebrates. Not only his birthday, today they celebrate many good things. For example, he can finally talk. He couldn't cast spells out loud and had to spend extra strength on it. There's no need for that now though. Since he mastered the reverse spell skill, he can cast nonverbal spells with a normal amount of mana. Before, he had to spend a huge amount of mana just for them to work at all, and the effect was still half as strong as usual. Darcia looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is that true? That's remarkable." She'd never even heard of such a skill. Vanduliu continued eating and said that he probably mastered it because he had to use nonverbal magic for so long. In addition, his bone companions had risen to level 100 and their class in the monster ranking had improved. Previously, they were all considered just animated bones, but now they were bone animals and skeletons. She happily agreed and said that now they could leave this forest. He refused, saying that it was too early. Of course, they were already strong enough to take revenge on the people of Ephesium, but that wasn't the problem. After all, they wanted to find a city where he, a Dampier, could live safely, and it would certainly be a long journey. Of course, his bone servants had become stronger, but for mercenaries, they could still die in one blow. So starting tomorrow, he plans to hunt local bandits. She happily said that this was the right decision. She was very surprised when she realized what he said and asked what he meant by hunt. The protagonist continued to eat calmly and said that recently the undead had stopped receiving experience points from their usual victims. Bandits would probably give more experience than forest animals and monsters, plus they would be able to take their loot. In this world, killing a criminal and taking his things is not considered a crime, right? She said loudly with a worried look that it could still be dangerous. This is a job for D-class mercenaries. He calmly said that she should not worry. It would be a surprise attack. Besides, he had a couple of ideas about where they were hiding. After some time, in the hut, the man loudly called out to his allies and said that they could drink alcohol today. Tomorrow they would escape from here, so they should get rid of all the excess food and alcohol. The criminals ate and drank alcohol and asked, by the way, why they decided to move so abruptly. He had heard it himself. Other gangs in the area had been disappearing one after another lately. Rumor had it that the local lord had hired a punitive detachment to maintain order in these lands. At the same time, the protagonist was looking at this building from a cliff and heard their loud laughter. He turned around, called out to a ghost named Sam, and asked if these were really the bandits who had killed him. He agreed and said that it was definitely them. He called him Lord and said that he was asking for revenge for him and his daughters. He began to cry and said that he was asking for retribution against these bastards for the pain his burned children had experienced. He looked down with a calm expression and said that he had helped him find their hideout and that he could rely on them for the rest. They should give them what they deserved. He began to remember the past and said that over the past month they had dealt with many bandit gangs. Their leader is a former soldier. His henchmen are also well trained and carry weapons not just for intimidation. Like other weaklings, they can and will fight. However, they have prepared for this day, so they can begin. Several bandits were standing on the watchtower and said that they got a lot of loot today. Tomorrow everyone will leave here, but they were still put on guard duty. There is nothing in the area except wild animals and wandering goblins. Frankly, guarding here is a waste of time. It is too boring to just sit here and do nothing. Why don't they go back to the party and have a drink? He did not have time to finish because 2 guards were killed by arrows, and they were surprised by what happened. The one who shot was a skeleton standing next to MC, and he praised him for a job well done. The bandits noticed this and loudly said that they were attacked. They should all take their equipment. One of them looked to the side and loudly said that they were coming straight here. 2 skeletal animals reached their settlement very quickly, broke down the fence, and attacked the bandits. They were very surprised when they saw this and loudly said that they were undead. The monsters attacked them. Their leader took his halberd and loudly said that they all should remain calm. Against such an enemy, crushing them with axes and maces would be more effective than using swords. They should hurry and change their weapons. They agreed and loudly said that it was as expected of the boss. This was quite reasonable, since he was an experienced soldier who had faced creatures such as skeletons and zombies. He loudly said that there were only a few first and second level monsters there. They were no match for them. They should go and crush them all. One of them swung his axe and loudly said that he would smash this monster into small pieces. However, the third-rank bone bear turned to him and let out a loud roar. He was confused by what happened, and the monster grabbed him with its hands and began to eat him, while he screamed loudly in pain and fear. The third-rank bone monkey jumped and landed in the crowd of bandits. The monster spun around and hit 2 of them with its hands. After that, it abruptly ran up to another bandit and grabbed him with one hand. He killed him with one hand, and this greatly frightened the people who saw it. The third-rank bone wolf very quickly caught up with one of the fleeing bandits and began to bite him, while he screamed loudly in pain. The third-rank bone man also came to their camp, threw his bow aside, and drew his sword. He attacked one of the bandits, who tried to block his attack and with a surprised expression wondered what kind of terrifying power it was. The monster killed him with its next attack and let out a loud scream. The bandits were very worried about what was happening, loudly called out to the boss and said that these creatures were different from ordinary second-tier monsters. They were no longer able to hold them back. He had to help them. Their boss looked at what was happening with a dissatisfied expression and thought that they were a crowd of useless idiots. However, he had to admit that he didn't stand a chance against these monsters. Even if he could defeat one, the rest could still attack him. Given their situation, perhaps he would just let them deal with his subordinates and find a way out. He loudly said that none of them should waver. They must stand firm and crush them all. His allies continued to fight the skeletons, and he ran to the cart and thought that if he hurried, he would have time to reach the merchant's cart and escape. Vanduliu stood next to him, ordered him to rise, and created a stone wall in his path. He turned around abruptly, looked at him, and wondered if it was possible that this child alone controlled those undead. The ghosts of the girls those bandits had killed appeared next to him. They remembered how they had come to their house earlier, which had really scared the girls. They tied Sam to a pole, and he, looking scared, asked them to stop while they tore off their clothes and did horrible things. After a while, one of them held one of them by the hair and asked the boss, "Doesn't he think they went a little overboard? How about selling the 2 of them?" He started to leave and said that they could do whatever he wanted. He wasn't going to sell them to the slave market right now. For them, they were just toys to play with, so he would leave the cleaning to them. The bandits poured alcohol on them. One of them said goodbye to them and said that he hoped that they could be good sisters in the afterlife. They threw a torch at them and left, laughing loudly because of what they did. Currently, the protagonist looked at the trembling ghosts who were standing next to him. He called the bone bear, and this monster quickly came to him. The bandit boss asked him to stop and said that he understood everything and surrendered. He understands that he is no match for him. However, he doesn't have other people as allies, does he? His undead are strong, of course, but it would be nice to have a human under his command. He can be of great help to him. So what does he think about this? Will he accept this deal? He stood in front of him and said that it was true. He wanted to become an ally of humanity. However, he doesn't believe that trash like him, who abandoned his comrades, will be of any use. He started to leave, called the bone bear, and said that he must kill it quickly. The bandit boss loudly asked him to wait and said that he didn't want to die. He turned to him and asked why he didn't go and tell those he killed. The bandit boss didn't hear this because the monster killed him, which bothered the skeleton. He didn't pay attention to it, started to walk away, and thought it was stress in some way. He still wasn't used to talking to people. His attention was drawn to the fleeing bandits, with a bone bird next to them. They were focused on escaping, didn't pay attention to it, and pushed the second-rank bone vulture off the hill. MC caught him and said that no matter how hard he tried, he still hadn't developed any combat ability. Since he has no feathers, he can't fly like a bird, so he's quite unhappy. He noticed that the skeleton was sad about this and said that it was okay. He still had a chance. If he got enough experience points and raised his rank, maybe he would still be able to fly. This encouraged the monster, and he said that it seemed like all the main things had already been done. He needed to go and see if there were any survivors. He used his life detection skill and thought that there was an echo of human life under this small house. Souls said that there were no more than 21 bandits here, and he also sensed 21 bodies around the area. He asked if anyone had recently entered this house. The bandit boss refused and said that it wasn't one of their men, but a merchant they had captured a few days ago. He had heard that he was a member of a very wealthy family that lived in Viscount Maggio's territory. The ransom for him was incredibly high, so they let him live. He said with a thoughtful look that it was unpleasant now. After that, the merchant sitting in the dungeon heard sounds and wondered, is someone coming here? However, why can't he see the candle light? He heard footsteps next to his cell and asked, is someone here? He apologized and said that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Vandulu used the spiritual flame skill and created fire in his hand, which surprised him very much. He jumped back and loudly called out his ghosts, and he, with a calm expression, said that he was still alive. The bandits who kidnapped him were killed. He will now release him and asks not to tell anyone that he ever met him. The merchant called him, but he did not pay attention and thought that he understood that it would be safer to simply kill this man and hide the evidence. However, this guy is just an innocent victim. Killing him is committing a crime. If he does this, he will sink to the level of those bandits or freaks who tormented him in the past. Besides, someday Amemiya and his fake heroic comrades will also be reborn in this world. He will not give them the opportunity to kill him in the name of justice. The merchant followed him and thought that he could not believe that a Dampier child saved him. He was sure that he would die, but in contrast to his appearance, he seemed like a good child. He exited the building and thought that, overall, he was glad that he managed to get out alive. He was very surprised when he saw skeletons that killed a crowd of bandits. The skeleton raised its head and let out a loud cry, which greatly frightened the merchant. He looked down when the protagonist said that he forgot to tell him something. If he dropped even a word about his existence, those skeletons would come for him, so it was better for him to keep quiet about what he saw here. After some time, he entered the house and said that, as expected from the largest bandit group in the area, they have a lot of good items. Judging by the past fight, they should blame themselves not for poor fighting skills, but for the lack of proper patrolling. Darcia called him and asked if he didn't want to escort this merchant. At the same time, the merchant was escorted to his horse, and he said that about that, it seems that skeletons can do it themselves. He had already returned all his things to him, and he even gave him a horse, which would be enough for him. He's just a stranger. She, with a slightly worried look, said that he seemed right. He looked at the food with a hungry look and said that, by the way, these bandits definitely knew how to eat properly. Maybe he should cook this and treat himself? She, with a serious expression, loudly forbade him and said that she would not allow this to happen. He was still a child of 1 year old, and this was dangerous. He said that, however, he didn't think dried meat and stale bread were good food for his stomach. Since his jaw was somewhat stronger than a typical child of his age, he could still eat it. He thought that, or rather, he had done more dangerous things than cooking before. She was still unhappy and said that she had forbidden him. What if he got burned? He said that he used water and heat extraction to cool it down. This made her think, but she called his name loudly and said that no matter how much magic he could use, he was still a child. So he had better do what his mother said. Did he understand that? He agreed and asked her for forgiveness. After that, they came to the cart and MC said that they should load their loot inside and head back. Darcia called him and said that he had given him the horse. They only had this cart. He said it was no problem. He had already thought about it. He turned around and asked who he should choose. Sam came up to him and asked him to leave it to him. He turned to him, called his name, and asked if he wanted to do it. He agreed, and said that during his life he had experience as a driver and horse trainer for others. When it came to carriages, he was sure that no one could compete with his experience and knowledge. He looked at him and said that he understood. He was glad to hear it. He looked at this ghost and thought that, considering that he was still unable to maintain a form similar to his appearance in life without his help, his will was extremely strong. The fact that he had become their ally might be the greatest benefit they had gained from everything that had happened to them. The ghosts of his daughters stood next to him. He bowed and said that he had helped them carry out their revenge. They will try their best to repay this debt. Vandali looked at them and said that, I understand. Then he relies on him. He agreed with a joyful smile, after which he used his magic to infuse his soul into the carriage. It began to move thanks to this, and Darcia said that it was amazing. He looked at the carriage and asked how it felt. Sam said that it was not bad, no problem so far. He could control the carriage as if it were his own body. He began to actively move from side to side and said loudly that they should see, He could even spin like that. In that case, the master should take seats. He got into the carriage with his mother and the skeleton and said that they should leave. After some time, the servant poured wine into a glass and said that he congratulated him on his promotion to baron. Baronet laughed and said that he should not rush so much. It had not been confirmed yet anyway. The servant said that he was just being modest. The only thing left was a summons from the imperial capital, and the title was already in his hands. Thanks to the execution of that witch, the Dampier's conquest was confirmed. He agreed with a smile and said that after the execution of that stupid woman, everything was going very well. This year's wine exceeded all expectations. Besides, he heard that problems with bandits and social order were decreasing. Even the problems with diseases were solved. It seemed that luck was on their side. The servant agreed with him, but at that very moment they heard loud sounds when the protagonist said that he must destroy it. Immediately after that, the outer wall of the castle began to crumble, which attracted the attention of the guards. Suddenly, the wall began to collapse and form a huge golem. The guards were very surprised by what happened and loudly asked, "What was that? What happened there?" The walls were transformed into a huge golem. He can see it anyway. He shouldn't just stand there, but do something. The guard told the captain that, however, it seems that this thing is not going to attack the city. It started to leave from here even if they tried to do something about it. The captain loudly asked this idiot, "He does understand that this is the outer wall of the city, right? How will he protect anyone from enemies without an outer wall? Or will he just let bandits and monsters attack them?" The guard refused, looked at the golem and asked, "Even if they wanted to, how could this be stopped at all?" The captain was about to hit him, but thought about it and loudly said that they should just go. At that moment, a worried servant entered the office and loudly apologized. Baronet was sitting at the table, looked at him and asked what all the commotion was about. He loudly said that it was urgent. The city was under attack. They heard loud sounds, which scared him very much, and loudly asked what it was. An earthquake. The servant became worried about this and loudly said that he needed to run away from here first as quickly as possible. He and the servants ran out of the building and it began to turn into a huge golem. He was very surprised by this, but managed to react and ran away from the place where the golem had stepped. He fell to the ground, looking very frightened, and clutched his head, trembling with terror. He calmed down, then raised his head and looked at the golem, who began to walk away. A servant ran up to him and loudly asked, "What's going on here? Where did all the knights and adventurers from the guild go?" He said that even the guild's quest was turned into a giant golem, so the situation there is very confusing. Moreover, the wine and the wine cellar were also turned into golems. Even the export wines, everything was gone. He was shocked by what he heard, fell to his knees, and began to list what he had lost. MC stood on the roof of the building with the skeletons and said that everything seemed to be going well. He thought that every night he snuck into the city and created golems, waiting for this to happen. He spent a lot of time creating these golems. When the preparations are complete, everything becomes much easier. It is nice to see how perfectly the plans are executed. He called his mother and said that she should see. The people who laughed at her are now running in fear and despair. Darcy appeared next to him and said that she was grateful for everything he did for her. He worked very hard, didn't he, for this fitting revenge? He looked down and thought that it was true. If it were Heights and Golden, he would have just killed everyone in this town. They deserved it for everything they did to Mom. But why was he leaving them alive? He said that he didn't know how long it would take for her to be revived, so the people living here would also have to recover, that's all. She agreed and said that, however, this time he was giving them another chance. She was very proud of him. She reached out to stroke his head, but remembered that she was now a ghost and looked at her hand. She still stood in front of him and began to stroke his head with a smile. He remembered the past and thought that as Mom had said, however, for those freaks who killed her, it would not end so easily. As for them, he would take their lives with his own hands. He called the bone bird and said that it was time for them to go. Thanks to his promotion, his skeleton turned into a phantom bird, grabbed his hands, and flew to a cart parked near the city. Sometime later, Darcia recalled the past when she was walking through the desert with her husband, breathing heavily. He turned to her, called her name loudly, and asked if she was okay. She apologized, and he said that everything was fine, they should rest a little. In this heat, even a healthy man had difficulty moving, not to mention her condition. They sat in the shade, and he looked at her with a slightly sad expression. He said that it was more likely that he should be the one apologizing. He should have taken care of everything earlier. He promised her that even at the cost of his own life, he would definitely protect her and the child. She laid her head on his shoulder, thanked him, and said that she hoped that everything would be fine for them. They would find a quiet place where they could peacefully live out the rest of their lives together. He agreed with a slightly confused voice and said that they could handle it. He called her by name with a smile and asked, by the way, what would they name the child? Currently, they were riding in a carriage, and she said that there are 4 generations of vampires in this world. The first, born from the union of the goddess Vita and the hero Zakhart, are the true ones. However, all of them have long been exterminated and forgotten. Next are the direct heirs of the true ones, the purebloods. The children of the purebloods are called nobles. Finally, the bitten ones, servants of the nobles and purebloods, are the lower ones. The higher the vampire in this hierarchy, the stronger he is. They all have in common a fear of sunlight, magical abilities, and also a thirst for blood. Vanduliu asked, so his father was a lower one and served others? She said that his father was born a human and was, as he admitted, a thief from the slums before being bitten. He remembered how she described his father and thought that he expected something more interesting. Darcia said that the main thing was not who he was, but what he was like. He also had an immunity to sunlight, which set him apart from the others. He asked, so he inherited his father's genes, and that's why he wasn't afraid of light? She said that was quite possible. His father had achieved a lot in the service of a purebred vampire. He collected information for him, and was something like his right hand. That's when he met her. She began to blush, remembering this, and said that she was very surprised when he came up to her and spoke. He was so handsome, and she fell in love immediately. He thought with a calm expression on his face that she had somehow easily fallen for a stranger. A few months later, a new life appeared in his mother's belly. This did not please his father's master, who condemned interracial relationships, which, according to him, spoiled the purity of blood. So he decided to execute them. However, they escaped. It was not difficult because they moved during the day while the other vampires hid with the first rays of the sun. However, over time, it became more and more difficult for her to move. Besides, he began to get tired, constantly protecting her. Still, she misses that time. Then all this did not seem so sad. On the contrary, they were happy. Earlier, Darcia asked if it was too early for a name. They didn't even know whether it was a boy or a girl. Valen said that he still wanted to shout this name when he or she was born. In short, they should just come up with 2 names. How about trying to combine their names for this matter? She agreed and asked if they would use half of their names. He happily agreed and said loudly that he had thought about it too. They held hands and he happily said that they even thought alike. She said that if it was a girl, she suggested naming her Varsia. He agreed to this and said that if it was a boy, then they would take half from his name and hers. After some time, they came to a settlement. It started to rain, and he said that they needed to find some shelter. However, they met 3 people who took out their hidden weapons. Valen loudly called her name and said that she should run away from here. Darcia, looking worried, said loudly that she would not leave without him. He refused with a serious expression and said that they could not escape together. They needed to buy time. He would delay them, and she must save herself. She said that however there were 3 of them, and he was alone. He, looking very worried, said loudly that he was asking her to run away from here faster. Although she did not want to leave him alone, but thinking about the child, she began to run away from here. He thought with a small smile that everything would be fine. At least she and the child would live. He ran to those killers and thought that she should take care of their child. In the present, the protagonist said that's how it was. She agreed and said that he died protecting them. However, she escaped and settled in this forest. Then she gave birth to him and said that she was so happy they became parents. Their boy was born healthy and rosy. She remembered how Valen said that he still wanted to shout his name when he was born. In the present, she asked with a smile, did he like the story of his name? He agreed with a small smile and said that it was a wonderful name. She said with a smile that she was very happy and was sure that his father would be happy. What were they talking about? It seems about vampires, right? He looked at her with a slightly sad expression and thought that he noticed that she was forgetting herself more and more often. Her memory was gradually deteriorating. Unlike Sam, who died with a sense of unfulfilled duty, Mom seemed ready to leave for another world, and now her consciousness is slowly crumbling. His magic keeps her sanity, but he needs to quickly take care of her new body. He was surprised when he heard the loud cry of a monster, and Sam asked the master for forgiveness. MC looked out of the cart and asked, were there goblins again? He said that it seemed he ran over one of them. He looked down and said that he again did not receive experience from its death. They need to find a new way to level up. Darcia said that she thought he was already strong enough. Usually, people gather a whole party to kill a goblin. He agreed and said that, however, their goals force them to constantly evolve. If so, they need to find a way to do this. A few days later, he said that he could spend a few nights in the Dark Elf settlement. Darcia said that it was unlikely that they would let him there. He doesn't have any proof that he's an elf's child. He agreed thoughtfully, saying that his skin color wouldn't inspire confidence. Okay, he'll think of another place to spend the night. Wait, if the people pursuing the Dampiers are Ald's followers, wouldn't it be better to go somewhere where they're not held in high esteem? She happily said that wasn't a bad idea. Then she would suggest heading towards the kingdom of Orbom. The enemies of their enemy are their friends. Perhaps the attitude toward Dampiers is different there. He looked at her and asked if she was sure about that. She said that she had never been there herself, so he should decide for himself. She had only heard that monsters and giants ruled that country. Maybe he won't be prejudiced. He thought that there were no guarantees, of course, but it was no longer safe to stay here. He should at least try. He said that he should at least try. He asked if she was ready to go to Orbom then. She agreed, and he said that it meant they should leave tomorrow morning and make a short stop in the meantime. He asked to be woken up at dawn. Sam agreed, but noticed a man walking towards them and loudly asked who he was. Vanduliu looked at him and said that everything was fine. It was a wandering soul, probably attracted by his enormous destructive power. The man said that it sounded a bit presumptuous. However, he was wrong. because he was not a wandering soul at all. He was a famous spy and informant, by the way, ready to share some interesting data. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked what other interesting data. The ghost said that he was spying for the good of the Empire, but was killed returning from his mission and did not have time to report the results. He leaned towards him, started crying, and said loudly that he had to ask him. It was a secret of national importance. He could share it. He begged him to ask about it. Otherwise, he would never be able to rest in peace. The protagonist, looking confused, agreed and said that he could tell about it. After that, the ghost, looking happy, thanked him and said that it was time for him to go. He went to heaven and said goodbye to him. Darcia approached him, called his name, and asked how many times she had told him not to talk to strangers. He turned to her and said that there was a problem. The spy reported about the approaching war between the Empire and the Kingdom. She was surprised by what she heard and was about to ask something, and he said that for everyone they were just strangers. In the current situation, the soldiers will not sort things out but will most likely just attack them. There is no longer any point in moving east. He asked Sam to change course to the south. If it's not possible to cross the eastern border, then it's worth trying to go to the wildlands and from there to Orbam. He thought about it and said that it could be quite dangerous. The landscape and the inhabitants of this land are too capricious. Even all kinds of adventurers avoid this territory like the plague. Rumor has it that the legendary Zakart died in this place. MC said that it was still better than constantly running from Imperial soldiers. He said that he was probably right, so he listens and obeys. They went there, and he thought that in this way they turned towards a deadly wasteland called the Devil's Nest. After some time, the cart stopped, and he asked why they stopped again. Darcia said that something probably happened. He leaned out, called Sam, and asked what happened there. He told the master that he should look here. He saw a brick arch and said that it looked like a pile of useless bricks. He told the master that this was a dungeon. This is usually what they call a monster's lair, where they live away from the world and this magic. Most monsters live in the wastelands, but sometimes they settle in human territories. He asked with a calm expression, "So that means they're already close to the wastelands?" She said that wasn't necessarily true. Otherwise, there would be a lot of different monsters here. This is just a small stronghold outside the main nest. The monsters from the dungeons are comparatively weak. Vandulia asked, to put it simply, many not very strong monsters live inside, right? Judging by how overgrown everything here, no human has set foot here. That means it's still inhabited. She hung upside down in front of him and loudly told him to stop. She knew what he was getting at. It was a dangerous place, and she wouldn't advise him to go there. He said with a calm expression that he understood, but this was a great opportunity to level up. If they defeated weaker enemies now and became stronger, then there would be fewer dangers awaiting them on their subsequent journey. She said thoughtfully, that seemed to be true. Sam called her and said that they would have to agree with him. Since he had already decided everything for himself, they could only make his adventure as safe as possible. She said that she understood this and relied on him. She called her son by name and said that he should listen to him, since she was unlikely to be able to help him. He said that she should not worry. His squad had never let him down. She turned to the skeleton with a smile and said that then she asked him to take care of him. After that, the cart went inside, and he thought that this dungeon would belong to them. Inside this dungeon, they began to kill a crowd of goblins, and Sam loudly said that such a crowd of goblins was still a lot for the first room of the dungeon. Honestly, he did not expect such resistance. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, looked ahead and said that they could handle it. Darcia asked with a slightly worried smile why he had gotten involved in this. 14 goblins, just at the entrance. This place had probably been untouched for years and was quietly expanding until their arrival. Sam asked, what kind of dungeon was this? Quietly expanding. They needed to stir things up. She said that in this world, you can find forgotten but inhabited dungeons. MC said that he could understand if no one paid attention to them due to the weakness of the monsters inside, but sometimes such places only existed because of the laziness of people who didn't want to clear them out. Sam continued to crush the goblins and said that he was certainly right. He increasingly noticed that he didn't think like a child at all, but he wasn't going to ask uncomfortable or personal questions. However, in front of strangers, he should be a little more reasonable. Darcia said that he had always been like this. It was all about his previous lives that he had forgotten about. He looked at her and said with a slightly displeased expression that they should stop this already. He would try to act like a child sometimes so as not to arouse suspicion. By the way, he had long wanted to ask him not to call him Lord. He agreed and said that young Lord, that sounded more correct. He looked like a newborn, so that would be more correct. Vanduliu said that he misunderstood him. She looked at him with a smile and said that he was so modest. He still seemed to be disgusted by this title. Sam called her mistress and said that that was it. He understood her. However, he must be sure that if the other spirits could speak, they would address him the same way. He thought that unfortunately his daughters had lost their speech forever, gathering their voices in a scream of dying madness. The protagonist called him by name and asked if they could help in any way. He said that it was unlikely, but he had already helped them find peace, and therefore he would continue to call him his lord. He was about to say something else, but a bone monkey approached him, which really scared him, and he loudly asked what the commotion was about. He started praising him and stroking his head. Sam asked, or maybe he would like him to act like a fellow monkey? He looked at the skeleton with a confused look and imagined it. He didn't like it very much. He refused and said that the young master was suitable for him. Darcia apologized and said that she had reached her limit for today. They should look after her son. She patted him on the head and wished him sweet dreams, and he did the same. She returned to the bone in his hand, and Sam told the young master with the power of his mind that he, like no one else, understood the bitterness of his loss and would do everything to ensure that none of them experienced it again. He thanked him for this, and they moved on. They stopped in front of the stairs. MC looked ahead and asked, "Is this the next room?" "Those damned steps again." He called the young master and said that it was his fault. The skeletons were holding the cart and slowly lowering it down the stairs. He looked down and thought that the biggest problem of this dungeon was not the enemies, but the stairs. He hoped that it would stay like this. While they were descending the stairs, a large monster was sitting on a throne in the corridor further on, which was the final boss of this dungeon. He looked down, noticed the poisonous frogs of the second level, and asked if they had encountered monsters again. He ordered an attack and said that this was getting a little boring. However, they still had no choice. He loudly called Sam and said that they should begin. He called the monkey, the bear, and the skeleton and said that they should attack. He loudly agreed with the young master and said that he should fasten his seatbelts. They very quickly descended the stairs and crushed the monsters that stood in their way and stopped when the stairs ended. Vandulyu said that the frogs did not put up much of a fight. He apologized to him and was about to say something, but Sam laughed loudly and said that he loved crushing monsters. It was embarrassing to admit, but he really enjoyed it. He said that everything was clear with him, he just had to not overdo it. He told the young master that everything would be fine. Where were the new enemies? They all went further into the cave together, and he said that in the meantime they were already on the 4th level. It seemed like some kind of cave. He looked down with a puzzled expression and noticed that hands began to crawl out of the ground. Undead crawled out from under the ground, and he loudly said that there were quite a lot of dead people here, at least of the 3rd level. Sam loudly said that it was disgusting. He hated the dead. The protagonist looked up, called him by name, and said that he had bad news for him. He agreed with the young master and said that he understood that there was no need to remind him about it. It seems they are in trouble. The monsters are advancing. He looked at this with a calm expression on his face and said that it was time to back up a little and think about a plan. Unexpectedly for them, the undead stood in 2 rows, letting them go further. He was surprised by this and told the young master that he did not understand anything. He looked at the undead and asked if they could proceed freely. All the monsters threw their weapons on the ground, and he said that they could calm down. Sam asked if he was sure about this. Maybe it was a trap? He said with a calm expression that he did not feel any danger at all. They went on, and he said that it was amazing. He suppressed the will of so many dead with his presence alone. MC said that most likely it was, although he did not even expect the spell to work. By the way, now is the time for a snack. He asked if he was going to do it right here. He agreed and said that there were only undead here, which meant they were safe. He started looking for something in the bag and said that he wanted to boil this juicy toad leg. Darcia appeared behind him, and with a serious expression on her face said that she had forbidden him to approach the fire. He was scared because of this, gave it to the monkey, and said that he knew it. Today, he would be the cook. She said with a kind smile that she did not mind then. The monkey sat in front of the board, tried to make a fire, but it was not working. Sam called the young master and asked if he could help with his infernal flame. The monkey was upset because he said that, unfortunately, it was not effective in the dungeons, where it was difficult to absorb the sun's heat. After some time, the monkey finally managed to make a fire, fried a toad's paw and gave it to him. He thanked the skeleton for it, began to eat, and said that it was a little overcooked but still tasty. It was even tastier than raw blood. Sam said that now he doubted that it was edible at all. Vandulyu turned to him and asked, "He used to be a butler, right? He is sure that he ate well in his time." He said that frankly this is not true. They did not live in luxury, although they lived in a real palace. But they did not complain. They were truly lucky up to a certain point. His family, he, his wife, and 2 daughters, all worked for the same aristocrat. It was the most wonderful time and he could not even dream of better. Alas, soon his wife fell ill and died. The same disease took the life of their master. Therefore, soon their services were no longer needed and they had to move to the city. They, however, did not despair and hoped for the best. Unfortunately, during this journey, they were suddenly attacked by villains. He already knows everything else. He decided to shelter them and save their souls from oblivion. The protagonist called him by name and asked why he was sad. Sam apologized and said that for some reason he was overwhelmed by memories. However, he is happy because they again had a meaning in existence. He even likes being a cart. Monsters approached them and wished them good luck in a friendly manner, and he thanked them for the welcome. He looked to the side and noticed a chest standing nearby. He came closer and asked what it was doing here. Darcia flew up to him and said that he should be careful. It could be dangerous. It could be a trap. It is impossible to know for sure unless you check. First, the chest needs to be unlocked, but this is often quite difficult. He said with a calm expression that he will find out everything about it now. He directed magic into this chest and ordered it to rise. Thanks to this, the chest in front of him opened with ease. Sam watched this from the side and told the young master that it was very clever. Animating and subjugating the chest, making it your ally, is an interesting way. MC took a bottle of liquid from the chest, looked at it and asked what it is. It looks like poison. He called out loudly to the young master and said that this was not poison, but an elixir. He looked at it and asked, "Is this a healing potion?" Darcia agreed and said that it was a very useful thing. He also had a very high-quality mixture in his hands. He looked at her and asked, "Does she understand this?" She said that she knew a little about it. It's all about the color. The brighter it is, the richer the potion is, and it is quite well preserved. He loudly told the young master that such an elixir could be sold for at least 10,000 amida. Even among the aristocrats, it would be a rarity. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "How effective is it?" She said that he wouldn't be able to grow a new arm with it, but it would deal with almost any wound. It would also restore stamina, mana, and rid one of curses, diseases, or poisons. Vandulyu said that he had a real treasure in his hands. It's no wonder everyone is so eager to get into these dungeons. There are so many wonders here. She said that luck isn't always so strong. Often, adventurers only find worn knives and useless accessories, while treasures like the one he found are a real jackpot. After that, they continued on and stopped. He looked out of the carriage and asked where the gate in the middle of the dungeon came from. Something seemed off here. Darcia looked at it and said that it was probably the boss room. The strongest mob always lives at the bottom of the dungeon. He asked with a slightly worried look if it was worth going there. Each of his warriors was at least rank 4. However, they hadn't even fought, so they had no idea of their strength. Sam called the young master and asked if he wanted to turn back. The protagonist looked away and said that it would be strange since they were already here. They should try to fight and at worst, escape. He called the bear and was about to say something, but at that moment, the door to the last room of the dungeon opened in front of them. He was a little surprised by this and saw a group of monsters walking towards them. Sam saw this and said loudly that this was animated armor, empty armor that was possessed by spirits. He looked ahead with a serious expression and said that they were not bothering him. They should take a closer look. They saw a huge monster that let out a loud scream. Darcia was very surprised when she saw this skeleton general and said that they could not defeat such a monster. This interested him. He jumped down, which surprised him very much, and he loudly asked the young master, "Where is he going?" He stood in front of this huge monster, and his skeletons ran towards him very quickly. Unexpectedly for everyone, the general knelt in front of him, and MC said that it was very kind of him. His skeletons simultaneously fell to the ground due to surprise at what had happened. She said with a joyful look that he had subjugated the general himself. He looked at the large axe that the dungeon boss had given him and said that, however, he could not simply accept his gift. He called the skeleton and said that he was asking them to accept this shield and axe, which they had gotten from the bandits. The skeleton general took it with a slightly confused look, and he began to use magic and said that, however, that was not all. He directed a very strong energy at this monster, which greatly surprised his allies standing nearby. When he stopped directing this energy into the monster's body, its appearance changed, and it became General Black Skull, rank 6. Sam was very surprised by what had happened and asked loudly, "Did he level up? What did he just do?" Vandalay looked at this and said that now he was satisfied. The upgrade had worked. He looked away and thought that he didn't even know he could do that. It was worth trying it on the others. He looked at the monsters in the room and said that, by the way, attaching the soul to the armor was actually a good idea. This way, the ghosts would get a stronger material body and would even be able to hold weapons. This should increase their combat power. Sam said loudly that this was very reasonable. He was asking him to use the souls of his daughters. He was a little surprised by this and asked if he really wanted this. He agreed and said that it was still better than nothing. He understood that Salia and Rita would not be serious support in battle, and they weren't very good maids either. However, they could at least help with the cooking. He really asked him about this. He looked at him and said that he shouldn't say that. It's not a problem at all. You just have to find suitable armor for them. He was very happy about this and thanked him for it. The protagonist approached the general and said that he wanted to inspect their chests, if they didn't mind, of course. He pointed to a door that led to a room where there were several chests. He opened one of the chests, took out an item, and asked, "I wonder what this is, a steel bra." Sam said loudly that it looked like magic armor. All of it was parts of one steel suit, naturally, made for sophisticated ladies. It seemed to him that this was exactly what they were looking for. He asked with a slightly confused look. Maybe it was worth looking some more? He thought that this was a rather poor choice for daughters. He stood in front of him and loudly told the young master that they had waited too long. He turned around and said that he would do it, but then he shouldn't complain. He used his magic on 2 sets of armor and imbued them with the souls of his 2 daughters. Sam called their names, and he stood nearby and said that it seemed like in a few levels they would be able to speak to him too. However, even in a fantasy world, he didn't expect to find bikinis and leotard-style armor. He called the young master and said that those were strange names for armor. MC said that it seemed that this fashion hadn't reached their world yet. He looked to the side and saw his spirit, who was looking at it with a joyful smile, and said that it wasn't so important now. After some time, a crowd of adventurers descended into the dungeon and reached the skeleton general. This monster let out a very loud cry and threw several of them back, and they cried out loudly in surprise. One of them looked at this monster in surprise and wondered, what's wrong with this monster? Its level is definitely not appropriate for this dungeon. He turned to his comrades and loudly said that they cannot give up. They must try hard. They must attack together. He gave the order to attack. The mages attacked from a distance and he ran forward. He dealt a very powerful blow with his sword, and together they were able to defeat this monster. After the victory, they sat on the floor to rest and said that she thought they were definitely finished. This is a very strange place. There was no one on the upper floors, but starting from the 3rd floor, there are plenty of high-level monsters. They had to retreat and regroup more than once. However, they succeeded, which means it's time to divide the reward. He's counting on some very valuable items. One of them said loudly that this couldn't be. They all had to come here. Their leader turned to him and asked what had happened. Had he already started examining the chests? He should wait and let them get their share. The man sitting by the chests said in a surprised voice that there was nothing here. He asked with a puzzled look, does he mean there are no legendary artifacts? It doesn't matter. There should be plenty of other valuables in this place. He said loudly that it was completely empty. There were absolutely no items or artifacts either. Their leader was very surprised by this and asked loudly, how is this possible? This can't be. Did he check everything for sure? He said loudly that he had looked everything over. There was nothing useful here. The adventurer said that it looked like someone had been here before them. The leader said loudly that this was impossible because they had destroyed the boss. How could someone take possession of his treasures without defeating this monster? His crew members were upset and asked if maybe there had never been anything here. He knew it was an unpleasant explanation, but he simply couldn't see any other option. Their leader became very angry about this and began loudly cursing the dungeon and its treasures. At that moment, Vanduliu sneezed loudly, and Sam called the young master and asked if he had a cold. He wiped his nose and said that it was more likely that someone was saying something bad about him, although he didn't believe in such things. Next to him, Celia and Rita were practicing their weapon use with a skeleton. He looked at it and said that, by the way, an interesting choice of weapons, a spear and a halberd, although it was quite complex, considering that they had only recently begun to adapt to their new shells. Maybe they should improve their movement skills first? He looked at it too, and told the young master that they seemed to know what they were doing. He said that was his opinion. Then fine. If they feel uncomfortable, it's better to change weapons to something simpler. He saw that they continued training and said that they didn't seem to care. Sam said with a smile that they were very involved in the process because they wanted to become stronger and therefore more useful to him. The protagonist, with a slightly confused look, asked if he was glad of their attitude, but wasn't it a dangerous undertaking? They already had enough fighters, and he wasn't forcing them to replenish their ranks. He told the young master that their battles could hardly be called dangerous because without a body, they didn't get wounded. He agreed with this, called them by name, and said that he asked them to come to him for a minute. He had an interesting thought. They both approached him, and he directed a very strong energy at them. They were surprised by this and fell to the ground after what he did. Sam asked, what just happened? It was the same spell with which he leveled up the skeleton general. He agreed and said that he was trying to give them some of his power. He can't explain it yet, but something went wrong. He asked, what is the difference between the last time and this one? He said with a thoughtful expression that it seems they are missing something. They just have to wait until they level up on their own. Celia grabbed the hem of his robe and they looked at him with confused looks. He looked at them, sitting on the cart, and said that they were asking him to try again. They felt something. MC said that he will try again after they gain a few levels on their own. He will help when it becomes difficult for them to develop. They should go back to training. He climbed into the cart and said that now it is time to get down to business. He turned to him and asked what kind of business he was talking about. He sat down and said that he would try to make nut juice from what they collected yesterday. Darcia said that it was quite simple. First, you just need to lightly roast the nuts, then cool them and peel them. He approached the frying pan when the golem finished roasting the nuts, used heat absorption, and extended his nails to peel them. She looked at it in surprise and said that he had the same claws as his dad. They didn't even need a knife. He quickly peeled the nuts and said that he had recently learned to release it, It seemed like this could be a useful skill in the future. She asked if he already had any long-term plans. He thought about it and said that he was going to become an adventurer and even a nobleman. Perhaps even not the last person in this world. She was surprised by this and said that it was quite ambitious. However, doesn't he dream of something more? Vendulu didn't understand her and asked what she meant. What could be more significant than becoming the ruler of the entire world? No one would dare harm him anymore. Social status, power, it will be their shield. She agreed with a confused look and said that she understood him. What after he defeats all the villains? What will he do then? He thought about it and found it difficult to answer, which made her think that she had thought so. He said that he would just enjoy life. She asked how this would happen. He said with a thoughtful look that he would get a family, success, and wealth. She asked with a confused look, so her child wants a lot of money? He refused and said that he did not want mansions or luxury. He did not want to live too lavishly, but he meant that he also did not want anything. They want to live a free life. He remembered his first life when he was sitting in class and the teacher said that they should pay attention to page 24. The main character accidentally dropped his pencil on the floor, and the student sitting behind him picked it up. He thanked him for it, and the student said loudly with a smile that it was surprising that he had written so much on this pencil. The teacher asked them to calm down, and he extended his hand and politely said that he was asking for it back because he didn't have another pencil. He was surprised by what he heard, and he said that he was serious. He had to use the pencil until there was nothing left. He couldn't afford to buy a new pencil, so he asked for this. He refused to give him the pencil, handed him a new one, and said that he should take this. The great hero dub was on this pencil. However, he had a lot of such pencils at home. He also apologized for me making fun of him. He took the pencil and thanked him for it. After some time, he returned home and was doing his homework with a smile, using the new pencil. His guardian came up and snatched the pencil from his hand. He asked with a serious expression on his face, "What the hell is this?" He said with a worried look that a friend gave it to him. He broke this pencil, threw it in the trash, and loudly called them stupid toys. Immediately after that, he hit him hard in the face with his palm, causing him to fall to the floor. He said loudly with a very angry expression on his face that he forbade him to waste time on stupid toys. What will happen to him when he dies? He is an ungrateful freak. He will die the next day after he is gone. He understands that, right? MC apologized and he loudly asked what he was apologizing for. He started throwing things out of his backpack and loudly asked if he was hiding his toys from him. He better give it here so he can throw it all away. Currently, he finished making juice from the nuts, and Darcia patted him on the head, praised him, and said that he was such a good boy. He looked at her and said that maybe he would still reconsider his views on the future. However, first, he wanted to get to Orb as soon as possible. She said with a smile that there was no need to rush into it. After that, he got into the cart and they rode on. He sat inside and said that for some reason, he was shivering. Perhaps winter was coming soon? Sam was driving the ghostly horses and said that there was still plenty of time before the cold weather set in. It had most likely gotten cooler because they had finally reached demon territory. It looked like it would only get worse. It would be difficult to cross this area until spring. So he suggests settling down and hunting a little. He hopes that they will also hunt villains. Besides, he has pumped up a bit since the last dungeon, which means he is ready for revenge again. Vendulu noticed that he has become a third-rank ghost carriage and said that he has really become stronger. Moreover, somehow more material. His spirit is in excellent shape. He was glad about this and loudly asked the young master, "He really thinks so?" Although now his spirit is not only a human body, but this entire carriage as a whole. He heard someone scream, asked him to be quieter, and asked if it was a woman's scream. He hesitantly agreed and said that the air smelled of fresh blood. Perhaps the bandits attacked some girl? Sam was sitting with his back to him and asked the young master what he would order. He thought that he was not sure if they had enough strength. Besides, it was unknown how many of them were there, considering the possibility of reinforcements. He knew that he wanted to help her, but the decision was his. He loudly called the vulture, and the skeleton immediately flew up. He called the young master, and he said that he should calm down. First, he should scout out the situation. Suddenly, he began to see what the vulture saw, and said that he saw a girl on the ground unconscious. There were 5 men around her. One of them tore the girl's dress, and the protagonist, with a serious expression, said that they were heading forward. There was no need to leave anyone alive. Sam turned to him with a small smile and said that he obeyed him. He approached him and said that the chance of victory was not very high, but still, they had no right to leave the girl in trouble. However, if she decided to tell about them, he would personally kill her. He called his comrades with a serious expression and said that they should gather. The time for justice had come. Earlier in the forest nearby, the girl named Zadiris, who had been attacked, stood in front of the other 3 girls and asked if they were ready. As she said, they would continue their herbalism today. 2 of them agreed, and she called Bilda and said that she did not look well. Did something happen to her? She said that she just felt uneasy because they were so close to the border of the demon territory. Why don't they hold the lesson closer to their village? She said that she understood her emotions. However, what if at some point they have to leave their shelter? In that case, it would be better if they knew the world around them. She agreed with a slightly surprised expression and said that she was right. She said with a smile that she must pass on her knowledge to them, so that their kind could continue to prosper among this strange world. Now they understand why this is so important to them. They all agreed with this and called her chief. She was about to say something else, and they said with happy faces that she was so cool. She wanted to touch her. They should look at her beautiful eyes. She was so cute. Maybe it was a bit disrespectful, but isn't she sweet? She was indignant about this, started waving her arms and loudly said that they actually had a lesson. They turned to her and apologized, and Zadiris sighed and thought that they were so frivolous. What were they even thinking? They needed to spend more time on discipline and teach them self-defense. They should talk to Vigaro about this. Bilda called the chief and asked if it was time for them to start the lesson. She agreed, pointed to a plant nearby, and said that they should look. For example, this plant is often used in healing. If you fry the root of this plant correctly, you can get a good tincture for colds. They should remember this well. They agreed, and she said with a kind smile that they should continue. By the way, here is a mushroom that boars hate. She heard a branch crunch under a bandit's foot, turned around sharply and began to growl loudly. One of them fired a bow, but she managed to dodge the arrow. The bandits with displeased faces said that they were noticed. He's an idiot. It's because of him that they were noticed. They came out of the bushes and loudly said that they needed to immediately surround them. They needed to act faster, otherwise they would run away. Zadiris looked at them with a surprised expression and thought, 5 bandits at once? Usually they don't appear at this time of year, but these ones, apparently, were pursuing them from the very beginning. They don't look like ordinary rogues. She began to concentrate a large amount of energy around her body. The bandits noticed this and loudly said that they needed to act. He is advancing, using charms. Is this what he was talking about earlier? They quickly pulled out the nets that were thrown at them, but the girls stepped forward and used magic to throw the net back at them. Zadiris released a burst of bright energy, blinding all the bandits. The sorceresses let out a sigh of relief, and she told them with her mind that they had to run away from here quickly. They started running in the other direction, and the bandits began to recover from the last spell. She ran very quickly toward the bandits and kicked one of them. The girls turned to her and loudly called out for the leader, and she, with a serious expression, told them with her mind that they didn't have to worry about her and just leave. One of them loudly called out to Bilda, who looked at what was happening with a worried expression and said that it was an order. They needed to call someone for help as soon as possible. She agreed, and together they began to run back to the village. She cried because of what was happening and thought that perhaps now they had no other choice but to run away. She asks her for forgiveness for their weakness. The bandits looked at them and said loudly that they could still catch one of them. Wouldn't it be better to try to capture 3 than 1? Their leader refused and said that they would easily get lost in unfamiliar forests. Besides, the one who stayed behind was supposedly a powerful sorceress. They would get more for her head than for all 3 of them combined. They can't let her escape. Zadiris started running away from them and thought that great, she managed to take them on. She was breathing heavily from fatigue and thought that if she were younger, she would kill all 5 with one attack. However, now she didn't even have the strength to hide. She didn't expect this from herself. The archer tried to hit her, but he couldn't do it. She looked back and thought that she was almost caught. She would have to maneuver. She jumped to the side, but stumbled on the edge of the cliff. She couldn't keep her balance, fell down and rolled for a very long time along the rocky terrain until she landed at the very bottom. She couldn't move because of fatigue and her injuries, and thought that she wouldn't be able to escape. It seemed this was the end. However, everything was not so bad. She still managed to protect her tribe. Vigaro will be a better leader than her and will definitely not let her down. The girls are not yet able to protect themselves, but she hopes that after training, they will become stronger. Her time has come. The bandits came to her, laughed, and asked if she had had an unfortunate fall. Sooner or later, they would have caught her anyway. Zadiris closed her eyes and thought that this was the end of her path. There was no point in continuing to fight. She would never win anyway. Her deeds had come to an end. Such was her fate. The bandits approached her, flipped her over onto her back with their foot, laughed, and said that they should look at this beautiful girl. He is right. Although he prefers older ones, he doesn't care. Such a beautiful girl will fetch a high price. Slave traders like to pay a lot of money for the most delicate goods. They will have a great time for this money. She became very angry about this and loudly insulted him. Their leader looked at her and said that it was amazing. She also understands them, although he expected nothing less from her. They will roll in wealth. Zadiris began to growl loudly, suddenly rose up and grabbed him by the throat. She began to strangle him, and he, with a surprised expression on his face, wondered if she still had the strength to resist. She continued to strangle him with an angry expression on her face, but felt something and loosened her grip. She looked down and noticed that her body was pierced with a dagger. She fell to the ground and started screaming loudly in pain. The bandit leader held his throat and said that he almost died. One of them held her on the ground and said loudly that he should be careful with her. One of them said that they must not spoil the goods. They must make sure that she does not die, because they do not have any potions with them. The bandit leader said loudly that he remembered this. He only wounded her slightly, She definitely will not die from this. He approached her, laughed and said that he slightly grazed her. She must admit, she held up well. This blade is enchanted for triple damage. She will suffer with it, begging them to kill her. Now maybe they should pamper themselves a little? It seems they deserved it. The bandit standing nearby said that he just had to not leave bruises. The leader began to move the dagger with which he pierced her and said that she should be obedient. She understood what he wanted from her. The archer stood to the side and said that he should do it quickly. They needed to get out of this damned forest. He tore her dress, which made her very angry, and said that it was not so painful anymore. It would be even better now. She asked him to stop, but suddenly they heard a loud scream from one of them. The bandit noticed that his comrade was shot by an arrow and loudly warned the others about it. The leader turned to them and loudly asked, "Her friends have returned?" The bandit warned about the direction from which the shots came, and they noticed a carriage heading their way. They looked at it and loudly asked, "What are the undead doing here anyway? What difference does it make? They must quickly kill their archer." The skeleton fired a bow, but he dodged, grinned, and loudly declared that he was no match for him. MC, with a serious expression, said that his bow proficiency really left much to be desired. The bandit mage was about to use magic, but he immediately concentrated energy in his hand, launched it at him, and used the absorbing barrier skill. A barrier appeared around the mage, preventing him from using magic, and he asked with a worried look, "What the hell happened?" The bandit leader loudly declared that they would cover him, and he should deal with this barrier. Sam quickly galloped forward and loudly declared that they better escape, otherwise he would happily crush their heads. The bandit looked at this with a worried look and declared that this was very bad. Their leader ordered an attack, and they all jumped to the side to dodge the cart. Immediately after, he sharply turned the cart around and looked at them with a grin, and Vanduliu fell to the floor because of what happened. Immediately after, the skeletal beasts charged and collided with several bandits. A phantom bird flew up, let out a loud cry, and began attacking with multiple projectiles. A skeleton jumped out of the cart with a sword in hand and attacked one of the bandits. He barely held back this blow with his shield and asked loudly in a surprised voice, "Have these third-rank monsters come so far from the demonic lands?" He exerted a lot of strength, but still managed to throw it away a few meters away. Another bandit delivered a quick blow and loudly said that he himself did not understand it. He cut off the skeletal monkey's arm and loudly said that they could use his help. The mage loudly said that he was trying, but he was unable to use magic. This strange barrier was absorbing all his mana. The protagonist, with a calm expression, said that he seemed to have figured out how his magic-absorbing barrier worked. However, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't save him. That's because he had nothing else to help him with, no matter how hard he tried. As for his warriors, all their physical damage would hardly harm them. They lost this battle back when they lost their mage. Celaya and Rita also got out of the carriage and ran to attack. One of them tried to hit the bandit leader with a spear, but he dodged this attack. He looked at her with a confused look as she tried to hit him and asked, "What the hell is that?" He thought that this thing didn't pose much of a threat. It couldn't even hold its own weapon. This creature has no body and no head. So, are there any weak points at all? He looked at it with a confused look and wondered where he should strike. He grabbed his dagger, started to attack, and said loudly that he didn't have time, he just had to do it. With this blow, he cut her bikini, causing her to fall to the ground trying to cover herself with her hands. Sam was very angry about this, galloped towards them, and with a very angry expression on his face asked loudly, "Did he dare to hit his daughter?" The bandit leader was surprised by what he saw, and he very quickly crashed into him. After some time, they defeated all the bandits, and MC said that the cleanup was complete. He had blood flowing from his head, and he asked the young master and said that he apologized for his behavior. He let rage take over him. He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. He would heal him with his magic, and in a while, he would get better. The bone monkey and the others actually also received significant damage. However, they will be as good as new in a couple of days. However, this battle was an invaluable experience for them. They must understand that they fought a fairly low-level opponent. However, faced with a high-ranking enemy, they can lose the battle just as easily as these guys. Sam said he hoped he meant to say he decided to save the girl without even knowing the enemy's level. Vanduliu recalled several terrible things that had happened to girls he knew, and said that, however, next time they should act more carefully. He turned to Zadiris, who was in pain, and asked if she was okay. He looked at the dagger sticking out of her and thought that she didn't look so bad, but this thing seemed to be hurting her. He used a skill to neutralize the weapon's effect and wondered if the pain should have gone away. He said he would treat her wounds. Sam called the young master and said that after all, he was a death mage. He hadn't heard of such magic being used for healing. He looked at him and said that he was right. It was impossible. He started searching for something in the cart and said that he hoped he hadn't forgotten about the very elixir they found in the skeleton general's dungeon. He remembered this, was surprised by what he heard, and asked loudly, "Is he serious about this?" He didn't answer and returned to her with the elixir in his hand. He reached for the dagger, and Zadiris loudly asked him not to do this in a frightened voice. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, said that she should calm down. The pain came from the magic of this item. After he pulled it out, the pain would soon pass. He would do it quickly. He pulled out the dagger with a sharp movement and then began to pour the elixir on her wound. Thanks to this, her wound healed very quickly. He threw away the empty bottle and said that it was a really good potion. Sam looked at him with a smile and thought that if the master knew about the true value of this item, he would not have spoken about it so calmly. Sedirus sat up and he said his name and said that he could bring her hot water and a towel. He looked at her with a slightly confused look and thought that she was not even listening to him. She's probably still in shock. What should he do? At home, he would have gone to the police and his mother is still resting. Besides, it's just her soul. She just won't see it. Maybe the sisters can do something, because they are girls too. Sam confidently called the young gentleman and said that he could handle it. MC began to worry even more and wondered if he even understood what was going on here. Even 3 lives are not enough to understand women. How should he behave with a girl to whom something like this had just happened? He was about to say something, but suddenly she hugged him and started crying loudly. He was confused by what happened, started hitting her on the hand, and thought that she was squeezing him too hard. She would either crush him or pierce him with her sharp nails. He resigned himself and thought that he should remain calm and be a man. This was the lesser of the evils he was going through. He hugs a woman for the first time in 3 lives. It's such a peaceful death. When Sedirus calmed down, they rode in a cart and she said that they were incredibly grateful to him. He was her savior and the one who defeated those bandits. He also used such an expensive potion to heal her. She can't imagine how to thank him for that. Vandaliu sat on her legs with a calm expression and said that everything was fine. Sam called out to him and thought that they would soon arrive at the village. He looked ahead and thought that, to be honest, he himself was a little surprised that he saved this girl. She said that she suffered from unbearable pain for so long because of that dagger. Even for them, ghouls, who are known for their endurance, it was still too painful. He thought that this meant she used to live deep in demon territory. No wonder she almost crushed him when she hugged him. She said they even wanted to sell her as a slave. People are just terrible. He looked at her and asked, "Ghouls, are they some kind of undead?" Sam turned to them and said that when he was human, he thought the ghoul race was higher than zombies and closer to vampires. She said he was right. They have common ancestors. However, they are still slightly different. They, like vampires, are the ancestors of 2 sisters who gave birth to vampires. They are direct descendants of the goddess Vida, and not some kind of zombies. The protagonist thought that indeed, she certainly doesn't look like a dead person. He said that his mother seemed to have mentioned that ghouls rarely leave their territories. Sedirus agreed and said that it was indeed so. In any case, that's how it had been all along. However, she was too careless and fell into the clutches of those freaks. She can't believe that they tried to do this to her. Some humans are no better than filthy orcs. He turned to her and said that he found her special. It was quite possible that they had been tracking her for a long time. After all, they were chasing her from the very beginning. She should be more careful. He looked at her and asked what happened. She, with an embarrassed expression, said loudly that nothing at all had happened. She blushed and thought that his words sounded not at all childish. It made her heart flutter. His eyes made her experience some strange feelings. He was just a child. What was she even thinking? Was this really how his vampire charisma worked? She turned away and asked, "So that's what they were talking about?" It seemed like they were interested in her specifically, given her age. They needed to hurry and warn the other women in the village. He asked, "Is she talking about age?" She told him, and he asked loudly, "Is she 290 years old?" Sedirus, with a calm expression, said that finally the opportunity to get to know each other properly had arrived. She gave her name and said that she was the elder of the ghoul village. On average, they live for about 300 years, so in any case, her time should come very soon. MC said that he was sure that the bandits had no idea how old she was. She agreed and said that other races aren't very knowledgeable about them and their characteristics, since they mostly communicate only with their own kind. Females stop aging after they begin puberty. Therefore, only the villagers have an approximate idea of each other's true ages. She noticed that he closed his eyes and asked if he was asleep. He denied it and wondered how he could explain his slight disappointment to her. She asked, by the way, if she could ask him for one more favor. He turned to her, noticed that she had turned pale, and asked, "Is it something serious?" She looked away with an embarrassed expression and said that she just wanted to ask that they not mention that they found her screaming like a little girl. He, with a calm expression, said that he already thought it was something really important. Sedirus, embarrassed, said loudly that, in fact, it really was important. He agreed, and said that he hardly would have shared the details of their raid with anyone. Sam noticed silhouettes ahead, called out loudly to the young master, and said that something was approaching them. Vandaliu looked ahead and asked, "Are they monsters?" He didn't feel threatened. He shouldn't stop, and they would see who it was. When they arrived quite close, they saw strong men with the heads of beasts. She looked at them with a joyful expression and said that these guys were from their village. They pointed their spears at them. One of them loudly called out to the elder and said that they had received a distress signal from Lady Bilda. However, could they find out why she brought all these undead with her? He looked at them with a calm expression and asked, "Are these really ghouls too? They really are very similar to demons." Sam called him and said that he should listen. Males and females are fundamentally different from each other. Zadiris held him in her arms and with a serious expression said that this was their first meeting, so they should lower their weapons. This squad saved her from the bandits. They looked at him with surprised expressions and loudly asked, "This squad is led by this child? He is so small. How could he subjugate all these creatures?" The largest ghoul emerged from their crowd. She called out to Vigaro with a serious expression and asked what he was thinking. Had he really left the settlement without a leader? He said with a serious expression that she was their leader, so it was his duty, as her right-hand man, to lead the rescue party. She said that this was still an unforgivable act of neglect. He is responsible for the safety of the village when she is outside. He asked her to stop and said loudly that for them, they were still their leaders, and as long as she lived, his most important duty remained her protection. He didn't even want to hear such nonsense. What if one of those adventurers had injured her? She agreed with a slightly displeased expression and said that he should stop being hysterical. Sometimes she thought there was something wrong with his head. He became indignant about this and loudly asked what she had just said. He had a strong head. He had once even killed an orc with a headbutt. He calmed down and asked the lady, "By the way, what will they do with this child?" She said with a calm expression that to begin with, they will invite them to the village as the most honored guests and throw a feast. Is it possible to do otherwise? He loudly agreed with this and asked, however, wasn't it she who initiated the ban on interaction between them and other races? She agreed with this and said that, however, this young man is a completely different matter. They will make a small exception for her savior and throw a celebration. He was not against the celebration, but looked at the protagonist and thought that his eyes were empty and he did not understand what this child was thinking. However, he also does not feel any evil thoughts. He is amazing. However, he is sure that he is interested in what is happening. He feels a desire to be his ally. With a calm expression on his face, he said that if they are against it, then they can leave right now. Vigaro said loudly that they are glad to see them and are not at all against their company. He was embarrassed by this and asked if this was too rash. He calmly asked for his name, and MC calmly said it. He turned around and said loudly that it was nice to meet them. They should follow them. They were going back. He let out a very loud roar, which made him very surprised and covered his ears with his hands. When he finished doing this, he asked what was wrong with this guy. Zadiris said that he could ignore it. He was always like this. The ghouls went ahead and said that the chief was safe. They should meet the guests and have a big feast. They reached the village and started eating meat and drinking alcohol. Vigaro called Vanduliu, handed him a skewer with meat, and said that he should try it. It was incredibly delicious. She looked at him and asked, "Isn't this what they ate originally? He should stop this." He thanked him with a calm expression and said that he would refuse. However, he had already eaten. He could enjoy it with the others. He thought that, of course, he was pleased with his sincerity. But he couldn't take it. He remembered the bandits and thought that he couldn't take it because it was made of those guys. He saw their ghosts and mentally asked them to leave. He thought that when he came to the village, he didn't think that it was so similar to a human village, excluding the fact that they were demons. Vigaro continued to hand him a skewer of meat and loudly said that he shouldn't be shy and just eat a piece. This food was divine. Zadiris called his name and said that he should stop bothering him. Besides, he was a vampire. He only needed to drink blood. He didn't eat it. He was upset about this and said that he understood it. The girls approached them, called the elder, and said they wanted to talk to the savior about something. They all gathered around them, and she said that these girls were the youngest in the tribe. She had taken it upon herself to train them. Bilde stroked the protagonist's head, and he thought that they really did look young. However, she looked even younger than them. Although she was over 200 years old, it was no wonder she was captured. She picked him up, hugged him, and said with a joyful look that she was grateful to him for saving the elder of their village. The other girls also approached him and said that he was so cute. His hair like a lion's mane. He had beautiful multicolored eyes. Zadiris, looking worried, called them and said that they should not be so rough with the savior. They pulled him in different directions, and he, with a calm expression on his face, wondered, did these girls like him? Finally, he found a peaceful place. He laughed, and Bilda held his legs and asked, "It looks like he's having fun, right?" One of them called out to the savior and asked if he could touch her belly. She wants her children in the future to become as strong as him. She turned him over, said her name, and asked if she could name her child after him. MC looked at her and thought that even if they looked young, they were either pregnant or already had children. He silently thought about it, and she asked why he went silent. He didn't like the idea. After some time in the carriage, Darcia, with a surprised expression on her face, asked loudly, "Are they going to live in this village all winter? Did something happen?" He sat in front of her and with a calm expression on his face told his mother that nothing happened. Ghouls are undead, descendants of the goddess Vita, just like vampires. She said that's why she's worried. He can control the undead, but they don't. He doesn't know when they'll get hungry, and at any moment, he could become their food. He said with a calm expression that he thought everything was fine. Compared to humans, living here was much better. She calmed down a bit and asked, however, was everything really okay? Just live in the demon village for as long as possible. Bandoliu said that in any case, if they wanted to cross the mountains, they'd have to wait until next spring. Zadira said that they could stay here as long as they wanted. Besides, she knew quite a lot about magic. He thought it would be a good idea to learn from her until spring. Darcia asked with a worried look. However, if he wanted to learn magic, wouldn't it be better to join the Mages Guild in the Orbom Kingdom? He said that he didn't think that was a good idea. An adventurer's soul told him that to live in human territory, he needed a guild card, or ID. To get this card, he needed to register with the Adventurers Guild, which would allow them to know everything about him. She asked calmly, "What's wrong with that?" The protagonist said that in other words, the guild would receive information from his status, including information about death magic, which doesn't exist in this world, as well as the curse that God had placed on him. He also had an idea how this would end. In the worst case, he would become a test subject again, making it dangerous to study magic in the kingdom. She looked a little worried and said that he should be careful, however. If he sensed danger, he should flee immediately. Sometime later, he came to the village and was again surrounded by girls. Bilda asked what happened to his clothes. It looked like he just wrapped a piece of rag around himself. He politely said that he asked not to say anything about his clothes. He made it from what he found in the bandits' lair. He looked at them and thought that, to be honest, it seemed to him that ghouls preferred to walk around naked. It seems that they also care about their appearance. He looked at himself and considered himself too wild. She thought about it, and after a few seconds, with a happy look, said that she could make clothes for him, although she only knows how to make women's clothes. But he looks like a girl, so it seems that it will suit him, right? He refused, thanked her, and said that he prefers clothes for his gender. A ghoul came up to him and said that then she could do something with his hair. If you make a woman's hairstyle, it will be very cute. He refused again. Another girl came to them and asked what they were all doing here. They turned to her and said that Bastia had returned. Bild immediately ran to her and with a happy look asked what they were having for dinner. She looked into the bag she brought and asked, "Is that a goblin again?" She said with a calm expression that she should stop complaining since it's hard to catch anything else at this time of year. She looked at MC and asked, "Also, what is that? It's not a ghost, is it?" Bilda put her hand on her shoulder with a happy look and said that even though he looked like that, he was very strong. After all, he saved the elder. She was surprised by what she heard, walked up to him, and he looked at her muscles with a surprised expression. She said with a small smile that so he was the guy who saved her mother. She was very grateful to him for that. He was surprised and said that no thanks were needed. After that, they came to the kitchen where she started cooking the goblin. He took a small piece of meat, bit off a small piece, and swallowed it. She looked at him and asked if he liked it. He looked at it with a serious expression and thought that, for a start, this strange purple-blue meat did not make him hungry. Besides, the taste of it was too bland. Although the aroma was not that bad, he could not say that he liked it. He did not know how to tell her about it, but still tried his best to smile and said that it was very tasty. She became embarrassed because of this and asked loudly, was he serious now? What had he even eaten before? Nobody here likes it. Did he know that? Vandiliu thought that she was the kind of person who spoke frankly. He should tell her the truth. He said with a confused look that he meant that it was tastier than the frog's leg he ate before. She patted his head with a worried look and said that everything was fine. He was only 1 year old. He still had plenty of time ahead to enjoy delicious food. He shouldn't worry about it. He asked with a calm expression, why do they continue to eat goblin meat despite its disgusting taste? She said that it's because it's impossible to find anything else now, so they have to eat it. Goblins are different from the local wildlife. They don't hibernate, so they can be hunted at any time. Besides, if you marinate the meat in gobgrass juice, it can be stored for a long time. That's why they called it gob gob. She was a little surprised that he didn't know about it. She thought that people hunted goblins all the time. He agreed and said that, however, they didn't hunt goblins as food. She was a little surprised by this and said that people were strange because they didn't hunt to eat. She also needed to have time to clean up here. Otherwise, she might be late for training. He looked at her and said that he thought she only did the eating while the other girls cleaned here. She said that all this is done by a woman with the lowest status in the tribe. That's why she hunts, cooks, and does everything else. He was surprised by this and said that he heard that she was one of the best warriors in the tribe. Besides, her mother is. He didn't have time to finish because she said that in the village, men decide everything. When a child is born, its fate is already predetermined. Women are required to study magic, and it doesn't matter who it is. Although she fights well, her magic is very weak. He knew that she had never given birth yet. He thought that it seemed like other people in her place would be very angry. She said that it would be nice to become a mother. That way she would have more time to train and would be relieved of all her responsibilities. He asked why she was so eager for this. Bastia smiled and said that she liked strong personalities, so she strived to become stronger. However, becoming very strong was still quite difficult for her. He continued eating and asked with a puzzled look why that was. She asked, isn't Isn't it obvious? She's already 25 years old. Usually ghouls get pregnant much earlier. She's too old for this, even to become an adventurer. She noticed that he was looking at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is something wrong?" He said that he thought she was thinking about it too much. She was still young. Besides, she was very beautiful. She smiled and said that she was glad to hear that. She thought for a moment and said that although he was still too young to have genetic material, he was very surprised by this, spat out the meat, and she asked loudly, "What happened?" He choked on the meat. "Is he okay?" He stopped coughing and said that everything was fine. He was just shocked by what she said. She remembered something and said loudly that her mother said that he could use unknown magic. Does he have magic that will give him genetic material? She leaned towards him and asked, or magic that will allow parts of his body to grow. He loudly refused, and she walked away from him with a slightly sad look. After some time, Zadiris asked if her daughter had said something like that to him. She apologized for that. The protagonist said that, however, she was her daughter after all, and it was difficult to accept their age difference. She looked at him thoughtfully and said that, however, she was more shocked that he knew the meaning of that word. He was embarrassed by that and thought that he was a 1-year-old boy, and he shouldn't know that. He said that it was nothing special. She looked a little worried and said that, to be honest, she shouldn't have forced her to get pregnant. He looked at her and asked if that was even necessary. She said that it wasn't entirely true, but as he knew, humans could choose a partner for that. However, it was very difficult for ghouls to get pregnant, so if they didn't take it seriously, they would die out. He asked, so they didn't know who their father was. She said that wasn't always the case. In Bosdia's case, she knows her father. He asked, who is it? She said it was Vigaro. Ghouls usually can't have children at her age, which is probably why she remembered. They were celebrating the victory over the kobolds and drank so much that there was no alcohol left in the village. So they drank a lot, and when she woke up in the morning, she remembered the previous night. After that, she had Bastia. He should be more careful with alcohol and not drink as much as they do. MC looked at her and said that he would remember this. She said that, however, now the time for stories was over. It was time to return to the main topic, the study of magic. First, she wanted to know what kind of magic he knew. What kind of spell did he use on those adventurers? He decided to show her this spell and created the same barrier a few meters away from her. He turned around, and Zadiris loudly asked him to wait and asked how he even cast spells like that. He didn't say a word. He said that he just had the skill to cancel chance. She looked at him and asked, is he joking? For that, he must be at least a high-level mage, or maybe he's a genius, or he needs to be a legendary demonic monster. But still, a boy who recently turned 1 year old has this skill. What could she even teach him? He said loudly that he doesn't know where he got this skill from, but at the same time, he has absolutely no knowledge of magic. He can't say what spells he knows, he just uses it, and that's it. She was very surprised by this and asked, does he even know that he is very strange? She listened to his story and asked, is death magic a new element? Does it really exist? If he has it, then it really exists. If you think about it, this is the first time she sees the magic he knows. The main question is, what can she teach? To master magic at such a level, it means he manipulates death magic as well as non-elemental magic. He turned away from chasing a butterfly and asked, what kind of magic is this? She was even more surprised by what she heard and asked loudly, does he not know this? It's basic magic. He said with a calm expression that he already told her that he is a self-taught mage. She took a deep breath and said that then they should start with non-elemental magic. Right, she needs to know how much mana he can use. His training time depends on this. He looked up thoughtfully and said that about 100 million points. She thought about it at first, then realized what he said and asked loudly, what did he just say? She thought that she only had 10,000 points, but this child, she said that he might forget. They will figure it out during practice. She thought that she doesn't know how much time she will spend with this boy. However, she definitely won't regret it. This is because she doesn't know what he will be able to do next time. She said that they should start then. Vanduli looked at her and said that he is counting on her. After some time, Vigaro stood on the edge of the cliff with the rest of the ghouls and said that spring is near. Almost half a year had passed since he came. He stood next to him and asked, has so much time already passed? He looked at his hand and said that his body is in good shape, perhaps because he finally ate meat during this period. He feels stronger than before. He is grateful to him for the magic that preserves food longer. He said that it is the preservation of freshness of death magic. He is grateful to all the ghouls for their help. Besides, he also ate it. He put his hand behind his back, began to scratch his hair and said that he ate a lot. He poked his head out of his hair and said that it tickled. He looked at him and asked, by the way, how are things with Bastia lately? It seems that he likes her. The protagonist looked at him and asked, is it so noticeable? He is sure her physical beauty is worthy of admiration. By the way, he also has a strong back. Vigaro said that he will pretend that he did not hear anything. He thought with a thoughtful look that it was a pity that he was still a child. If he were an adult, they could offer him several girls from the village so that he would stay. Earlier, he came to Zadiris and loudly asked if she really still trains with him. She was surprised because of this and said that he should not shout like that. Of course they are training. He growled and said that he understood it. So that means that he won't be able to leave at least until spring. Maybe he will stay until summer. She said that she doesn't know that. It is not for them to decide. He said with a slightly upset look that he is a good guy, so he hopes that his training will bear fruit. However, when he learns magic, he will leave. It is such a strange feeling. She started laughing out loud because of what she heard, and he turned around and asked loudly what was funny about it. She calmed down and said with a smile that it was just rare to hear something like that from him. How could one not laugh here? He got angry because of this and said loudly that if he knew. He did not have time to finish because she said that she understood his feelings and she would also like this little boy to stay with them. However, someday he will still decide to leave and nothing can hold him back. Currently, several ghouls were fighting against a crowd of kobolds. One of them said loudly that they should kill the guy with the bow. That's not true. They need to kill the ones with the cane first. Vigaro said that they were having a harder time than he expected. He wanted to finally get the meat they had been missing lately. MC asked if he was going to help them. He refused and said that the students needed real combat experience. Besides, these guys were no longer a problem for them. Rita and Celia attacked these monsters using the halberd technique, single flash, and the Naginata technique, double strike. She called out to Rita and thanked her for her help, but she said that she could leave the right side to her. Sam sat nearby and said with a smile that he never thought he would be able to watch his children grow up even after death. They walked on and met a third-rank kobold. She attacked this monster, but it blocked her blow with a shield. However, another kobold ran towards her, who was about to attack her. Celia ran up to them, swung her halberd and struck one of them over her sister. They both attacked the remaining monster, but it blocked their blows. A ghoul approached the monster from behind and dealt it several very quick blows. Immediately after that, they ran after the remaining monsters and loudly declared that the meat was running out. Vigaro watched from the side and said that it seemed the time had come. He was attacking the kobold leader to finally break their fighting spirit. He could have eliminated the small fry from the start, but that was unnecessary. Suddenly, the kobolds let out a loud howl, and Celia loudly asked what that just was. Rita, surprised, said it was a summoning. He watched from the side and said that it looked like this was their last resort. Then they did too. Vanduliu looked out and said with some surprise that someone was coming. At that moment, a 5th-rank kobold leader entered the battlefield. He made a loud sound, and Vigaro said loudly that they were ready. This enemy is stronger than the rest. The ghoul standing nearby wanted to offer to call the protagonist, but he refused and said that they could handle it on their own. Or did he no longer believe in him? Unexpectedly for him, the ghoul said that this guy was unimaginably strong. He didn't think that they could win without him. They needed to unite. He smiled widely, laughed, and said that he should hold on tight. He ran to attack the kobold leader, and they both swung their weapons. At the same time, Celia and Rita stood next to each other and loudly said that they needed to defeat all these guys and join the others. She knows about it. They must finish them quickly. They looked to the side, noticed the skeletal beasts, and loudly said that they should help them. Only without spectral inspection, the training is over. All these beasts reached the 4th rank and ran in different directions to attack the kobolds. Sam stood to the side and asked, "Are you sure they can't immerse themselves in this turbulent world?" The protagonist said the ghouls were doing just fine. He looked to the side, noticed a bone bird, and said he'd like to fly freely too. He began using his magic and created several stone golems near the kobolds. These monsters attacked them, and the ghouls watched from the side, thinking it was a dirty trick. The kobold leader was distracted by what was happening, and Vigaro attacked him, laughed loudly, and said that he could afford it. MC, with a serious expression, thought he was shaking more than he thought. Does he need to hold out for a couple more minutes? The kobold leader struck with his axe, but he ducked and dodged the attack. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful counterattack using the stone slash skill. With this blow, he wounded him and loudly said that his blood was very tasteless. However, he could be sure that they would gladly cook and eat their meat. The kobold leader became very angry about this, began to growl loudly, and greatly increased in size. Vigaro was a little embarrassed by this and loudly asked, "Has he changed?" The monster struck a very strong blow, and he blocked it with difficulty. Vanduliu, with a calm expression, thought that this was bad. Now he was losing in strength to this guy. Should he use it? He remembered Zadiris using magic earlier, attacking a tree and saying it was attribute-less magic. Concentrate magical power into a sphere and hit your target with it. This kind of magic works on any enemy because it has no attribute. He started trying to gather energy into a sphere, but it dissipated. She said that ultimately he still had a lot of work to do on attribute-less magic. He looked at his hands and said that it was harder than he expected, materializing and using mana before it was affected by any attribute. She said that he had only studied death magic with attributes. Of course, it would be difficult for him to use magic without it. He was thinking about this, and she came closer, stroked his head, and said that it took her 3 years to learn it, so he had everything ahead of him, for now. He was still sitting in Vigaro's hair and thought that he had not finished preparing yet. The most reliable way he could pull off right now. He got out of there and stood on his shoulder, which surprised the kobold greatly. He collected saliva and spat on the monster's hand, which at first surprised the monster. When he realized what had happened, he became very angry about it, began to growl loudly, swung his axe, but dropped it. He weakened, lowered his hands and looked at him with a confused expression. Vigaro took advantage of this moment and killed him with one blow. He put his foot on his body, raised the axe and loudly declared that their leader was defeated. Now they were all their meat. The rest of the kobolds were very scared because of this, dropped their weapons and started to run away from there. The ghouls ran after them. Rita and Salia also ran and loudly declared that they did not have time to help him. She should go look. There are a couple more monsters there. The protagonist used magic to catch several kobolds, and a ghoul nearby said that a big catch awaited them. Vigaro called his name and asked what he did that time. He turned to him and said that he used poison. He used a spell to turn his saliva into poison and used it on the kobold. He thanked him and said that only thanks to him were they able to defeat such a strong opponent without losing anyone. However, even if it was only for a moment, he had poison in his mouth. Surely this won't be a problem? He stuck out his tongue and said that his tongue was a little numb, but since he got rid of the poison immediately, everything would be fine. Only the unpleasant aftertaste still lingered. He laughed and said that then they should make up for it with excellent meat. He loudly called the others and said that they should load the meat. Rita was dragging the kobold's body and told her father that they were counting on him. He agreed and said that they could leave it to him. However, was it right that they drank their blood? She agreed and said that she and her sister would help him later, so he didn't have to worry. He started crying and asked if there would ever come a day when he could rub their backs again. She said that day would never come. Vigaro laughed and said that when they got home, he would cook kobold meat. He was sure he would like it because it was delicious. MC, with a calm expression, said that his training had progressed as far as he expected, so he would stay here a little longer. He asked with a happy look. It hadn't even been a year since he started, right? He didn't have to worry about it. After some time, they came back to the village. They were sitting in front of the fire and he was eating meat. Zadiris was sitting next to him and said that if he ate well, he would probably even grow. He asked with a calm expression, will he be like Vigaro? She imagined it, looked away with a confused look and said that it was possible. Bastia said that she had heard that he had been actively swinging an axe since childhood. If he started training now, then by the time he was 3, he would definitely be like him. He approached them and asked, were they talking about him? Rita and Celia came up with him and asked if they could join them too. They were free after their father. It was a pity they couldn't try the food. What would it taste like? Bandulio looked at them and thought, life here was quite nice. Had he ever managed to spend such peaceful days? However, he couldn't stay here for long. Zadiris looked at him and asked what happened. Didn't he like the meat? It was better than Vigaro's anyway. She handed him a piece of food and said that he should try it. He was surprised when he looked at her, and she said that she had no appetite at all. Older people move little and eat less. Something is wrong. What's wrong with his face? He thought with a serious expression that he saw the shadow of death. She could hold out for a few days, but eventually she would die. He called her by name and asked if they could talk alone for a while. She looked at him and asked if something had happened. He said that there was one important conversation. She looked at him with a worried look and thought that it was understandable. He probably decided to leave this place. She knew that this day would come someday. She carefully took him in her arms and said that they could talk in her house. Bilda walked around the village and asked if he had already left. The ghoul said that it was strange. The elder was not there either. They entered the house, and the protagonist thought about how to say this. Death, which is approaching her due to her lifespan, he literally sees its presence around her. Life can be extended with death magic, but will she want it? What if she rejects his offer? Zadiris asked if she could talk to him for a while before he told her his business. He agreed, and she said it had to do with his training. She would say it straight out. He has no talent. He probably noticed that he learns rather slowly, right? He agreed and thought that what she was talking about was that even though he had trained for half a year, his non-attribute magic was still first tier. He was just an ordinary person, except that he could use death magic. She said that he had no talent in the normal sense of the word. However, he had an understanding that compensated for it. He agreed and thought that from the perspective of the people of this world, he was simply recreating what he learned on Earth and on Origin. It was something alien, not his own. She said that, however, he had a colossal reserve of magic. If he devoted himself to studying magic, it would not take him so long to become a great magician, whom even she could not compare to. That is why she wanted more time. She knew that he was traveling with his own goal. However, could he give her a little more time? He looked at her with a slightly surprised expression on his face and thought that it was clear, so she knew about her imminent death. Besides, she trusted him so much that she asked to prolong her life. He stood up, agreed, and said that she could leave it to him. She asked with a joyful look, so he understood her feelings. He said that then he would begin the treatment right away. So he asks her to take off her top and lie down more comfortably. She asked with a slightly worried look, is it necessary for him to learn from her? He agreed and said that there was no other way. She did what he said and asked, however, what is he going to do? He said with a calm expression on his face that he would rejuvenate her a little. She was very surprised by this and asked, can he even do that? He touched her and said that right now, He was using spiritual body transformation on her hands to examine the condition of her body. He thought it was a little painful, but she should endure it. He thought, then his hands plunged into her stomach. He imagined how they dissolved into a liquid state and examined her circulatory system, occupying every corner of her body. No abnormalities were visible. After all, this was definitely old age. No illnesses or injuries, absolutely nothing. Since he could only use death magic, he was only able to accelerate or slow down cell death. His mana was quickly spent on this, and he thought that, as expected, the consumption of magical power was incredibly high. Zadiris, with an embarrassed expression, called out to him and asked what he was doing there. She covered her face with her hands and wondered where this strange feeling came from. A ghoul was walking next to this house and asked, "Has the elder returned home yet?" What could have made her leave the party? He came closer and wondered, was that the elder's voice? He looked inside and saw the two of them from the outside, which surprised him greatly. MC finished using magic, stepped aside and said that he had used his magic to the limit after a long time. He wanted to get some sleep. He fell to the floor and immediately fell asleep. And she said that she thought that if he had bothered to explain everything to her in a little more detail, he wouldn't have wanted to sleep like that. She put him to bed, yawned, and said that she had no strength left either. Immediately after that, she went to bed with him. The ghoul was standing outside and asked what he had just seen. The next day, Zadiris was eating meat and said that since he possessed death magic, it was no surprise that he was capable of something like this. However, why not warn her in advance? He apologized and said that he thought she knew about this technique. She asked, so he was not going to leave them yet? He agreed and said that he had not yet figured out attributeless magic. It seemed he would be able to help them for some time. She said that she was glad to hear this. Fugara was especially worried about this. Then, they will continue training right now? He asked to wait a little and said that his mana had not yet recovered. If she did not mind, at the end of the day, after training, they could practice rejuvenation magic? She asked that she had no reason to refuse, but what exactly would be the result in the end? Yesterday's treatment was supposed to rejuvenate her by 10 years. Besides, he could use rejuvenation, which consumes so much magical power. He agreed and said there was one more thing. She herself had said before that it was necessary to use mana more efficiently to promote the growth of its reserves. Zadiris asked if it was true that rejuvenation magic used mana to the limit. He agreed and said that his mana exceeded 100 million points. After 10 days of practicing magic, this reserve should increase slightly. Now the technique that consumes the most mana is rejuvenation. She said that then she proposed working together. If that was the case, it would be great to be 200 years younger. After that, they began practicing magic with the other ghouls, and at night Vandulyu used his rejuvenation magic. Because of this, she began to eat more and was actively engaged in activities. The ghoul girls looked at her and said that they should watch. The elder was acting rather strangely. She also changed in appearance. She became cuter, right? Her look used to be like that of an old woman, but lately she looks very young. Isn't this since he did something? Bastia asked what they were discussing here. They immediately turned to her. Bilda hugged her and said that they said the elder and he spend the whole day together at her house. She said with a calm expression that nothing could be done about it. He said that he wanted to learn magic as quickly as possible. He is her mother's benefactor, so it was normal to treat him specially. She asked if that was really true. The ghoul who had spied on them earlier said that it seemed like they didn't know anything either, but he had seen everything. Basdia called Banato and asked if he knew something. He said that he didn't know, but he had seen it. However, it was time for him to go. They would talk some other time. The girls immediately approached him and said loudly that he said that he saw it. He should tell them about it. What happened there? What were they doing there? He hit himself in the face with his hand and said that he should have kept his mouth shut. He didn't really want to talk about it. He couldn't do it. Not at all. He leaned over to them and said that they just had to keep it secret. He told them and they were surprised that it was more than she expected. They had gone so far. A Dampier child was capable of such a thing. She knew that he went to the elder's house every night and didn't come out until the morning. He said loudly that they shouldn't talk about it so loudly. They also weren't allowed to talk about what they had just heard. Bastia dropped the bag of loot on the ground in surprise and asked if that was really true. She would ask them. They just couldn't do that. Bilda called her name loudly and asked if she felt ill. It was so unexpected. She started to leave with a sad look and said that in the end, she had no feminine charm. She was a burden to her mother. After some time, Sam heard this and asked if these rumors were meant for their ears. Salia asked if it was really true about what happened between them. She was a ghoul after all. Rita was sitting next to him and asked if she knew. Maybe he wanted to become an aristocrat? She was the most influential person in this village after all. She was indignant at this and loudly asked why she was saying this. She said that she would like to have a real body. She was embarrassed by these words and said that she should stop saying such things. After some time, the protagonist was able to form energy in his hands, after which he released it hit a tree, but did not cause any damage. Zadira said that he finally succeeded. He agreed and said that it took him so long to finally master first-level attributeless magic. He still had a sense of accomplishment. She stroked his head, agreed, and said that one always has to start somewhere. It is good to continue training further. She picked him up and said that then they would finish for this morning. Carry him? He started to struggle and said that he could walk on his own. He landed on his feet and said that he was already 2 years old. She looked at him and said with a smile that he was still 2 years old. Last time he tripped over a stone and fell. He was also so upset that he even began to prepare for rejuvenation. He said that it was true that she had rejuvenated to the same age as her appearance. So it seemed to him that enough was enough. He doesn't know what will happen next, but this is enough for him. Thanks to this, his mana reserves have increased. Then it's time for him to go. She asked if he will help the girls with work again. He agreed and said that today he and Bilde will crush acorns. She said that he has a tight schedule as usual. He should not overdo it. He said that everything is fine. He also uses magic to prepare, so it is part of his training. She said that if he gets too tired he can ask others to help. After some time, MC joined the girls and began to crush acorns with magic. Bilde approached him and said that she also wanted to have fun. He apologized and said that however, he came here to help in someone else's place. He called her by name and said that about her promise. If a boy was born, she said she would name the child after him. She apologized and said that she would not be able to give birth to the child that was in her belly at the time. If she succeeded with the next one, then she would name the child after him, okay? He remembered something, turned around and said that last year not a single child was born. There weren't even 2 months. The girl asked if even she lasted 2 months, but she seemed to have lasted the longest, right? Bilde agreed and said that she lasted almost 3 months. This means that she is next after the elder. He didn't understand what she meant and agreed in a confused voice. Bastia loudly asked him to wait and asked if in that case he could let her go first. He looked at her with a calm expression and asked if they could step away for a minute. She was embarrassed by this, blushed, and asked loudly, "Is he telling her this?" They left together, and the remaining girls began to form a line after her. They entered the house. He apologized and said that he wanted to ask her about something. He turned around, was very surprised, and loudly asked why she was undressing. She got dressed, and he asked why Bilde and the others weren't so worried about the fact that their children could not be born. She thought about it and said that it was because unsuccessful births were more common than successful ones. Children die in the first months of pregnancy, and this is already commonplace. About 1 in 5 children is born safely. He is interested in this, perhaps because people perceive childbirth differently. He agreed and said that for ghouls, it is different. At least, he doesn't think it's something they should be talking about with a happy expression. However, their problem is caused by a characteristic of their race. He thought that it was normal for them to have a large number of children. However, he hadn't seen a single child since he came to this village. He asked, if that was the case, then nothing would help, right? He looked away and thought that perhaps he could succeed. This is a problem the ghoul race has been living with for 100,000 years. However, there is no need for him to worry. No one has asked him to do anything. Bosdia said that of course, nothing can be done. Not a single child has been born in this village for the past 10 years. The mother's magic is useless here. However, can something be done with his magic? He felt a little embarrassed by this and thought that he was asked after all. After some time, Vandulius said that it seemed that in addition to practice, he could try to solve the problem of the declining birth rate among ghouls. Zadiris asked loudly, that's all well and good, but she hoped he wasn't planning on kidnapping women of other races and turning them into ghouls through a special ceremony. He was surprised by what he heard and asked if something like this was really possible. She said that regarding the kidnappings, it was indeed possible. Although they hadn't done anything like this, it could probably work on the adventurers' girls, but the risk was too high. She would be glad if he could find another way to avoid attracting unnecessary attention from people. He agreed and said he would try his best. He thought that, by the way, his mother didn't need to know about this. After some time, Bilde lay in front of him and asked if he understood anything. The main character said that apparently the lifespan of the ghoul genetic material is too short and they die. This explains why they can't get pregnant if they try to get pregnant every day. She asked why he continued to act like a child by doing this. He said that he was still at an age when he shouldn't talk about it, so frankly, he thought that he was sure that on Earth, a person like him would find this kind of research mentally difficult. She sat up and asked, so he just needs to protect the genetic material? He agreed and said that in some way it might be possible. If he uses magic, he might be able to keep it from dying. He thinks it's entirely possible to keep it alive. She happily started spinning him around, grabbing his hands and saying that it was so wonderful. He said that he still has to figure out how to prevent death after this. She stopped, held him in her arms, and said that however, there is no one in the village who is pregnant right now. Then, if she gets pregnant, she will gladly help him. MC thought that because the ghouls use death magic to preserve the genetic material, Bilda and the other girls soon became pregnant. Sometime later, in winter, Bastia entered the house and Zadiris noticed her and called her by name. She said with a small smile that Bilda seemed to be glowing with happiness, all thanks to him. Of course, not only she but all the other girls in the village. He thought that due to the weak viability of the fetus, ghouls' children often died. However, this could also be prevented with magic. She said that thanks to him, this village would be able to welcome new friends. She was incredibly grateful to him. He said with a calm expression that he was glad he could help. He would watch over Bilda and the others for some time. Now all that remained was to make a magic item that would solve this problem. Bastia asked, then they would be able to have children even after he was gone, right? He agreed, and Zadira said that, however, it seemed that this would not happen anytime soon. To make a magic item with the death attribute, he would have to study alchemy. She asked with a calm expression, is it difficult? He said that she was teaching him, but it was more difficult than studying magic. She didn't need to worry about it. He could handle it. By the way, is she sure of her decision? While she was here, she could have a child. She agreed, and said that she didn't want to for now. If she gets pregnant now, then they won't be able to test his magical items on her later, so everything is fine. He said that he believes this is indeed the case. However, isn't she worried about her age? She said that it was fine. He said that he didn't mind her appearance, even if she ages a few more years. Zadiris said that it sounded like he was her partner. Vandaliu said that he said this when strange rumors were spreading about him and her. It will take at least 10 years, so she should not mind and get pregnant already. Bastia said that she is not asserting this right. She is not going to have children with him now. She is just looking for some compensation for the experiment. She wants to ask him to be her partner for her second child. He was surprised by this and asked loudly what she was talking about. She said that it was fine. She would just wait until he could. He thought about it and said that it was a problem for her. In his early teens, he can't take the responsibility of being a parent, and he's not human. He's a dhampir, a cross between a vampire and a dark elf. He doesn't know if it's possible to have a child with a ghoul. She said there was no need to worry. They were races born from the goddess Vita, capable of creating mixed blood offspring with each other. He asked if she could give him a little break. He didn't think attacking a 2-year-old like that was a good idea. Zadiris thought about it and asked if he would be the father of her great-grandson in that case. That would be fine too. Right? While he was here, if she had another daughter in the future, could she ask him to be her first partner? Bastia was indignant about this and loudly asked what she was even talking about. She should think about her age. She was already 290 years old. She herself told her how difficult her birth was. She said with a calm expression that lately she had been feeling so young and confident that she would be fine with several children. She grabbed her and asked loudly where she got such confidence from. The main character ate and thought with a confused look that they were still mother and child. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, a group of adventurers were fighting against monsters that surrounded them from all sides. The guy loudly called out to Katia and said that 2 were coming from behind. She turned sharply and with one blow of her sword killed 2 monsters running towards her. They defeated all these monsters and she loudly asked what was going on. Why were goblins and kobolds attacking together? The guy said loudly that he was not sure, but perhaps a monster had appeared that could unite them all. She loudly asked if it could be the king. He said loudly that he did not know. But the scariest thing was that someone very strong was coming here. Perhaps it was reconnaissance. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar from the forest and began to look around. A squad of several orcs approached them. The adventurer said with a nervous smile that here they appeared. One of the monsters raised his hand and said something in his own language, which caused his squad members to rush to attack. The guy stood in front of them and loudly said that they should run from here. Katia, looking worried, called out to him loudly, and the monsters knocked the shield out of his hands with their blow. At the same time, many orcs stood before their king and called him Bugogan. One of them said that they lacked women. He asked for permission to take female ghouls. He asked, has it started again? They need to wait a little longer, and they will be able to attack that very village, not allowing a single one to escape or survive. Until then, they should not expose themselves to unnecessary risks. The orc agreed, and he thought that the fighting strength of the ghouls would not cause big problems. But that ghoul mage was ruining everything. They may have the advantage in numbers, but it will be of no use as long as she is alive. He asked if this ghoul mage had already died. The orc pushed the old kobold forward, and he said that the ghoul mage was still alive. The orc king was indignant about this and said loudly that he predicted that she would soon die of old age. He agreed with a worried look and said that however, for some reason she is alive. She definitely should have died by now, but something happened in that village that postponed her death. Bugogan became very angry, took out his weapon and killed him with a strong blow. He said loudly that he thought he would at least be a little useful. What kind of stupid report is this? They should add him to the food supplies. The orc who attacked the adventurers entered the hall, loudly called for his father, and said that they returned. The orc king looked at him with a smile and asked, it seems he caught something alive? He agreed, and said that he had captured 4 adventurers, 3 of them women. The orcs looked at the girls with joy, and Bugogan said that this was already better, As a reward, he would allow him to choose any of them. He approached Katia with a wide smile and asked if he could take her then. He said that they should send the man to be eaten. The orc immediately began to carry out the order, carried him away, and he was trying to say something. At that moment, MC heard something that really surprised him. Zadiris noticed this and asked, "Something happened? Did he eat too much?" He suddenly became quiet. He was looking at something and asked, "Could she please gather everyone?" There was something he needed to tell right now. The ghouls gathered in one place, and one of them loudly asked, "Is a horde of orcs going to attack their village?" He said with a calm expression on his face that they would not do it right now, but at least they were planning on it. He's sure they're preparing to attack. This spirit gave him information. Vigaro, looking indignant, said loudly that he didn't see anyone here. Zadiris said that, having death magic, he could talk to spirits. Besides, why would he lie? He said he knew about it, but it still didn't seem credible. The other ghouls asked, 300 orcs, and 100 each of goblins and kobolds, what will they do? Their village barely numbers 100 people. Do they even have a chance of winning in a head-on collision? What's the problem anyway? If everyone takes on 5, they can win. Actually 6? He can't count? Bilda asked if he counted them among the soldiers too? She would have children after all. The other girls loudly supported her. Vandilyu said that was right. Pregnant women were strictly forbidden to fight. The ghouls said that then they wouldn't know the enemy's level of training with the rest. Bastia said that, besides, none of them could cope with a noble orc. He became indignant about this, grabbed her by the cloak, and loudly asked if she thought Vigaro would lose. He unexpectedly loudly agreed and said that it was obvious he would lose. He was confused by this, and she asked how about turning to the ghouls from other villages. Zadiris said that would be the most logical option. Even she wouldn't be able to change the outcome of this battle. He said that before that, he had to say something. He called the protagonist and said that he was asking him to leave the village as soon as possible. He refused and said that he also had a proposition. He said loudly that he shouldn't change the topic. He would have to fight the orcs themselves. He understands that, right? He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. He was about to say something else, but he loudly refused and said that he shouldn't be so stubborn. He said with a calm expression that he wasn't going anywhere. He was about to tell them his plan, but he started growling loudly and said that this was a battle between them and the orcs. It had nothing to do with him. MC denied this and said that they had all become his companions, friends, and family. Darcia was touched by what she heard and called him by name with a joyful look. Vigaro still accepted his decision and loudly asked what he could do in a place like this in that case. He said that first of all, he has 3 bone beasts, a ghost bird, and a skeleton soldier, as well as Sam, Celia, and Rita. They are all at least rank 3, which is quite a lot. He thinks that when they go to other villages, he will be safe. He thought that besides, the ghouls were affected by the charm death skill. It will be useful. He was thinking about this, and Zadiris called him and said that he should leave everything as is. Everyone knows that he wanted the best for him. Bastia agreed and said that he and the others have already become like family to them. The same goes for the other races, right? Bilda agreed and said that he can't say that he has nothing to do with this. Vigaro pointed his finger at him and said loudly that he knows it. Later he will personally make sure that he is ready. Zadiris said that it looks like the boss gave his permission. So what kind of proposal did he have? Bandulyu, with a calm expression, said that it was nothing special. He took out a variety of weapons and armor, which surprised them very much. He said that this was armor and magic items that he had received before coming here. He had no future plans for this, so he was going to give it all to them. She took one of the items and said that there was pretty high-quality equipment here. In that case, they could fight the orcs. He was sure he didn't mind giving it to them. He agreed and said that he got it for next to nothing. He took the axe he received from the skeleton general and said that he had a special battle axe for Vigaro. He didn't like it. He put the axe on his shoulder, thanked him, and said that he would gladly accept it. After that, he called him and said that he should be king. He, with a puzzled look, questioningly agreed, and he was happy about this and said that he was glad that he had agreed. Bastia said that everything they have now is thanks to him. He was surprised by this and said that it was a question. They should not confuse it. Zadiris approached and said that everyone else also said that he is the most suitable. The king of ghouls, the leader who leads everyone to the light. He asked with a slightly confused look, does it matter that he is a Dhampir? If the ghoul king is a representative of another race, will the residents of the other villages accept him? She agreed and said that if it were a human, then there would probably be some resistance. But since he was a Dhampir, everything would be fine. But he also said that he has the skill of strengthening followers. This is a skill ideal for a ghoul king. He thought that the skill of strengthening followers is something that any monster bearing the title of king has. Thanks to this skill, a group of monsters led by a king is stronger than usual, and their numbers are also greater. Can ghouls also be affected by this ability? He asked. So she remembers this from last time? But is this skill alone really enough to become king? She was a little surprised by his words and asked what he was talking about. He was the one who was able to solve the ghoul birthright problem, wasn't he? He opened up a future for them and set them on the path to prosperity. Isn't this how a true leader should behave? He sighed and thought that he never thought that solving the equipment and birthright problem could lead to this. He agreed and said that he would be their king. The ghouls were very happy about this. Sam happily congratulated him and said that he did it. Rita said that they would also try their best. Figaro put the protagonist on his head and happily said that they should start the celebration in honor of the birth of the new ghoul king. After some time, he told his mother about what happened and said that he was going to participate in this mortal battle. There is nothing unusual here, so she should not worry. Darcia called his name and said that she didn't think there was a single parent who wouldn't start worrying when their child said such things. He asked if he should stop. She said with a small smile that it was true that he was always risking his life, and if he tried hard, he would definitely succeed. He could be sure that he would cooperate with everyone else and not overdo it. At the same time, a girl was walking through the forest with a tired look and a sword in her hand. She was attacked by a goblin, which she easily killed with one blow. She continued walking but stopped and called them weaklings. She saw a crowd of orcs and threw her sword at their feet. One of them extended his hand to her with a wide smile, while she watched silently. Sometime later, in another ghoul settlement, a girl was examining her jewelry and asked, "It's very beautiful, isn't it?" As expected from her work. Two ghouls stood to the side and one asked, "I wonder if it's okay to talk to her yet?" He denied it and said that it was better to wait a little longer. Suddenly, two ghouls entered the hall, loudly calling out to Talia and saying that he was asking to make him a shield. She was asking to replace her armor. She asked loudly with a displeased expression, "Can't they wait at least a little?" It was not necessary to ask her every time. She would do everything. However, after she finished admiring her new accessories, another resident entered the hall and loudly called out to her, which made her angry and loudly said that she had asked them to be quiet. The ghouls said that he just wanted to inform them that they had collected more metal slime. Her eyes immediately lit up. She quickly ran up to him and said that he should give it to her faster. She took it in her hands and said that metal slimes have both liquid and metallic properties. It would be better to make armor out of it, right? What should she do? What other wonderful equipment should she create? The ghoul ran into the hall again and loudly called out to her. She turned around with a displeased expression and said that according to the guard's report, a strange cart was approaching them. There was one cart accompanied by 5 ghouls, and it also looked a bit like undead. Talia, with a calm expression on her face, said that it was possible that ghouls from another village had tamed the undead. She waved her hand and loudly said that they should immediately gather all the warriors remaining in the village to protect it. She and her subordinates went out to meet them, ordered them to stop and asked, "I wonder what they needed her village for?" The ghouls said that they wanted to talk. A common enemy had appeared. The ghouls from other villages had already agreed to cooperate. This caught her attention. She closed her fan and said that they should tell her more about it. MC stepped forward, agreed, and said that he would explain the details then. All the ghouls from the other village immediately knelt before him, which surprised him greatly. Talia wondered why she was kneeling before this little child. It was incredible. Now she was sure that this someone was definitely stronger than her. He called her by name, introduced himself, and said that he had been chosen by the Ghoul King for this task. She looked up and asked if he knew her. He agreed and said that he had heard that ghouls were flocking here in search of her armor. She was a skilled armorer, unmatched by any ghoul. She said that she would consider it an honor. The ghouls who came with him stood to the side and said that he was an amazing king. He never thought that they would fall to their knees just by talking to him. This was just the right time for a conversation. He knelt before her, explained what was happening, and said that therefore he was asking that her village also gift them with its power. Of course, he didn't know if he could call it a reward, but he could offer something as compensation. This caught her attention, and he said that he was offering a solution to the problem of declining birth rates and items to increase the shelf life of food. They were very surprised, and she asked, "Is this true?" If his words are true, then they will gladly join him. He said that then she can just call him boy or shorten his name. She happily agreed and said that she will fulfill his will and serve at his side. She thought that she would raise this Ghoul King to the top, expand his ruling domain beyond this devil's nest, and ensure glory for herself as his assistant. Who would have thought that such a chance would come for her when she was 260 years old? At the same time, the girl who came to the orc settlement and was taken to the place from which other captured girls were taken. She was taken to a small house where her clothes were torn off. At that moment, the man sitting in the office suddenly opened his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand because he felt ill. A servant entered, noticed this, loudly called Luciliano and asked if he was okay. He turned to him and said that nothing terrible had happened. He asked to call the Viscount. He had an important message. The servant agreed and immediately left, and he sat on the sofa and drank tea to feel better. Earlier, he came to the office and said that his living dead had safely infiltrated the orc village. The Viscount looked at him and asked, "What do you mean by living dead?" He said that they are undead created using life attribute magic. The undead are practically indistinguishable from a living person. Although the heart and lungs work, they are classified as undead because they do not have a soul, but they are no different from a living being. However, he cannot make her face express various emotions, and she can only speak in an even tone. This is quite noticeable for humans, but it will be perfect for deceiving orcs. The Viscount looked at him with a serious expression and asked, however, how reliable is the information obtained from the undead? He said that there is no need to worry. The undead share all 5 senses with the caster. In other words, he can accurately convey everything that the undead saw and heard. He was a little surprised and said that it was quite convenient. This way, they will have the information even if she is killed by the orcs. It seems he was not mistaken with his choice. We need to return to the original topic. Is the rumor true that there is a noble orc in that area? If so, how many monsters does he have under his command? He also has something else to add. Currently, Luciliano sat in his office. Although the separation of the 5 senses can be interrupted, he had to go through truly horrific things to obtain information. The Viscount entered his office, loudly called his name, and asked with a worried look, was the reconnaissance successful? He named him Berno Balchus and said that he shouldn't spread himself so thin. The undead he controls were captured by a medium-sized company led by a noble orc and brought to their village. He asked with a thoughtful look, "So, does a noble orc really exist? So how many are there and how large is their number?" Luciliano said that until now he thought there were at least 2 noble orcs, one of whom commands a medium-sized company and one who is the king of the village. However, it turned out that there are 1 or 2 more. Also, their army consists not only of orcs, but also goblins and kobolds. The total number of monsters, including the monsters they hold, is about 600. Berno was very surprised by this and asked, 4 noble orcs and 600 monsters? He said with a serious expression that it was said that the strongest noble orcs are capable of slaying even dragons, but with them there are still 600 monsters, even if they mobilize all the forces in their territory. Luciliano called him and said that nevertheless, he believed that noble orcs, including the king, were no superior to humans. This problem could be solved by gathering 200 B, C, and D class adventurers. He leaned towards him sharply and asked loudly, "Is that really so?" He sat back down and said that even so, gathering 200 adventurers would require finding a first-class B-class adventurer or higher. He couldn't handle it himself. He needed to talk to Marshal Palpapek. He said that the noble orcs seemed to be planning to launch an attack when the summer came. It seemed there was a group of monsters in the Devil's Nest that wasn't under their command. More specifically, they were ghouls. Berno asked, "Then they still have a little time?" He had done well. He would pay the Adventurers Guild for his services. He bowed to him and said that he was grateful for that. He thought with a small smile that now he had finally earned his travel expenses. The influence of the Alda Church was too strong in this country, so the use of undead was limited. He would finally be able to travel to the neighboring country of Oribum and then find a comfortable city to live in. The Viscount placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, then he would accept his next request, wouldn't he? Luciliano was very surprised by what he heard and looked at him with a shocked expression. At the same time, Bandulyu called out to a ghoul named Gudin and asked if there was anything preventing him from moving. He said that it was tight around the elbows and neck, and the helmet was a bit tight. He understood him, used magic, and said that he was adjusting the shape, so he should try moving his arms and neck. He was surprised by this and began to move his arms. Talia was standing nearby and said that she had never seen such a way of trying on armor. He said that the armor he had was only suitable for people. If the shape was not changed in this way, then no one would be able to use it. The warrior agreed, thanked the king, and said that he really felt better. He called the next warrior and looked at the crowd of ghouls standing in front of him. She turned around and asked, "Does the king do such things?" "Of course, she makes all the armor, but not so much." Bilde was standing nearby and said that he does a lot of things. Before that, he built a bunch of houses in one day with the help of golems. She looked at her and asked, "Shouldn't they do all the routine work for the king?" He called Bastia and asked if she was pinching somewhere. She agreed and said that it was quite tight. He said that was understandable. Most armor was made for men. Talia looked at her and said that for her, who always hunted with men, men's armor would fit just fine. She looked at her and asked what she needed anyway. She looked quite good for someone whose appearance was so eager to attract men's attention. One of the ghouls asked what happened between them. The girl standing next to him said that Bastia had gone out to greet him, who was supposed to return with the queen. Then she saw him sleeping in her arms. Since then, they act like this every time they meet. The ghoul asked, "Are they fighting over a 2-year-old child?" She asked, "Can't she fight at her age? Has she really lived 10 times her age?" Talia said that she used her ability in blacksmithing to rise to this position. A young girl who hasn't even given birth should just keep quiet. She was indignant at this and said loudly that he would give her a child. She was surprised by what she heard and asked, "Is this really so?" She turned to him and asked loudly, "Is what she said true?" The protagonist, with a slightly confused look, said that it was true. although not in the form in which she imagines it. Bastia, with a serious expression on her face, asked, "Does she even know him?" She pointed her finger at her and said loudly that she was addressing him without respect at all. She smirked and asked, "Is she old enough to play with children? How about acting age-appropriate?" Talia opened her fan with a smile and said that she was asking for forgiveness. Perhaps because she was originally human, she acts as if her mental age is the same as her physical age. She envies her since she has grown so much. She looked at her and said so that's why it is hanging. She looked down, indignant at her words, and with an embarrassed expression said she was mistaken. It was just very big. Bastia said with a smirk that, however, she didn't weigh anything at all. Talia came very close to her and loudly said that, at least, she was softer, while she was just a mountain of muscle. She said with a smirk that she didn't know, but he loved muscles. He called Zadiris and asked if she was going to stop them. She said with a slightly sad look that he should try to put himself in her shoes. She didn't have either one, so what was the point of arguing? He felt confused by this and thought that he needed to think about it. After some time, they were sitting in the house, and he said that now they needed to talk about a strategy against the noble orcs. Currently, they had 230 ghouls at their disposal. However, the Orcish forces numbered 600 individuals. The ghoul asked with a confused look. They had gathered ghouls from all the villages, but they still had less than half. Bastia said that there was nothing they could do. Some ghoul villages had already been destroyed by the orcs. She thought they were lucky to have gathered so many together. MC said that, of course, fighting such a number of opponents was extremely disadvantageous, but with the magical items he would present and Talia's excellent equipment, they would try to reverse this difference in strength. However, it would be quite difficult. Vigaro asked if he couldn't create some golems with his magic. He said he'd considered it, but the dense forest meant there weren't enough rocks to create golems. It might be possible to create a sand golem, but it would be unlikely to stand up to an orc, and he didn't think the newly created undead would be of much use. From now on, they needed to focus on tactics rather than increasing their numbers. It seemed better to think about how to combat their current situation. They needed to catch the enemy off guard. Their village was protected only by a wooden wall. It wouldn't last even a few seconds against the orcs. However, the orcs had equally weak defenses, so they would have a hard time defending themselves if attacked. Bastia asked if he wanted to save those who were captured. Was that possible? He agreed and said he'd already devised a plan for their rescue. Zadiris asked, however, what about traps? They might run into one. Vandaliu opened the map and said that he assumed she would say that. Having finished reconnaissance with his insects, he tried to make a map based on this data. It was quite difficult to do. The ghouls began to examine it and asked what it was, and what were the little squares for? What was it drawn on? Amazingly, he could even draw maps. However, what was it for? He looked confused and asked them to wait and asked if they had never seen a map before. They refused, and Talia said that ghouls did not usually use them, so a little more explanation was needed. He said with a slightly dissatisfied look that his efforts were in vain. 3 minutes later, he said that it was a model of an orc village made with the help of a mud golem. The ghouls were surprised by this and said that it was amazing. However, at first glance it did not look like it. It was much easier to understand than a map. He stood nearby and said with a sad look that, however, drawing the map took so long. Figaro said that after securing the women, they would begin the attack on his signal. Is that clear to them? They agreed and asked, however, what about the noble orc? If her support is added to his, who has the highest combat ability, it seems they will be able to defeat an enemy 1 or 2 ranks higher. He said that he understood this. They could leave the orc to them. He would try to deal with him quickly. Bastia called the protagonist and said that he should be careful. His life did not belong only to him. He agreed with a calm expression and said that especially in terms of birth control measures, therefore he will take care of his protection. Besides, he still has things he was going to do. Then they set out in 3 days. After this meeting, he went outside. Talia approached him and said that he should not be upset about the map. If you compare it with the models, it turned out to be drawn almost perfectly. He thanked her and asked if she knew how to navigate using a map. She agreed and said that she used to be a human. He was surprised by what he heard and wondered, so what did those words about a special transformation ritual mean? After some time, near the orc village, goblins were standing on an observation tower. They heard a loud sound and suddenly turned around. They started aiming their bows, but looked around and saw no one. Unexpectedly for them, the wall turned into a golem, which destroyed the tower. MC watched this from the forest nearby and said that the first stage was successful. He turned the outer wall into a wooden golem. Zadiris said that this will save them from having to destroy it, at the same time providing them with an attack from all sides. Now, they have a slight advantage. He saw a crowd of orcs and said that they have already arrived. He thought they would have a little more time. He does not think that the wooden golems will last long. He called her. She understood everything, raised her hand, and loudly asked the warriors if they were ready. They agreed with the elder and said that everyone had already undergone the enhancement magic. Hearing this, she let out a loud roar, after which many ghouls rushed to attack. At the same time, the the 5th-rank orc general was able to defeat the wooden golem that entered the village. He turned around when he heard a loud roar and saw a ghoul running very quickly towards him. He ran up to him very quickly and dealt a very strong blow with his shield to his face. He also dealt a few more blows and quickly killed this orc. At the same time, Vanduliu stood in front of the ghouls and said that now they must restore mana. Those who are almost out of it should remain. He began to use magic and said that then they will restore the magical enhancement. He directed the energy into many ghouls who stood in front of him. Zadiris thought that mana transfer was the most useless magic without an attribute. However, it also found a use with his mana reserve. The ghouls joyfully announced loudly that they were overflowing with mana. He climbed into the carriage and said that they could call him if anything unexpected happened. Now they would carry out attack after attack as planned, so he would leave the rest to them. She agreed and said that he could rely on them. He called Sam and said that it was time for them to act. He agreed with a wide smile, began to ride forward and loudly said that then they could begin. They were heading towards the village, and he said that a group of goblins was right in front of them. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, was about to say something, but he immediately understood everything, that they would break through them. With a wide and crazy grin, he began to shoot down a group of monsters that stood in their way and laughed loudly. Salia was nervous about this, called out loud to her father, and told him not to get so carried away. She noticed Rita happily supporting him and asked loudly, "Is she crazy too?" He noticed a group of goblins ahead and said that this time there was a group of orcs in front of them. He sat nearby and thought that they were orcs after all. Considering all the factors, it would be better to wait and go around them. He was about to say something, but Sam didn't listen and loudly said that safety came first. He was about to say something again, but he also didn't listen and only accelerated. The orcs tried to hit the ghost horse, but their weapons passed through, and the cart hit the monsters at high speed. Sam laughed loudly about this and said that it was so refreshing. He felt a surge of strength. MC looked at him with a slightly confused look and said that he could earn as much experience as he wanted, but he asked him to drive more carefully. He thought that, by the way, thanks to Talia's modifications, his offensive and defensive abilities increased, as if from a rank increase. A phantom bird flew above him, made a loud sound that attracted his attention, and he said that the enemy was surrounding. Salia and Rita simultaneously jumped out of the cart and immediately attacked a group of orcs who were nearby. A bone wolf also jumped out, jumped towards the orc, released poison from its mouth, and struck him on the head with its paw. Because of this, the orc fell to the ground. A bone bear approached him, picked up this monster, and held it so that it could not move. The skeleton ran up to him very quickly and dealt a very powerful blow with his sword. Many orcs died, and their souls flew towards the cart. Vanduliu watched this with a calm expression and said that now they had 200 souls. The advantage was on their side. Sam said with a smile that in this case, the outcome of the battle was already decided. He looked at the sky and said that the only thing was that the noble orc hadn't come out yet, and they couldn't let their guard down. At the same time, Talia stood under the open sky, folded her hands in prayer, and said that she hoped he would win. Not only him, but her warriors as well as Zadiris, Figaro, and Bastia. May as many ghouls as possible return home safely. She opened her eyes, saw Bilda, and asked loudly, surprised, where she was from and how long she had been standing there. She apologized and said that she couldn't sleep, so she decided to get some fresh air. Then she noticed her. She seemed to be praying. She said in a confused voice that she shouldn't sneak up so quietly next time. She laughed and said that nevertheless it was surprising. She was worried about everyone, even Bastia, with whom she constantly argued. She wondered if she really had such a terrible character. Talia was indignant about this and said loudly that she should choose her words. She shouldn't say it so openly. Bilda, with a calm look, said that she was surprised because she was screaming. She calmed down a little and asked why she was looking at her with such a face. She called her strange, which made her very angry, and said loudly that when they returned, she would say that she had bullied her. She looked at her and said that she was acting like a child. She was just really strange. This hairstyle and the thing in her hands, by the way, she talks strangely too. She said that for them, natural ghouls, this should be something strange. She didn't understand this and asked what she meant. Talia approached her and said that a special ritual was used on her. A long time ago, ghouls attacked their crew. She was confused by what she heard and asked if she hated them. She just laughed about it and said that it was more than 200 years ago. She didn't have even a drop of hatred left. She just lost control of herself. She started to leave and said that she had better go to bed quickly. Her child also needed rest. Bilda asked her to wait and asked if she was not going to sleep. Could she tell a little? She was even surprised when she yelled. She turned to her and said that she was a good ghoul. However, she had nothing better to do anyway, and she would hardly be able to sleep. They sat down on the ground, and Thalia asked how she, so inferior in strength to the other ghouls, managed to become the village elder. If she was interested, she could tell her. She agreed with an interested voice and said that she was very interested. She lowered her head with a slightly sad look and said that then she should listen. She was going to tell a story from her childhood, so she should prepare. Her father was a good armorer. For this reason, she was interested in making armor from an early age. As a child, she came to the house with a weapon in her hands, called her father, and said that today she had made something truly incredible. He began to turn around with a small smile and asked what this time. He was very surprised when he noticed the large axe she brought. He called her by name with a slightly confused voice and said that little girls should not make giant axes. How about we take up cooking? She loudly refused and said that it was very boring. A boy named Theo ran into the room and said that he was back. He loudly called him a slacker and asked, was he rolling in the dirt again? Why can't he do the same things? He said loudly with a displeased expression that he himself can't do that. He'd better give the store to his sister right now. Immediately after that, he left, and his father asked why she was doing so well. He patted her on the head and said that she should go help her mother. In the present, Talia said that a few years later, due to pressure from some local city mafia, her father could no longer maintain the store in the same condition. He sat for days on end with a gloomy face. She approached him, called her father, and said that he shouldn't worry so much. Everyone appreciated his armor. Everything would definitely work out. He called her by name and asked if she wanted to go for a walk with him somewhere. She happily agreed, and they went into the city together. She asked with a slightly worried look how much longer they had to go. They entered a dark alley where she was grabbed by two men. She loudly asked them not to touch her and asked who they were. She called her father for help, but the guy standing next to him said that his daughter really was as he described her. She would fetch the highest price. Now his store will be fine. She asked with a puzzled expression. What was he talking about? Was he going to sell her? He looked at her and said that she certainly had talent. She had long surpassed him. However, does she know that the person who was supposed to take over the store was chosen long before that? This talent was not supposed to go to her. She started crying because of this and loudly asked her father what he was even talking about. She just wanted him to praise her. After that, she was sent to a cat's house. The guest said that she was a hot woman, as promised. She was left lying in the room, but a woman came to her and asked how much longer she would lie there. The next guest is already waiting. She got dressed, started putting on makeup, and thought that she would do it. She was not going to end her life in this place. A man entered her room, and she told her dear guest that she had been waiting for him. She asked him to take care of her. The man approached her and said with a smile that she was quite cheerful today. Does it feel like work has finally become fun? She laughed and then stabbed him in the stomach. Immediately after that, she escaped through the window, and the workers there loudly said that they should find her. She had to be somewhere nearby. She ran through the city and laughed, after which she got out of the city and went into the forest. She thought that having escaped, she went further and further, so far that no one would be able to find her. She did this to start living anew. However, on the way, she met several ghouls who surrounded her. They grabbed her and brought her to a puddle, which they stirred with a large stick. One of the ghouls cut his hand and dripped some of his blood into the puddle. The other ghouls were casting a spell, and the liquid changed. The ghoul grabbed her hand and began to dip it into the liquid while she tried to break free. She struggled to break free, but felt intense pain and lost consciousness. After a while, she came to her senses and saw the ghoul, who asked how she felt. She stood up, and he said that apparently the ritual had been a success. She tried to crawl away from him, looking frightened, and asked him not to come closer, and he said that she had become a ghoul. Talia looked at her hands, couldn't believe it, and asked why they did this. She became worried when he said it was for reproduction. There was a shortage of women in their village. They did this to her because she got in their way. She would bear them many children. After that, she wondered, what did all this mean to her? Why couldn't she just be happy? Life after that became a new hell, only this time she couldn't escape. Even if she escaped, she would never be able to return to the human city. As a former human, she doesn't have any magical powers, so the only thing she could be useful to the ghouls was being a tool for giving birth to children. She simply had no other choice. After some time, the ghoul brought her an animal and said that it was her food for today. She examined it and said that this animal would make good armor. The ghoul turned to her and asked if she could make armor. She was a little surprised by this and said that it was quite difficult to do without tools, but it seemed like she could come up with something. He said that then she should do it. She began to make armor from this animal with a very interested look. The ghoul tried it on and said that it was good armor, nice work. She was surprised when she heard the praise and remembered how, as a child, she told her father that she was finished. For the first time, she was able to make a shield herself. He turned to her and said that she did a good job. She was a real genius, as expected from his daughter. Currently, she clung to the ghoul and began to cry. After that, another ghoul came to her and said that it was she. It was she who made the armor, right? He showed the creature and said that he got this today. He asks to make something for him too. She looked at it with an interested look and said that she will see what can be done. She made a shield from this creature. The ghoul was pleased with this, thanked her, and said that she was doing a really great job. After some time, another ghoul brought another creature, called her by name, and said that she should look here. This material would be perfect for armor. She made armor for him He thanked her with a joyful look and said that he expected nothing less. Thanks to this, the attitude of the ghouls towards her changed, and they all happily asked her to make armor for them. An aging elder approached her, called her by name, and said that they needed to talk. She came into the hall, where he thanked her and said that the efficiency of the hunt had noticeably increased thanks to her armor, and now they had the strength to resist adventurers. She knelt before him and said that she did not deserve such praise. He said that even the equipment for ordinary work exceeded all expectations. As a reward, he would grant her whatever she wished. Talia raised her head and said that in that case, her wish had already been determined long ago. She asked to make her his successor. This was her only wish. The girls who were standing next to him were indignant about this, and he said that he would think about it. After that, she left the building, and several girls came to her with very dissatisfied faces. She looked at them with a small smile and asked who they had here. They loudly said that she should not be arrogant, because she was an ordinary slave. Namely, she is not even capable of moving dexterously. All she knows is how to make her armor. She can't even hunt, a useless ghoul. She asked calmly, "All right, but in ghoul society, a woman's status is determined by the number of children she has, right? Their current position isn't exactly enviable. All the men in the village are simply crazy about her. If things continue like this, won't their position be shaken?" They still asked loudly with dissatisfied voices. Because of whom did they end up in this situation? She dares to tell them this? Exactly, she simply took all the men for herself. Talia asked with a smirk, so they see more sense in oppressing her? If they continue like this, won't the guys just start to hate them? If they want to get a man, there's a better way. One of them asked, "What way is she talking about?" She approached her and asked, "Does she want to know?" Then, maybe she should be friends with her first? She will teach them a special technique for winning men's hearts. The ghoul girls said that they want to know about it and asked her to tell them. She agreed to be friends. After that, she became an elder, and now she said that this way she solved the problem with the other girls. 100 years later, her reputation spread far beyond the village. In search of her armor, ghouls from other villages flocked to them, using food and materials instead of money. The population of the once endangered village increased to 60 individuals. However, she, being the weakest ghoul, managed to become the village elder. She looked at Bilda, sitting next to her, and thought that this was not the reaction she was expecting. Maybe something offended her? To her surprise, she happily grabbed her hands and said that it was cool. She had come such a long way from a weak human, worked so hard, and eventually became a great ghoul. She said with a little embarrassment and said that ghouls really do have no delicacy. It's not that she didn't like it. Despite this, she doesn't really like to talk about such topics. She doesn't communicate much with others. She asked with a puzzled look. Had she discussed this with anyone else? Talia said with a small smile that she had told Vanduliu too. She told him all the details. He was still a child after all. She looked at her and asked what he said about it. She said what he asked, and Bilda asked if it was too cold. She looked away with a small smile and said that she thought so too. Earlier, she said that she didn't expect him to say anything. He asked for forgiveness and said that he didn't understand her feelings. She said with a small smile that there was nothing wrong with that. It was better than any sympathy. He asked, "Is that so?" He is sure that she had a very hard time, but he cannot understand her suffering. At the present time, she said that the look of a child who says that he doesn't understand her suffering was exactly the same as hers. Perhaps he had had to go through much more. It seemed rather strange to her. Bilda said that it was really strange. However, that was precisely why she believed in him. He would definitely succeed. She didn't think that even a noble orc could harm him. She thought that was his special power. Didn't she? Talia said that even though it was a stupid reason, it might actually be true. She looked at the sky with a small smile and said that he would definitely come back because he still had something to do. He promised to name the child when he returned. She also wanted him to have a younger brother or sister someday. She said with a small smile that she understood that. She realized what she had said and asked loudly, "Will he be the godfather? Why should he be present?" She said joyfully that of course he should. That was because when he grew up, she wanted him to be the father of her child too. He would definitely be strong. Talia was shocked by this, left, apologized, and said that for some reason she was not feeling well. It was time to go. Bilda was a little worried about this and wished her good night. She walked away from her a few meters and said that Bastia definitely said something about this. She remembered how she had said earlier that it was a good axe. Talia picked it up and said with a smile that it would be perfect for fighting a noble orc. Finally, this impudent woman's attitude towards her will change. Unexpectedly for her, she snatched the axe from her hands and asked if she would let her take a look. She was surprised by this, tried to take it back, and asked loudly, "Was she back already?" She held the axe in her hand with a smile and said that it was a glorious weapon. She would use it as she wanted. Currently, she was lying in bed with a displeased look and said that this was one of her best works, by the way. "I wonder how the battle is going now? Time to sleep." At the same time, Bastia looked at the crowd of orcs and asked with a slightly worried look, "What is a noble orc doing here?" At the same time, a phantom bird was sitting on a tree branch, and the protagonist asked, "Noble orcs? Those are orcs about 3 meters tall with blonde hair, right?" Sam stood next to him and said he'd heard something similar. He saw everything the bird saw and said he'd found 3 at once. One was almost here, another was with Zadir's reinforce his squad, and the last one was approaching Bastia's rescue squad. Vigara was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "What did he say?" Rita asked, "Is that bad? A noble orc wouldn't stand against them. They could defeat him somehow, right?" Sam said they were supposed to take him to the noble orc when he showed up. After that, they should defeat him together. MC, looking a little worried, wondered if one of the noble orcs had decided to visit the women. In that case, he couldn't choose between helping him or Zadiris. Are they really stupid, or were they just pretending? This is an unpleasant situation. What should he do? The rescue team is completely unprepared to fight a noble orc. He could take Vigara with him and help Bastia together. In that case, the entire vanguard would simply be crushed by the noble orc. That can't be allowed. Only by defeating the noble orc here could he go to support the next squad. Will the others be able to hold out until then? They're unlikely to cope. He won't have time to help if he doesn't go right now. At the same time, Bugogan was in the room with the undead girl and loudly said that she should be happy. He was giving her the honor of bearing his fourth child. Musiliano felt all this and wondered how it had happened that he had become the Orc King's favorite. How could he do this for so long? This was pure torture. This Viscount and the Adventurers Guild would leave him without a sane psyche. An orc ran up to them, called out to him loudly, and said they were in trouble. He turned to him with a displeased look and asked loudly what happened. He loudly apologized and said that something unexpected had happened. A horde of ghouls had burst into the village. He looked at him and asked if it was worth bothering him for some ghouls. He would be there soon. Let Bubobio and the others deal with them. The orc agreed and left the room. This attracted Luciliano's attention, and he wondered if they were attacked by ghouls. He hoped that they would overdo it and kill his undead in the process. He needed to report this to the Viscount. Was he even going to finish? He hoped that at least someone would hurry and stop him. At the same time, Bastia killed several orcs and said that it was great. That was the last one. A ghoul standing nearby said that, as she thought, they didn't spend much effort on them. She went further and said that now they must free the captured women and head to the next point. She entered a small house and saw many pregnant girls who were tied up. She approached one of them with a serious expression and said that some of them had broken limbs. They were so unfortunate. The ghoul who entered with her asked, "Isn't this woman human?" They looked at Katia, who was lying on the floor, and he asked what they should do. Bastia, with a serious expression on her face, said that they were indeed their enemies. However, they must save everyone. They will leave this to him. At least now she is not in a condition to attack them. She began to help her get up, but suddenly they heard a loud roar from outside. She went outside and saw Bubobio, who was standing in front of this building with his squad. She became worried about this and loudly asked, "Where did the noble orc come from?" He looked at them with a wide smile and thought that the only thing his stupid brothers could think about was killing as many enemies as possible. If he brought back his father's precious woman, he would immediately rise above all the others in his eyes. Besides, this woman looked good. Taking her with him would not be a bad idea. He pointed his sword at them and loudly said that they could not harm this woman. The ghoul loudly said that they should at least buy time. Many orcs ran towards them, but felt the presence of death behind them, turned around, but saw nothing. They were confused because they saw nothing behind. Suddenly, Sam rode next to them, killing them with his cart. She was surprised by what happened and loudly called MC, who was sitting next to him. He looked at her with a calm expression on his face and said that he barely managed to get here. Earlier, Sam asked, "What is the secret of this thing?" He looked at him and asked, "Are you talking about a lemur?" This is the familiar creation magic that Zadiris taught him. It was originally a technique for remote observation. It can't attack the enemy directly, but at the moment of disappearance, all creatures near the familiar sense the approach of death. By using this in a blind spot, you can make the enemy lose their guard. Currently, the orc they knocked down survived and began to rise, and Bastia loudly warned him about this. Vanduliu, with a calm expression, loudly called his name and said that he should use reverse. He joyfully agreed and ran over the orc again. Bubobio became very angry about what happened and began to shout loudly. He called Rit and Celia and said that they, along with everyone else, should occupy the surviving orcs. They will defeat the noble orc. She agreed with a serious expression, but was very surprised when she realized what he said and asked loudly, "Is he going to defeat this guy right now?" He said with a calm expression that everything is fine, he will support her. She was still worried and asked, even with his support, does he think she can handle it? He said that it is impossible because she thinks it is impossible. He remembered himself in his past life and said that the guy he hates once told him the same thing. It's okay, he would never let her die. She doubted, and he said that she should watch. He is already on his way here. She still agreed and said loudly that she had no choice but to do it. She saw a huge orc running towards her, and with a frightened expression on her face she thought, how did she even plan to defeat him? She was definitely going to die. He delivered a very strong blow and hit her shoulder. She realized that it was just a premonition and abruptly dodged this attack. He continued to try to attack her, but she deftly dodged all of these blows. She swung for the next blow and worriedly wondered why he couldn't hit. Bastia jumped high and wondered why she was able to dodge. The protagonist had been using magic on her the whole time. She landed and thought with a smirk that it was clear. this was his support. Bubobio ran towards her and shouted loudly before attacking. She dodged his attacks and thought that intuitively she knew where she would be killed. In other words, if she avoided these places, she would not die. She also understood when to strike. Of course, the power of this guy's attacks was terrifying, but with her skills, she could defeat him. She began to deliver many rapid blows with her axe, and he could barely block them. The orc lost his arm, began to run away, and screamed loudly in pain. She quickly ran after him and struck his head with the axe, and he died instantly. She was shocked that she was able to win and sat down on the ground, then looked at her axe. She said with a small smile that she didn't think she would actually be able to get the noble orc's head. MC approached her and said with a calm expression that she had won. Bosdia happily agreed, but then remembered something and with a serious expression asked what happened to Vigaro. Earlier, he called him by name and said that he should go to help right away. If he stayed here and started the battle, she would already be dead by then. It would be good to win without losses, right? They were probably thinking the same thing right now. Rita turned to him and asked what he meant. He was sitting in the carriage and said that they needed to go to help Bosdia as soon as possible. In that case, he would have to defeat the noble orc alone. Maybe it was even possible. He was about to say something else, but Sam said that in the meantime, he and Zadiris had accepted the fight without his support. Did this mean that there was an opportunity for his direct participation in the battle? Vandaliu agreed, and said that if they lost, the enemy army would fled from one of their sides. Then there would be no chance of victory. Salia asked, however, to go to Bastius's aid. Even at the risk of losing, Bagaro, with a serious expression, said that he and Zadiris must fight without his help. It was okay, even if it was impossible. He felt like he should be above him. He also felt like he regretted having to rely on a child. He looked at him and said loudly with a serious expression that, however, he was now happy. With him as the leader of the ghouls, they were finally able to achieve results they could be proud of. The protagonist was surprised by this and called him by name. He turned away from him and said loudly that he had to go there. He didn't have time to rest here. He apologized and said that he would definitely return when he dealt with the orc on the other side. Vigaro smiled and said that he didn't have to worry. He would be finished before he returned. They left, and he remained standing and said that Bastia should wait for them. He saw a huge orc and said loudly that he should come here and they would have a party. They ran towards each other, and Vigaro dodged the monster's attack. He was about to attack him, but noticed another attack from the orc and immediately jumped to the side. He stopped a meter away from him and thought he was quite fast. After a big swing, the next blow followed almost instantly. Shouldn't he have taken the time to regain his balance? He took his axe with one hand and used the axe swinging skill and attacked him from a long distance. He continued to strike from a distance and thought he was within his reach. If he continued to attack him from afar, he was surprised when the orc ran towards him and wondered, did he decide to break through under the barrage of blows? This monster reached him very quickly and with a very strong blow threw him a long distance. He fell to the ground. The other ghouls noticed this and began to loudly call his name to wake him up. This noble orc looked at him and asked with a smirk, did he fall from one blow? The strongest ghoul warrior turned out to be a small snack for them, noble orcs. He raised the axe above his head and loudly said that then they should end this. At the same time, Zadiris looked at the monsters with a worried expression and loudly asked, shouldn't they have been distracted by Vigaro? The ghoul approached her, called out loudly for the elder, and said it was not safe here. They had no strong warriors with them now. She ignored this and, with a serious expression, thought that, of course, their forces were not enough to defeat the noble orc, but they would not be able to escape either, since they had already caught up. In the worst-case scenario, their entire squad would be destroyed. She noticed an insect from MC, which landed on her, and she immediately felt a powerful force. She heard a loud sound, turned sharply, and saw the bone beasts who had come to their aid. With a surprised expression, she asked loudly, have they come to help? She thought with a serious expression that, thanks to the undead, he must have been observing the situation. She called out loudly to everyone and said that their king and Vigaro were busy with their own affairs and would not be able to help them. However, if they turned their backs on the enemies now, they all risked death. Therefore, they must try to defeat the noble orc with their own hands. They must meet their fate. The orc chuckled because of this, and the ghoul, with a surprised expression on her face, loudly asked how they could do this. It was simply impossible. They would never be able to defeat the noble orc. Zadiris said loudly that if they had the strength for complaints, then they should use it to cast support spells for their warriors. The enemies underestimated them, and they would take advantage of this. They must show them what ghouls are capable of. They will regret deciding to oppose them. The orc called Budabis and said that it seemed that some females had good willpower. The noble orc began to aim his bow and said that such women deserved his beautiful and noble attention. He fired and his arrow hit the ghoul's back. Zadiris was about to use magic and said loudly that they should be careful. They fired arrows. The orc laughed at this and asked, then what about this? He fired his bow again, but she used the windblade spell and stopped that arrow. He smirked and began to take out a new arrow and asked, did she stop it with magic? However, her mana doesn't last forever. It's only a matter of time. He continued shooting, but she didn't let his arrows reach their target with the same spell. He started to get a little nervous about this and wondered if her mana should have run out by now. Wait, not only the goblins, but the orc warriors were almost defeated already? The orc in front of him was struck by magic, and he asked loudly with a very worried look, "Has the enemy's magic power not weakened at all? This is impossible. Where did she get so much mana for so many spells?" Zadira showed them the thread that transmitted mana and asked, "Hasn't he noticed yet? As long as the boy nourished them, their mana would never run out." Vandalio used his magic and said it was all thanks to his spiritual body. Budibus was about to fire again and loudly declared that he would then use a powerful combat technique that couldn't be repelled by magic. He was distracted by a bone beast attacking an orc next to him. He was terrified by this and began shooting at the monster with his bow, begging them not to approach him. The bone beast ran, ignoring his shots, and he struck him in the face with his paw. This caused him to fall to the ground, clutching his wound and, with tears streaming down his face, loudly declared that he was bleeding and that his beautiful face was damaged. The bone beasts surrounded him and began to strike him with their hands from different directions. He still managed to break free from their grip and started running away from them. Zadiris watched this and said loudly that she would not let him escape. She used the Great Wind Blade spell and very quickly struck him with her spell. She killed this monster with one attack and said that she seemed to be looking at his dead body, but cold sweat was still pouring down her back. "They are all right now. Great, there are only a few enemies left. They shouldn't relax. They are not finished yet." At the same time, Vigaro came to his senses and dodged the axe attack at the last moment. Immediately after that, he pounced on him and bit him hard on the neck. The orc began to scream loudly in pain, grabbed him by the hair and threw him away several meters. He landed, did a somersault, and grabbed his axe lying on the ground. The orc began to look around, holding the wound on his neck, but could not find his opponent. He turned around sharply and saw Vigaro, who jumped at him from behind with an axe in his hand and began to growl loudly. He used the triple axe swing skill with a serious expression, dealt several powerful blows, and the orc was very surprised when his axe broke. Immediately after that, he dealt a very powerful blow and pierced the armor of this monster. With this attack, he killed the orc with this blow, loudly called out to the protagonist, and said that his family is strong. At the same time, Bastia was very surprised by what she heard and loudly asked, "Did they really win?" He agreed with a calm expression and said that the undead and magic confirmed this. They were both safe now. She joyfully began tossing him in the air and said that they did it, defeated the noble orcs. He was surprised by this, asked to let him go, and said that they had not won yet. Their father was still left. At that very moment, Bugogan destroyed the building he was in with a very strong blow and let out a very loud scream. He began to examine what had happened to his village with a very serious expression. Sam saw this and loudly called out to MC, and he agreed and said that he saw it. He looked at this orc and thought that he was bigger than he expected, completely different from his sons. Is this what a true noble orc looks like? The system notified that danger, death had been detected. He wondered what if he started the battle after Vigaro and Zadiris arrived. Most likely, they would be able to win somehow, but many would die. What if he fought him alone while the others provided support? There was a 50% chance he would die, but then there was only a 10% chance that someone else would die. He got out of the carriage and said that he was asking them to give him support. Immediately after that, he very quickly flew up to this monster and hovered in the air in front of him. Bugogan was surprised when he saw him, then grew angry, raised his hand, and cast a spell. He struck him with a powerful punch, causing stone spikes to emerge from the ground. However, these spikes collided with the barrier Vandaliu had created, and it immediately collapsed. He quickly ran up to him, struck him with a powerful sword strike, partially destroying the barrier, but was unable to reach him. He was surprised by this and quickly jumped a large distance away from him. With a calm expression, he raised his hand above his head and concentrated a large amount of energy. Zadiris rode on the skeletal beast and saw him create a very large mana bullet. She joyfully said that in all their training, she had never seen anything like it. He released this large ball of energy, but Bugogan cut through his spell with a sword strike. However, he was very surprised when he saw that he created even more of the same balls of energy that he launched at him. At the same moment, he summoned a familiar behind him, which caught his attention, and he sharply swung his sword back. While the orc was distracted by this, he began to create a stone golem under his feet. Sam watched this and said that the lemur releasing bloodlust behind him and the earth golem under him were trying to knock him off balance. This is as mean as expected from him. The orc, with a serious look, delivered a very strong kick to the ground and destroyed the golem. He was very surprised by what he saw and asked loudly. The golem didn't even have time to get up. At the same moment, spells flew towards him, which he began to cut with his sword. After that, he looked up and saw how MC created even more energy above his head. He launched this huge ball of energy, and he struck it with his sword, and was able to cut through all of that energy. Immediately after that, he tried to strike with his sword again, but his sword again couldn't reach its target. He pulled out his sword and they looked at each other with serious faces. Vandalyu looked at him and thought, this is dangerous. Could he really die today? Is he really the father of those talentless pigs? Lemur, golems, mana bullets, why doesn't anything work on him? Even the maximum power mana bullet was of little use. Why is he so strong? Even though he trained, what's the point? If he still can't defeat him, what should he do then? Maybe poison him. Now it came to special killing methods. But how to do that? Inflict a wound and pour poison there? That's impossible. Bugogan looked at him and thought that this child had shown absolutely no emotion during the entire mortal battle. Who is he anyway? His magic reflects any sword technique he uses. His face shows no fear. Nothing at all. He doesn't even know if he can survive. The crosscut was useless against his shield. This guy's gaze, he hadn't seen such a look in a long time. It was completely empty. They simultaneously thought that at this rate they would kill him. Vigaro looked at them from the side and asked why he was dragging his feet with such a strong enemy. They all knew what he was capable of. Zadiris loudly asked what he was even talking about. Didn't he see that the boy was barely holding on? He said loudly with a serious expression that she should look at him. He wasn't even sweating. It was obvious that the noble orc would soon expend all his strength and be defeated. She called him a stupid warrior and asked if he hadn't noticed how the enemy reflected all of the boy's magical attacks. He couldn't attack with anything but a mana bullet. Sam loudly asked them to calm down and said loudly that they needed to hurry to help the master. He galloped towards him and called out loudly. She loudly called the mages and archers and said that they should prepare for an attack. They began to attack Bugogan from afar, and he quickly repelled all these attacks with his sword. The protagonist looked at this and thought that this was bad. Everyone had already gathered, but it was still too early for the final blow. For now, he was still aiming at him. But if the orc changed his target, not many of them would be able to survive. Perhaps he could force them to remain in this world as spirits. The undead would be fine. Even if the body was damaged, he would simply restore them. However, what if his sword had the ability to cut through spiritual forms? How was he supposed to kill this guy? All his attacks were useless. He was surprised when he realized something and thought that this was it, the very thing that could not be dodged or defended against. Bugogan ran towards him, stabbed him with his sword, destroyed his barrier, and managed to leave a large wound on his body. Everyone was very worried about what happened and stared at him. They loudly called MC's name as he fell down, and the orc in front of him licked his blood from his face. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground and dropped his sword. They all ran up to him with obvious concern, and Vigaro was about to kill this orc for what he did. He noticed that he was foaming at the mouth and loudly asked what was wrong with him. Zadiris approached him and, looking worried, loudly said that he should not move. She would help him now. He was coughing up blood, and Bastia asked, "How did this happen? He will be fine, right?" She, looking worried, loudly said that she should be quiet and move away from here because she was in the way. Vandalyu, with a calm expression, mentally told them to wait. He simply spat out the blood that had gotten into his trachea. He'd be able to speak again in a couple of minutes. Sam, with a calm expression, listened to him and said he understood everything. So that's what he'd come up with? Rita and Salia breathed a sigh of relief at what he'd said. Bastia, looking around with concern, asked loudly, "What are they talking about? Did he tell them something?" He agreed and said that when he was wounded, he used spirit form transformation to transform his heart and spine into spirit form. His life was not in danger now, and the wound should heal in a couple of minutes. Currently, the boy is using his magic without the attribute of accelerated regeneration to restore his lungs, and the wound has already begun to heal. Speaking of defeating the noble orc, he needs to be killed, and they must be careful not to come into contact with the boy's blood. At that moment, Vigaro began coughing and said his body suddenly felt so heavy. Sam loudly said that they needed to help him with detoxification magic immediately. The ghoul ran up to him and loudly said that she would take care of it. Zadiris stayed put and asked if he could explain it. He agreed and said that when the boy was wounded, he converted some of his blood into a deadly poison. The bet was that Bugogan could never have expected poison in his enemy's blood, so he ended up licking it with his tongue and drinking it. Convulsions in the limbs, blurred vision, loss of consciousness, and a heart attack. The noble orc, unable to stand any longer under the influence of the poison, fell to his knees and eventually collapsed on the ground. She sighed and said that this is how it was. It was so reckless. When he wakes up, they will have a serious talk. The protagonist mentally called him and said that they didn't need such details, especially for his mother. He apologized and said he would tell the rest himself. The girls looked at him with displeased faces, and he turned away and thought that this was such a terrible situation. After some time, he finished drinking the orc's blood and said that orcs had a soft and rich taste, but a lingering aftertaste remained in his throat. Zadiris approached him and said that before returning home, there was one more problem to solve. She wanted to consult with him about what to do with human women. Could he take a look? He agreed and wondered what else else he could have expected. The dead girl was sitting near the building, and Luciliano wondered if it was all over. What happened there? The sounds of battle died down sometime after the angry orc king left. However, it was not orcs that came for his dead man, but ghouls. The ground outside is covered with the corpses of orcs, kobolds, and goblins, but he does not see the corpses of ghouls. They defeated the orcs with almost no losses. It's unthinkable. Also, the ghoul who brought him here mentioned a king. In other words, someone is controlling them, capable of supplying them with equipment superior to that of average-level soldiers. And he even defeated a rank 7 monster in a one-on-one fight. If this undead is destroyed, he will refuse to do this job, even if he has to kneel and beg. He will definitely refuse to take part in a battle against more than 100 chieftains, led by such a king. A girl ran after the ghouls and loudly asked to be killed. He watched this from the side and thought that the girls were adventurers, now being used for food, or perhaps they will perform a ritual to turn them into ghouls. But in any case, it is already impossible to save them. Well, even if people come to the rescue, the fate of girls with children from orcs is rather sad. They suffer deep scars not only physically but also mentally. Even if some of them can recover, they will be discriminated against as people who did this to monsters. In that case, it's better to just be eaten by ghouls right here. MC approached him and he wondered what he was doing here. Crimson and bluish-violet eyes, is this a Dampier? Could he be that very king? He asked with a calm expression why he was there. This is someone else's body, isn't it? Luciliana was surprised because of this, and she asked, whose body is this then? He looked at him and said that the spirit of a woman is next to him. She tells him to return the body and stop desecrating it. At that moment, he looked to the side and saw the spirit he just spoke about. He looked at him with a surprised expression and wondered, can he see ghosts? Could he really be a necromancer? He couldn't even imagine that the soul of this body was haunting him. This is bad. He needs to leave now. He reached out to him, grabbed him by the throat, and said that he will not run away. He was surprised by what happened, and thought that he cannot leave her body. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked, he will ask one last time, what is he doing in her body? He will not let him go until he gets an answer. Luciliano said that he is a traveler and came here to learn about the orc village. He used this body to achieve his goal. He held him and asked if the Minister of War Palpapek hired him. He refused and said that, in fact, the Viscount hired him, and he proposed a plan to the minister to defeat the orcs. The minister is going to send an army here. Vandaliu asked if he finds out that the village no longer exists, will he change his decision? He said that he is not sure about that. He will simply switch to the ghouls. He's talking about all the demonic monsters living here. He won't change his plan. Moreover, the ghouls are to blame for the death of the noble orcs. From a human's point of view, such an army is too dangerous. He must understand that threatening him is pointless. He's just a traveler and doesn't decide anything. He said that he already understood this. He wondered what to do with him. If word got out that he was here, there would be problems, but he couldn't kill him with this skill either. He said that now it was clear why he needed her body. So, he also killed her? Luciliano loudly said that this was nonsense. The landowner gave him this corpse. He had nothing to do with her death. The woman's spirit loudly said that he must return her body and stop desecrating it. He said that he understood. He would let him go, but only this time. His ghostly hand disappeared and he returned to his body. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that, as he thought, she was still alive. It looks like she will remain in a half-dead state until her mana runs out. The woman's spirit said that she is grateful to him for giving her back her body. However, it seems that she is dying and her place is now in heaven. He turned to her and asked if she wants to be reborn here and now. She was happy to hear this and asked if he could really bring her back to life. He said that he cannot do that, but right now, a new life is growing in her body. She was indignant at this and asked if he means that she had a child with an orc. Will she be reborn as an orc? If so, then she would rather die here and now. He asked her to calm down and said that he will suppress the noble orc genes as much as possible and she will not become an orc. She looked at him and asked if he really can do that. He said that, however, she will not become a human either. However, he will create a form so close to a human that it will be impossible to mistake her for an orc. Salia began to carry away her body when she made up her mind and asked to be reborn. The body was placed in a carriage, and he said that he understood and would do everything in his power. Sam called the young master and asked why he was so kind to this girl. MC, with a calm expression on his face, said that he wanted to know if it was possible to place a soul into an embryo. The experiment was successful. Her soul is now inside the child in her belly. He looked at him and asked if he wanted to use the same method Lady Darcia, right? He refused and said that in this case the girl turns into her child. Therefore, her compatibility with the embryo is high. The chances of finding a compatible embryo without the mother herself are negligible. However, he has other ideas. In general, this is very hypocritical, and since he proposed this to her, he will help her at first. He grabbed his head and thought, just think, he will raise a child at such a young age. He is very worried about him. Sometime later, when they returned to the village, the girls approached him and loudly said that he should listen to them. He is indeed their mentor, but they did not ask him to fight the enemy leader. Who put him up to such recklessness? No matter how you look at it, it is too dangerous. He must never do this again, understand? He agreed and apologized for it. They calmed down a little, and Darcia said that she understands that he did it for everyone's safety. It is just not worth doing this anymore. Okay? Bastia said that their powerlessness also contributed to it. She apologizes for having to make him try because of them. Zadiris said that speaking of recklessness, it turns out that they forced him to do it. Vanduliu looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked what they were talking about. Or do they want him to let his guard down, and then they will flare up again when he calms down? She was confused by this and said that was not true at all. There was no need to suspect them. He asked, "Are they absolutely sure about this?" Usually they yell at him more. She smiled and asked, "He looks gloomy. Did something happen?" He said that it was not that. It was just that he was hit every time he was scolded and yelled at much more than now. Darcia came up to him, called his name, and said that she was sorry for scaring him. He mentally told her that she did not need to apologize. Zadiris called him with a worried look and asked what kind of parents he had. She did not know that he was so sensitive about this. It seemed that they made him remember something terrible. He was confused by this and said loudly that they misunderstood. He was not talking about his mother. She said with a small smile that he shouldn't worry, they can't see her anyway. He insisted that it was important and said that if his friends misjudged his mother, it was his fault. He called the two of them and said that he had to tell them something about himself and his mother. However, first, could he call Vigaro? He came to them, turned around and said that he was just in time. They were all very surprised when they saw that he had grown in size greatly. His rank had risen to 6th, and he calmly said that he woke up like this today. Bastia asked if he had raised his rank after yesterday's battle. Zadiris asked how much more he would grow. After that, the protagonist told them about himself, and they calmly asked if he had been reincarnated from a completely different world. If so, that explains a lot. He was a little surprised by this and asked if they believed him so easily. They said he could think whatever he wanted, but it's not usually the case for a 2-year-old to have such magic and knowledge. Considering it came from a past life, everything makes sense. They've known each other for too long to be surprised by such things. However, is it true that another 100 people like him will come to this world? 100 children with magical power greater than 100 million. They're no match for them. He remembered Rodcourt and he was sure his mana reserves were much higher than theirs. It was so high because he didn't receive any special skill. At least that's what that stupid god told him. They thought there wouldn't be a problem then, but he denied it and said he'd already told them they had strong abilities. What if they came in a crowd? Vigaro asked. Their skills don't make them invulnerable, right? That means there'll be a way to kill them. MC was about to say something, but he remembered the past and thought he understood now. When they first died, God said that they would be reborn in random worlds. This clearly means that no one is immortal. If they hadn't died, they would never have come to this world. He said that this was very basic logic. Why did he think of this only now? Zadiris said that he, like anyone, was inclined to fear those who possessed what he didn't have, especially if they had killed him once. However, he should listen. He had a weapon that no one else had. This weapon was unmatched. Darcia said with a smile that she was right. He needed to believe in himself more. He smiled, thanked them, and said that thanks to them, he found hope. They were all very surprised when he said that. By the way, people were going to come here with an army soon. What will they do about it? They were very surprised by what they heard and asked loudly, couldn't he have said this before? At the same time, a guy named Thomas was sitting in the office and writing a letter. There was a bat next to him who said that it looked so-so, although he is their Minister of War Palpapek now, right? He is wasting his short life on such a boring occupation. He really felt sorry for him. He called him a dear immortal friend with a calm expression and asked, in that case, would he do him a favor? He laughed and asked, hadn't he helped him enough? His older brother was destined to sit in this chair and who took care of him. He called him a condescending vampire and asked, didn't he remember that he helped him because they had the same goal? He thought about it and said that it was indeed so. Knowing his rank among the allies is very beneficial. He looked at him and said that they should throw away such conventions. He wants to ask him for something. About a dampier named Vandaliu. The vampire looked at him and asked, who is that? He said with a serious expression that 3 years ago a child was born from a dark elf executed in his country and a vampire of his former subordinate. He was about to say something else, but he was interrupted and asked, is he talking about the son of the traitor Valen? He remained silent until the very end. So what did he want to say about this? Thomas named their names and said that forming a child's name from the parents' names is a fairly common practice. The vampire said that I understand, that explains his name. That makes sense, but where is this going? He said that this child, it turns out, is a necromancer who controls an army of souls. He asked, did a 2-year-old child turn out to be a necromancer? He said with a serious expression. That information was verified. He received it from the traveler's familiar. The undead were revealed, however. The vampire said that Valen, however, did not have such abilities. Still, what's wrong with the child? He'll be caught soon, right? He agreed and said that the expedition would set off soon. High Priest Golden Riley Windspear is coming. The vampire asked, this is the one who got his nickname from the C-rank traveler Heinz. Does he think he'll be of any use? He said that he had already reached B rank. He could go too if he was worried. He laughed and said that everything was fine. He would trust him. What's more important is that he would tell him about the investigation. Thomas asked, Does he remember that incident with the golem at the city gate? He was very curious if a Dhampir was involved in this. He understands that, right? The vampire was very surprised by what he heard, laughed out loud, and said that he shouldn't talk nonsense. They, humans, are so afraid of Dhampirs that they constantly endow them with superpowers. A Dhampir's abilities depend on the strength of the vampire who sired him. He couldn't get such skills from such a trifle as Valen. He doesn't believe that this was the work of a 2-year-old child, does he? He said that these were just guesses, but, frankly, it sounded really absurd. The vampire stopped at the window and said that if he had everything, then it was time for him to leave. Even immortals should not waste their time. However, if suddenly a child is responsible for this incident, then even the high priest or Riley should not underestimate him. Sometime later, in the ghoul village, the protagonist looked at the girls standing in front of him and asked, "Do they really agree to this? If they become ghouls, they cannot." He did not have time to finish because the girl loudly said that they had already decided everything. He must quickly turn them into ghouls. Zadiris called him and said that he should simply fulfill their wish. These women will never return to human society anyway. They can only help them by accepting them into the tribe as equals. He agreed, and the first girl entered the liquid. He looked at what was happening with a slightly confused look and asked, "Will everything really work out?" It looks like she just decided to drown herself. She said that everything is fine. This ritual has been used for more than 1 generation. However, this can only be done with humans. Other races simply drown. He said that Talia also went through this when she turned into a ghoul. By the way, where is she now? Bilda looked at him and said that she did not come. She was turned against her will, after all. She doubted that she would want to see this. They did not mind if she went to see her. Zadiris agreed and said that he should go too. Besides, there was a lot to discuss today. He should tell her to come to the meeting hall. He agreed and said that then she would remain in charge. The two of them left, and she said with a small smile that it was great that she was learning to understand human feelings. But before this, they always avoided interactions with others, but maybe there is nothing wrong with them. After some time, the two of them came to the building. Bilda called her by name and she asked to be notified before entering. She remembers that, right? They go in. They went inside and saw her. He smelled blood and saw a recently severed orc head on the floor. Talia took his hand and said with a joyful look that the meat of noble orcs is so aromatic. She turned to them with a knife in her hand. How long had they been here? Did they want to tell her something? Benduliu started to leave, refused, and said that they would go and would not distract her from the matter. She was confused by this and loudly asked him to wait. After some time, most of the ghouls gathered around the fire and he said that he asks to listen to what he has to say. An army of people is coming here to kill them all. After some time, an army of people in armor was walking along the mountain. Riley called the high priest and said that he was quite strong in spirit. Golden looked at him and said that he was, after all, a spearman from the Rainbow Sword. He said that this was no longer the case. He looked at him and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but this time he was dealing with him. He is not as soft as Heinz. He can do anything, but the descendant of an evil vampire and a witch will die. The gods will bless anyone for fulfilling. Riley said with a smile that this was glorious. He said with a serious expression that, however, they must not let their guard down. Even if the ghouls knew that they were coming for them, they did not leave their dwelling for 2 months. In other words, they are putting their combat power in order. They must not be underestimated. He passed by him with a slight smile and said that he was grateful for the warning, but there was no need to tell him about it. He looked back with a small smirk and asked who would die. For him, this is just a stepping stone to overcome Heinz. After some time, the knights reached the village in the forest and loudly said that there was indeed no one here. Among the settlements, you could mostly see only lone goblins. There's not even a trace of ghouls. Riley asked loudly, "What is this? Wherever they go, it's empty." They're not transparent after all. Not a single one of them showed up. Golden, with a surprised expression on his face, began to guess, but at that moment a knight called him. He came to him, looked around and asked, "Are these wheel tracks?" The knight agreed and said that the tracks looked like a dozen carts had driven over the same spot. Riley looked at this with a displeased expression on his face and asked loudly, "Did that Dhampir really grab the ghouls and run away from here?" He grabbed the knight by the collar and asked loudly, "How come no one noticed this? They had been watching them for 2 months, hadn't they?" He removed his hand and said loudly that they had examined the dwelling, the area, and in between. Who would have thought that they would pass through the mountain range? He had never heard of ghouls using carts. Golden, with a serious expression, asked loudly if a horde of several hundred ghouls led by a Dhampir had really managed to slip away without a fight. It seemed they had been deceived. 2 months ago, Vigaro said loudly that they would crush these humans. They had become stronger and would not lose, even if there were 100 of them. The protagonist apologized and said that they could not win. He was indignant about this and loudly asked why he thought so. He sat calmly in front of the ghouls and said that they had indeed become stronger. However, humans were different from orcs, and they had prepared thoroughly to defeat them. Even if they were lucky enough to defeat the initial strike force, how long would it be before they turned the tide of the battle? Besides, they had people they were obliged to protect. Zadiris agreed with him and said that unfortunately, thanks to them, there were a lot of pregnant women here. Talia said that their wish is to continue to exist as one family. Is victory with many casualties really better than defeat with many left alive? However, what will they do? They can't hide, but they can escape. She didn't finish, and he said that he knew where they could run, but it was a bit far. After some time, they all rode together in carts, and MC created golems to clear a path in the mountain. As soon as the last cart left, the passage in the mountain closed back. He saw the castle and said that finally, after 3 months, they almost made it here. They did a great job. Bastia looked at it and asked, "Are these the ruins he found with the help of an insect?" Sam said that this is quite spacious land. Zadiris said that the problem is whether they will be able to move without incidents. Obviously, there will be a lot of undead here, but not forever. Perhaps they missed high-ranking monsters. He looked around with a calm expression and said that tomorrow they would do serious reconnaissance. Today they would have to set up camp in different places. Figaro loudly announced that they should all go prepare the camp and post guards. He removed his hood and said that, surprisingly, the mountain range didn't turn out to be anything special. Talia stood next to him and, with a displeased expression, said that this was indeed true. He was a little confused by this, apologized, and asked if she was okay. The long journey was already coming to an end. As soon as they arrived at the new shelter, they would be able to cheerfully create weapons. She sat up and with a depressed look, apologized to him. Zadiris looked at her and said that it was very sad. She shouldn't lose heart. She looked at her with a slightly displeased expression and said that it was strange that even though she was older than her, she was full of energy. Vandaliu approached the undead girl and said that it seemed like she wasn't particularly ill. The child would be born healthy. Talia looked at him with a small smile and asked why they were doing this. From the outside, they looked like a family. Katsuya approached them, called her by name, and asked if she already felt like his grandmother. She became angry about this and loudly asked whom she called grandmother. She pointed her finger at her with an indignant expression, called her by name, and loudly said that she was too impudent for a newbie. She looked at her with a smile and asked, however, how many thousands of years old is she really? She became even more angry about this and loudly said that she wasn't that old. She was only 260 years old. She finally calmed down a little and asked if she was really glad she joined them. She was a little surprised by this question and asked if she was wondering if she regretted becoming a ghoul. It's not true. It's better to become a ghoul than to be a woman with whom monsters have fun. She didn't have a family. Besides, surprisingly, they don't seem like bad people. The main character looked at her and said that they are not like a family. They are all family. The girls looked at him with a smile, but suddenly someone threw something at his head. The child who did it called the king and said that he found a funny bone, so he would take advantage of it. The girl laughed at what happened, and another child called the king and said that he would teach him a lesson. The child who threw the bone came up to him and asked with a confused look, "Did the king get smaller?" The ghoul girl grabbed the child by the ear, called him Blang, and loudly said that she told him not to throw things. She stroked his head, apologized, and asked if he was okay. He agreed, after which the girls left with the children. He looked at them and said that if he had been told that the captured ghouls were raising a goblin and an orc cub, he would never have believed it. These children are goblins, a subspecies of black goblins, kobolds, a subspecies of Anubis, and orcs, a subspecies of Horcus. He asked why all newborn species are the most amazing, and what does that mean? Zadiris, with a thoughtful expression, said that if you think about it, when these children were in their mother's womb, their magical power was pumped out to maintain the physical strength of the mother's body. Isn't that good? Compared to ordinary monster children, they are smart. He agreed with a slightly confused look, and said that he would say it was good when so many were born. They looked at the crowd of children, and she said with a smile that he had such a big family. At the same time, Thomas said that he was sorry, but there was no more information on the Dampier. The vampire asked loudly, "Can't they do something about it? Besides, are there any free adventurers?" He looked at him and said that there were no adventurers who could cross that ridge and subdue a group of several hundred monsters. He flew next to him with a displeased look and said loudly that if he was a fanatic, they needed to call Golden. He said with a calm expression that this was also impossible. He really wanted to follow the Dampier, but the temple assigned him another task and he had already left. The vampire was very unhappy about this, and he said that he seemed to be all nervous. Is it such a problem that the Dampier will cross the mountains? The vampire flew out the window and loudly declared that it was none of his business. He drank tea from his cup and, with some surprise, said that the tea had gotten completely cold. The vampire flew back to his house and, with a very displeased expression on his face, loudly complained about this. Sometime later, MC stood in front of the ghouls and said that they would now scout the shelter's territory. Figaro agreed, and Bazdia said that they should definitely return. A man's job is to get what he wants and return to where he has a girlfriend. He calmly said that she should take care of the others. They arrived at the castle grounds, and he began to look around and remarked on the enormous buildings here. Zadiris, walking alongside, agreed and said that this wasn't quite right either. She was worried that the door would be too big. Rita turned around and said that indeed, with this size, even Vigaro could easily pass through. She noticed that Vandaloo had started to run, and she commented on this. Sam said that he seemed to be in a good mood for some reason. Katya said with a smile that she seemed to never be able to understand him. She chuckled because of this and asked, "She can't do that." He laughed and asked, "It seems she still has a long way to go, doesn't she?" She was confused by their reaction and said that it irritated her a little. He turned to them and asked, "Aren't they excited about the ruins of the shelter? Don't they think that they could live here?" She approached him with a smile, agreed, and asked, however, maybe scary ghosts would appear here. He looked at her with a calm expression on his face and said that, however, he was not afraid of ghosts. He also noticed something with a calm expression on his face and said that the enemy was attacking from the buildings opposite. She became very scared because of this, began to look around and asked, "Where are they?" He was a little surprised and said that they should wait. This can't be. He noticed several dinosaurs, which surprised him very much. The ghoul pointed his finger up and loudly said that there was someone there too. The protagonist looked at this with a shocked and joyful expression on his face and remembered how he studied dinosaurs in his past life. The ghoul was surprised when he saw another monster and loudly said that there was something in the water too. He turned around with an excited look at the voice and asked, "What was there this time?" The ghouls looked around and loudly said that they were surrounded. They shouldn't panic. They needed to stand back to back and fight. He looked at these monsters and thought that the dinosaurs on Earth had been completely destroyed. Only fossils remained that could be found. Now they were moving right before his eyes. What should he do now? If they kill the dinosaurs, they will die forever. That's right. They will poison them without wounds. They need to turn them into undead. That's what they will do. Katya grabbed her sword and loudly said that they can give this lizard to her. She ran up to the dinosaur and cut off the monster's head with one blow. He was very upset about this and said that it was terrible. At that moment, a rank 4 bone bird flew towards them and attacked another dinosaur with multiple projectiles. Rita and Salia quickly ran up to the shark, attacked it with their weapons, and killed it. Katya said with a smile that they were unexpectedly large. Zadiris approached them and loudly said that they were too slow to react after the enemy appeared. In the previous battle, she had increased her rank, so she won without any problems. She was about to say something else, but she looked at MC, who was sitting in front of the dinosaur corpse, and asked what he was doing. He turned to her with a sad look and tried to say something, and she was worried about his health. He said that it would be good if they won without damage. She looked at him with a confused expression and asked what damage he was talking about. He turned to her and loudly asked, "Can't she see that his head was cut off?" She was embarrassed by this and said that it wasn't exactly like that. The head was perfectly normal. Is he absolutely sure that everything is okay with him? The ghoul next to her asked what kind of lizards were they. Were they edible? Sam looked at them and said that these monsters didn't look like dragons. Vandaloo said with a sad look that they were a fairy tale of bygone times. They were dinosaurs. He once went to a museum and was captivated by the exhibition of dinosaur skeletons, after which they became his old dream. He remembered his past and thought that in elementary school there was a chance to go on a long-awaited field trip to the museum, but his uncle didn't let him. He was very sad about all this, and Zadiris called him and said that they needed to leave soon. He had hope and asked, "They can collect these bones and start a private museum, right?" She agreed and said that she really didn't understand anything, but then they would do so. After that, they walked further through the castle and heard a very loud scream, which attracted their attention. They all looked at the building and saw a silhouette coming out of it. A huge undead creature came out to them, looked at them and said that he was waiting for him, the child of the prophecy. The ghoul looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and asked loudly, "Is this the undead giant?" He called the child of the prophecy again and said how wonderful it was that he descended to them in Talashheim. He asked him to help them out. His name was Richie Noise. Vandaloo gave his name and said that he was the king of the ghouls. Could he ask him a question? Katya leaned toward him, asked him to wait, and asked if he would communicate with such a suspicious creature. He said he hoped that he would allow them to settle here. He looked at him from the side and said that he learned of his coming here, child, from the goddess's prophecy. Her forgotten children will come from the west, along with a white child. This child will bring them prosperity and glory. Zadiris thought about this and said that he really did have white skin, not like them, the ghouls created by the goddess Vita. He looked at him and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he knew nothing about this country. Although he was asking for his help, how could he help them? Noaz said that he understood him, in which case he would tell them about this country, that whose merciless shadow now opens before them was once called the capital of the sun and flourished. It is the fortress city of the giants, Talosheim. Although they sang of the secret left behind by the vanished hero Zakharth and the prosperity of the goddess Vita's grace, Katya asked if she could ask something. Would they really help him? The protagonist looked at her and said that if it turned out to be impossible, he would refuse. He said that 200 years ago, the shield country of Mild captured them. Now, as they saw, it had turned into a refuge for the undead. He looked at him and asked, Were the giant country and the shield country at odds? Noise said that up until a certain point, there had been no feud. One day, without any warning, they unexpectedly crossed the mountains and approached Talosheim. They desperately resisted, and in the first hour, the odds were on their side. But they were unable to win. In this battle, he lost his life, thus turning into the undead. Sam listened to this and asked, the destruction of the giant country 200 years ago? Who would have thought that the day would come when he would be able to hear this story from an eyewitness? MC looked at him and asked, he knows about this, so it's a well-known story? Katya said that among the people of the Shield Country, there is no one who doesn't know this story. He said that he would like to know, why did the Shield Country of Milg attack the Country of Giants? He said that because the feudal lord of the Shield Country of Milg, the Amidao Empire, gave the order. At that time, the Shield Country was gaining strength, and the Empire was afraid that their relationship would change. He asked, so the conflict with the Country of Giants was supposed to reduce this strength? Nuaz said that this is what he meant. Since ancient times, the Amidao Empire believed in the god Ard, and the Country of Giants in the goddess Vita. Vandaliu looked at him and asked, is the official reason religious contradictions? He said loudly that he would also like to know that state that destroyed their country, what happened to it after that? Sam said that the Shield Country was in the position of having won the war. However, they could not openly rejoice in their victory. Beginning with the hero of the Shield Country, Mikhail, many excellent officers and soldiers died. By the end of the war, military expenditures were enormous. Moreover, unlike the Country of Giants, money and resources had run out, as if they had been taken away. Noaz asked for forgiveness and said that he would like to correct him. To say that there was nothing valuable in his country is not entirely true. At the moment the battle began, the first princess, protected by the guards, fled the country. Then they took away all the jewels and property of their country. In the kingdom of Albaum in the east, where the princess fled, trade was flourishing at the time. Because numerous things conquered in Talosheim were extremely valuable in all countries. Sam said that now he understood how it all happened. Then he asks for forgiveness. The protagonist said that in any case, the country of Milg suffered great losses, so everything went as the Amidao Empire planned. He said that it couldn't be said that way, because it was the Empire that bore the brunt. They were surprised by this, and he asked why he said that. He said that the country of Olbaum, a friend of the giant state, had gathered an army. They deservedly punished the shield state of Milg, which had immorally attacked a friendly state. The borders of this country, exhausted from the battle with the giant state, were easily overcome. The Amidao Empire of Iskoni, in confusion at first, sent an army to protect the shield country, but in the end, they were defeated. It so happened that to this day, the empire has been losing conquered lands, which are transferred to the state of Olbaum. Moreover, to recapture their territory, these countries have been in conflict with each other for 200 years. MC said that it turns out that the battle that happened before is a continuation. Sam said that this is why this story is known as the greatest defeat of the Amidao Empire in history. Nuaz was overjoyed by this, began to laugh loudly, and said that they deserved it. He became embarrassed when he realized they were looking at him, asked for forgiveness, and said that he had been too happy about it. With a calm expression, he said that, nevertheless, neither the shield state of Milg nor the Amidao Empire were doing well. I wish they would disappear. He loudly said that the shield country would be destroyed. Such bold words. Without a doubt, it was he, the reincarnation of the true ancestor of the vampires from legend. This is a legend passed down from generation to generation. Born from the union of the goddess Vita and the hero Zakhart, the ancestor of the vampires prophesied the following on his deathbed. When he is destroyed, he will be reborn again, stand next to their brothers and sisters, and bring destruction to the arrogant apostles of the deity. In other words, he is the white child from the prophecy, the second coming of the son of the goddess and the hero. Finally, their savior has returned, the strongest, the legend, the restoration of Talosheim. Vandaliu asked calmly why he was mixing legend and prophecy. He was going to say something about the destruction of the shield country, but Zadiras said no one had mentioned that. After all, the Sam family members are also citizens of the shield country, right? He said they shouldn't worry. For the young master's sake, he was ready to crush a resident of any country. However, he must remember to keep an open mind. Darcia called him and said that it was exactly like that. Not all people in the shield country are bad, right? He had completely forgotten about the good people, and she felt sad about it. He was embarrassed by this and said he hadn't said that. Nuaz called him and said that they were also angry at the states of Milg and Amidao, which existed 200 years ago. Their goddess had told them not to stir up hostility between descendants, and he was asking them to stop. He was indignant about this and said that he had said the same thing. However, if he hadn't said that he wanted to destroy the shield country, there wouldn't have been any difficulties. He shouldn't have demanded such a thing. So, what exactly does he want him to do? He looked at him and said that even though he said so, for him, the very arrival of the child from the prophecy was a wish, so they don't want anything else. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was quite cute for his appearance. He said that he brought about 600 ghouls with him. He wouldn't mind if they moved to Talosheim. He was happy to hear this and asked, so they would move to their city? Would any of the dead living in the ruins refuse? The undead started coming towards them with a frightening look, and one of them said that they would warmly welcome the child and his group. Katsuya was very scared because of what she saw and said loudly that it was too scary. He said, with a calm expression, that from now on they live in the same country, so she should get used to it. He turned around and said that it was good that they were able to get permission from the representative. He was grateful to him for his help. Noise, looking confused, said that this was not true at all. He was a simple priest's apprentice and was not a representative of this country. Zadiris looked at him and asked, "This was just the first person who spoke to them, right?" He stood next to her and said that it turned out that they would like to talk to the representative. He looked at them and said that, as he said earlier, since the first princess escaped, they had no members of the ruling family left. However, one of the heroes of Talishheim, Borks, was currently guarding the royal castle. He would show them the way. They should follow him. MC turned to his allies and said that he would talk in return, and they should stay here. She agreed and said that everything seemed to be fine. He should not do anything stupid, okay? He began to climb the very large steps and said that since this was the country of giants, nothing could be done. The height of the stairs is not kind to children. Noise picked him up and said that with his permission, he asked to be carried. They went on, and he said that before meeting the hero, he should lower him to the ground. By the way, what kind of person is Mr. Borks? He called him a hero, though. He didn't have time to finish because he agreed and said that he was the master of the sword, able to defeat any powerful enemy with just a sword. Among the heroes of Talishheim, only he turned into a corpse. One could say that he is the strongest of the existing undead giants. He put him on the ground and said that they would arrive soon. Ahead was the door to the audience hall. For 200 years, he had not taken a step from this place. He saw a temple novice, called him, and asked who this strange child was. Noaz said his name and said that this gentleman was the king of ghouls, the child from the prophecy he spoke of. He was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, "Did he say the king of ghouls? The girl is a king, and does that mean she really is a ghoul? However, it doesn't look like it." Vanduliu, with a calm expression on his face, said that he was a dhampir, not a ghoul, and a boy at that. Borks raised his sword and said that he didn't care what kind of person he was or what he did. If he wanted to live here, he could go. He looked at him and said that if possible, they would like to become their comrades. For this, he wanted to gather all the giants together. He asked for forgiveness and said that, however, he had to refuse because he had something to do here. Also, although he almost subdued him with his skill, it was useless. Noaz, with a puzzled look, called his name and asked what he meant. He looked at them with a serious expression and thought that the death charm attribute was completely ineffective. When the undead's level was so high, the charm skill became useless. Rather, it aroused wariness. Then they could only negotiate normally. If he was angered, it would cost him his life. One should choose one's words carefully. He asked for forgiveness and said that the charm skill was constantly active and without his consent. He asked him to be lenient. Besides, the art called necromancy didn't exist in this world before. Perhaps by using this, they can get what they desire. Borks asked loudly with a serious expression, "Does he want to make a deal? If so, he was all ears. Is it within his power to remove the magical curse from the legend?" He said that perhaps he could remove this curse. He chuckled at this and said that it was as expected of a man like him. He claims that he can handle it, right? He said that it seemed he could free them from the curse. Noise was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What kind of nonsense is this? High priest, even the lady saint of healing, Gina, couldn't cleanse it. If he is cursed too, what will they do?" The protagonist thought about it and said that he asks to listen to him. A curse is a certain extraordinary state caused by magic. Since his necromancy is capable of absorbing and destroying magic, no matter how strong the curse, if the magic that created it is destroyed, the curse can be lifted. More precisely, it can be erased. He thought, in other words, the structure of the curse and the method of removal. In the previous world, during the experiment, they were called researchers. Necromancy is not difficult. Will he believe the rest? Noise asked. Is he going to destroy the curse itself? Even though he had heard of something like this. He didn't have time to finish because Borks knelt before him and said that if he could lift this curse and bring them back, he was ready to become anyone for him. He doesn't know if this makes sense now, but he swears on his name. He bowed low and said loudly that he was asking for his comrades Jin and Zandia to be saved. MC looked at him and agreed with a calm expression. After that, he stood up, walked to the huge door, and said that they should go inside. He opened the door, they went inside, and he wondered if the cold air was due to magic. He was surprised when he noticed a huge ice crystal standing in the center of the huge hall. Inside this crystal, they saw a woman's hand. Noise was very surprised by this and was about to ask something, but he immediately agreed and said that it was in this cursed block of ice that 2 dead bodies were trapped. Judging by its size, this hand belonged to Zandia. Even though she had lost her hand, she was able to drive that scoundrel underground. Vanduliu turned to him and said that he could melt the ice with his magic. However, could he find out what was here first? He agreed and asked if he should tell him more. How far did he know, and from what point was it best to tell? He thought about it and said that since the destruction of the country of giants by the shield state of Milg, Noise said that he asked to clarify one thing before his story. He will tell him about the heroes of Talosheim and their confrontation with the hero of the Shield State, Michael. They once had 5 renowned heroes: the Swordmaster Borks, the Holy Healer Gina, the Hungry Wolf Ogban, Balijan, with 2 halberds, and the Little Genius Zandia. Thanks to their active resistance, Talosheim stopped the advance of the Shield State troops, but the enemy also had a hero, the A-rank adventurer, Michael, the Divine Ice Spear. His participation in the second battle tipped the scales in their country's favor. Few people know, but the magical spear Ice Age, wielded by the hero, was a treasure of the Shield State and was forged by the god of ice, who served Peria, the goddess of water and knowledge, especially for such brave ones. The heroes of Talosheim fell one after another to this legendary magical artifact. In reality, the heroes lost to him after he died, so he does not know the true story. Borks said that, in essence, everything was correct. In this very place, Gina, Zandia, and he stabbed Michael. He and Gina were A rank, and she was still B rank, but she undoubtedly had the makings of S rank. This guy was the same rank as him, and he thought he could defeat him. But they knew how it all ended. When he realized that he had killed him, he had already become undead, and now he looks like this. Noaz said that he offered his condolences. He was sorry that this happened. He looked at the block of ice and said that he also didn't know what was in the ice and couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't break it and melt it. However, he could do it, right? The protagonist agreed and said loudly that then he had to do it. He didn't know what had become of them. Had they turned into undead? Maybe what they were doing was madness. However, he had to ask them for forgiveness. He melted the ice very quickly, which Borks reported, and asked loudly, "He did it so quickly?" The ice that nothing could melt for 200 years disappeared in an instant. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that, first of all, he did not find anything nearby that looked like the souls of his comrades. He looked at the hole that was under the block of ice and said that it meant they were definitely there. He asked him to wait and said that he would try to read the hand's memories. He was surprised by this and asked if he could even do such a thing. He took the hand, agreed, and said that, however, this only works with corpses. He saw what happened during their battle against the hero. Gina lost her hand, and Borks loudly said that she should hold on. How dare he do this? He ran to attack and loudly insulted him before attacking, but Michael counterattacked him, cut off his hand, and broke the sword. With one more blow he killed him and said that in the name of their goddess he would get rid of them. That's the end. After he killed everyone, he went down the stairs. In the present tense, MC said that apparently they died before they went down for the hero. Borks was surprised by this and asked loudly, "What does he mean?" "So, they are not underground." He turned around and said that he only saw the memories that belonged to the severed hand. Noise approached the stairs and said that, in short, they will only find out the truth if they go down there. He looked down with a serious expression and said that then they should go there. After that, the 3 of them started going down. He turned around and asked, "By the way, did he like this wrist?" He looked at it, refused, and said that he just thought that it was not worth leaving it there. He asked, "Does it not bother him?" "It's just that earlier she complained about her thick wrists." He looked at it and said that he didn't think so. He walked on and said that it was okay then. He understood. His words attracted Vanduliu's attention, and he asked if something was wrong. He was acting strangely. Borks walked on and said that he had to judge for himself. Didn't this mean that they would be able to find their bodies? He looked at him from behind and thought that before the ice melted, he had wondered how they would become comrades. However, it happened in the blink of an eye. He walked on and said that if that was the case, then a reward awaited them. They must try. Therefore, if they found their body, he would be able to bend them to his will. That was what he wanted to say. He didn't understand him, and he turned around and said that therefore he would bring them back as undead. If he succeeded, he would make them his wives. Nuaz said with surprise that this was such a wonderful idea. Zandia is the second princess of the Talosheim bloodline, and Gina is the high priestess of the Temple of Vita. The union of the 2 girls and the child of the prophecy will undoubtedly bring them prosperity and glory. The protagonist said that this is not a reward. Are they confusing this with a marriage of convenience? He looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what he was talking about. Both girls are insanely beautiful. He thought that, however much they talk about beauty, they are giants, and most likely now they look like skeletons. He said that he meant that they are not their parents and should not decide so arbitrarily. Nuaz said that there is no problem. After all, the child will become the savior of Talosheim, the one who will overthrow the god Ard and his followers. They will accept this outcome without objection. He looked at him and said that he spoke of the prophecy of the ancestor of vampires, and the legends about the child are in no way connected. No matter how much he objected, it made no sense. They finished descending the stairs and saw another block of ice. Inside was a monster with a hero's spear, and Noaz said loudly that there was a dragon golem inside. Borks looked at it and said that indeed, this cold was all because of the ice. MC looked at it and said that they better stop here. If he melted the ice, he would kill everyone there. He turned around and asked what exactly was there. He looked at it and said that the dragon golem was a guardian, personally created by the goddess Vita to protect her treasure. Michael probably went so far as to destroy the treasure. However, he was stopped by the dragon golem and, without achieving his goal, returned empty-handed. Not long ago, they learned from Sam's story that he was seriously wounded in the battle and died. Borks said that he dealt with Michael, or rather sent him away, this incredible monster. Nuaz called the child and asked if it was possible that Gina and Zandia were inside. He said with a calm expression that even if they had reincarnated as undead, they were most likely torn to pieces by that golem. He looked at this and said that if, as he said, they were dead, then they could find their bodies. If not, then it would be possible to recreate them using the goddess's treasure. This caught his attention and he loudly asked what he just said. So, using the goddess's treasure, one can recreate a body? He looked at him and asked, what kind of stupid question is this? The goddess's treasure is a device for resurrecting the dead. Nuaz said that he heard that she created it a long time ago to resurrect Zakhart. It's just that the device is imperfect, because it is impossible to resurrect a soul. Vandeleu asked, so there is a device for resurrecting the dead? Is there a way to get inside without being attacked by the golem? He agreed and said that only the country's ruler knew about this, but the king was no longer there. He said with a calm expression, that's how it was. All that remained was to become stronger and defeat this golem. They could call him the child from the goddess's legend, or the man from the prophecy, but he was asking to be allowed to use this device. After all, there was a person he wanted to bring back to life. After some time, Bork sat down on the ground and loudly said that in that case, they needed to prepare well. Their opponent was a monster that had managed to defeat Michael himself, and conventional methods would not work. They needed to prepare and strengthen their combat power. Were there any working artifacts and weapons left? Noaz sat nearby and said that almost everything of value had been stolen during the first princess's escape. However, what remained had been taken by the Shield Country. He squeaked in displeasure and said that they couldn't do anything. The only thing left was to follow them into the dungeon. He asked, however, what happened to the Adventurers Guild? Was there nothing left? He shook his head in refusal and said that almost all of the guild's belongings had also been stolen. Only the job change section remained undamaged. The protagonist was surprised by this and asked if he and the ghouls could use this section. He thought about it and said that it could be used regardless of race, but there were no cases of monsters using it, let alone a child. He thought that in human society, ghouls were considered monsters, but Zadiris said that the new race traces its roots to the goddess Vita. Perhaps a job change would work, but it could be because Rodcourt had imposed a ban on him, preventing him from learning a new skill. Bork said that it was problematic. He didn't care about the broken sword. However, that monster had injured his right arm, so fighting would be difficult. He looked at him and asked what he had done after being injured. He said that he had done nothing. In the reception hall, his arm was cut off. But where did the bone fall? MC, with a calm expression, said that it seemed like he could manage somehow. He was surprised by what he heard and asked what he was talking about and what he meant by manage. He said that using what they have, it should work. He began to use magic, creating an arm for him. And he asked in surprise, was he really going to just take and attach the arm? He called it disgusting, looking at the new arm, and he said that it was so ungrateful. After all, he had healed him with such difficulty. He apologizes. He wanted to restore his face as well, but it seems that is impossible. Borks, smiling, began to massage his arm and said with a smile that he cannot worry about it. His right eye socket is empty, but for some reason he can still see. Besides, it's even cooler this way. Noaz agreed with this, and he got angry and loudly said that he was not talking to him. He looked at them from the side and said that he would go away. He needed to talk with his comrades. So many unexpected things had happened. He started to leave and thought that he didn't really think he had obtained much information. He wanted to see how everything would go and wondered if they would be able to move to this country. He thought so. Besides, he had become friends with Borks and even learned about the device for resurrecting the dead and about changing professions. Indeed, defeating the dragon golem would not be easy. Besides, by cooperating with everyone, it would not be so impossible. However, he really wanted to share this with the others. However, where to start? He entered the house, called everyone, and was about to say something. Zadiris turned to him and loudly said that Bilda had started having contractions. He was very surprised by what he heard and loudly asked what she said.